Hey, what's up? It's Cute What If? This side. Today we will be seeing what if Quirkless Deku was deaf. Now before we move ahead with the FIC, leave a like and subscribe to the channel for future what ifs like this. The next morning dawned bright and early, finding Izuku getting yet another visitor. A detective from the police department. He had a super cool and useful lie detection quirk that he let the boy ask about after he had finished with his own questions. As he fired off theories and questions at the poor man, who was desperately trying to decipher them and answer, Recovery Girl arrived. Midoriya-kun. Detective. Good morning. Are you two done or should I come back after I check on Shoyuta? The detective stood up and slid his files back into his suitcase. No. I got what I came here for. Go right on ahead. He turned to look at the teen. I'll look into trying some of those things with my quirk. If I run into you again, I'll let you know how it goes. Feel better. With one last kind smile he left, nodding as he passed Shinso out in the hallway. Right dear, shirt off, I'm going to check on the incisions for the surgery and then change your bandages. After that I will use my quirk. Sound good? Izuku nodded easily and started to untie the Jinbei-style top he was wearing. He winced as the movement pulled on his ribs and made the fact that the painkillers were wearing off a lot more noticeable. The hero medic stepped forwards and reached over to help him, pausing to wait for a nod of permission before she actually made contact. After a minute he was freed from his shirt and Recovery Girl started in on the bandages. The smaller ones went first, the cuts and abrasions checked for infection before being recovered with fresh gauze or plasters. She then got a closer look at the bruising on his shoulder before moving to the swath of fabric wrapped around his torso. She studied the stitches with a hum. I'd say these will probably come out after this session, dear. So when you wake up be ready for them to be pulled, okay? Other than that it looks like everything is in order. She made quick work of wrapping things back up and helping him back into his clothing. Do you want me to call your friend back in before I use my quirk? Izuku nodded with a grateful smile at her consideration. He knew her quirk was likely to knock him out quickly and he wanted to make sure Shinso was still doing okay first. Once his friend was in the room they had a quick sign conversation to confirm that each of them was doing well enough. And Recovery Girl had Izuku take his hearing aids out before she gave him his embrace. Just like she predicted, the boy was out like a light almost instantly. She gave the other kid a soft, grandmotherly smile and a handful of gummies, explaining that he would probably be asleep until dinner time and to make sure he ate something when he woke up. With that done, she turned to give Midoriya one last glance before she left to tend to her next patient. Hitoshi woke him gently when dinner time rolled around. He helped his groggy friend raise the head of his bed and settled the rolling table over his lap. The bowl of miso soup and large serving of rice was simple but filling. Just as he was finishing up, a nurse came in to pull his stitches. Most of his surface-level wounds were now healed enough to go without bandages, though they were still tender and raw. Fresh pink scarring layered over tan skin and older, more faded scars. The bruises had faded quite a bit. The back of his shoulder was now a dark green instead of a deep purple, and his black eye was mostly yellow. He gritted his teeth at the feeling of the stitches being tugged free. But the nurse was quick and efficient and it was over soon enough. When he was once again dressed, Shinso joined him on the bed so they could watch cat videos on his phone. Izuku only bothered to put one hearing aid back in. His other ear was smushed up against the taller boy's shoulder, so there was really no point in wearing it and being uncomfortable. They were 6 or 7 videos in when Yamada popped in to check on them again. Hey kiddos. His hair was up in a bun like the time he came. Yo asked Izuku about Aldra and he looked exhausted. Wearing a baggy, put your hands up radio hoodie and sweatpants. He walked over and sat in Shinso's vacated chair. How are you feeling, Midoriya-kun? I am okay, Mike-sensei. They'd each think I should be released tomorrow morning. The hero beamed at him. That's great. I'm glad you're feeling better. Shinso waved a hand to get both of their attention before fingerspelling Aizawa's name. The combination of stress and being in a hospital all day had triggered a spell of muteness. Luckily, the 2 strong of hearing people in the room with him had no problem communicating. He's okay. He will probably be in casts for a week. And the other bandages won't come off for a bit after that. But he will make a full recovery. Oh, also, his sign name is... He paused while he showed them. Aizawa's name was the sign for sleepy looped up into the sign for cat. And mine is? This time the name was the sign for loud mixed with the sign for bright. Izuku thought they were cute and accurate. The two boys gave the man their own sign names in return. Izuku's being just the simple sign for green ended with the first syllable of his name, and Hitoshi's being the one given to him by his friend. A mix of coffee and cat. The two things they had bonded over. Aw, Shinso-kun. You and show match. The purple boy gave a small smile at that comment, violet eyes peering up at the man shyly. They chatted for a few more minutes before their teacher left, saying he had to go make sure Aizawa actually ate his dinner. They went back to their cat videos after that, giggling softly together over the antics of small fluffy things. Eventually Izuku dozed off. Hitoshi wanted to lay his friend back down so he wouldn't end up even more sore from sleeping in a weird position. But the green net was wrapped around his arm, and gentle tugs only made him cling harder. Eventually he huffed and laid the bed back without removing himself, committing to a night of holding his phone up with one hand and praying he didn't drop it. It wasn't until Hatsum-san came in the next morning, a tearful Mei in tow, that Izuku realized he had never spoken with his mom again. When he mentioned it, the red-headed woman explained that his mom had been called on to cover another shift and then went home to crash right after, and that both of the boys would be coming to hers to spend the weekend since UA had closed until Monday in order to update security. Hitoshi looked surprised at the last bit. Hatsum-san was quick to reassure him that she had been in contact with Yamada and that they would all be stopping by Aizawa's hospital room before they left as per the hero's request. She then left to track down a nurse to ask about his discharge. Mei quickly joined the two boys on the bed where they were still cuddling, throwing an arm around each of their necks and just holding them close for a few minutes. Eventually she gathered herself and sat back, settling cross-legged in front of them. I'm so glad the two of you are okay. When that alarm went off, and the teachers were called away to deal with a threat, I was so scared. And then that night when we heard it was an attack on the USJ, and you two wouldn't answer your phones. Gods. I thought I had lost my two best friends. She was crying again. Izuku reached forwards to snag one of her slightly grease-stained hands in both of his own freckled ones. Only one band-aid was left on them, covering a particular deep gash where he had caught himself on his own knife. Mei-chan, I need to thank you. Wasn't for you and Kuroyama-kun insisting I bring babies to test, I would 100% have been dead. Your boots in particular saved me there at the last for sure. Our boots? She sniffled. He smiled gently at her while Hitoshi grabbed her other hand. I'm sorry I didn't text back until yesterday. I didn't mean to worry you, but everything happened so fast and then, I think I was in shock for a while afterwards. But I should have texted sooner. Next time I will do my best to not leave you out of the loop. She nodded, accepting his apology, before taking a deep breath and letting it out slowly. They sat that way for a while, just holding hands and processing the trauma from the first week of school. Eventually papers were signed, and fresh street clothes changed into. As Izuku slipped on the beat-up red sneakers Mei had retrieved from the support studio, Mia confirmed Aizawa's room number through a text from their English teacher. Izuku packed his small pile of belongings into the plastic bag provided by the nurse. They all traipsed through the door, stopping by the directory at the end of their hall. Izuku frowned, something registered as odd as he glanced over the floor plans but unable to put his finger on what it was that bothered him. They moved on before he really thought too strong about it. Luckily Aizawa's room was nearby so they didn't have to walk far. Just that short journey had excused the green-haired teen, his stamina still very much depleted. Hatsum-san knocked on the door, respectfully waiting on a reply before sliding it open. Good morning. I'm Hatsum-Mia. It's nice to meet you both in person. She ushered the three kids into the room before sliding the door closed. She then guided Izuku to the spare chair next to the bed, not really giving him a choice in whether or not he wanted to do the polite thing and offer it to her as his elder. As he sat, he looked over the teacher who was propped up in bed. He didn't look too bad. There was a heavy cast on one arm and several pieces of gauze taped across his face. But he seemed like he was back to his normal self, sitting up with a grumpy look etched into his features. Midoriya, he stated, looking the boy in question directly in the eye. What you did, stepping in like that. It was idiotic and dangerous. You are not a trained hero, you could have gotten yourself killed. But, while it was stupid, it was also brave and heroic. He bowed as well as he could from the bed. Owe you my thanks. You helped me by feeding me the information of Shigaraki's quirk. And then when they took me out you stepped up to lead and protect my class. I saw some of it. I wasn't fully present after the concussion, but I remember trying to stop him from reaching Azui and being pinned. And I remember seeing you in that monster's grasp. I failed you, kid. But you did so well by every person who mattered in the building that day. So thank you. If you ever need anything, please just ask. When he didn't get a reply, the pro raised his head a bit to look up from his bow. The teen he had addressed was crying, freckled hands covered his mouth to hold in his sobs. He looked overwhelmed. Aizawa softened. His normal gruff demeanor shifted a bit. Ah, come on, kid. Don't cry. What did I say? The answer, when it finally made its way through the sniffles and hiccups, wasn't what any of them expected. No one's ever called me heroic before. Yamada stepped in when he saw his husband flounder for a reply. Ah, kiddo. Of course you're heroic. According to all of the other students who were there, you really stepped up to the plate, making plans and rushing in to help where needed. Hitoshi stepped up to the crying teen and knelt down in front of his chair. Izuku, even before that you were my hero. I've never had a friend before, but then you showed up out of nowhere and just worked your magic. You are so kind and so very, very stubborn. And now I have the Hatsums and a safe place to stay. And I'm in my dream course at my dream school. And it's all because of you. So of course you're heroic. It took a few minutes, and May stepping over to run her fingers through greasy curls, to get the green-themed teen to calm down once again. Mia made a mental note to stop to get them something to eat and drink on the way home. While the kids sat quietly, the three adults in the room had a quick conversation, the men making sure Hatsum-san was truly comfortable with taking three teens home for the weekend, and familiarizing themselves with the woman who would be in charge of their foster son. She might have known Shinso longer, but as responsible parents they needed to know if she was safe. It seemed to check out though. Yamada did pull the woman out into the hall for a moment while Aizawa grilled Izuku on his recovery. The teens figured whatever he had to say had something to do with school and parent stuff, so they ignored it and laughed amongst themselves as the bedbound underground hero grumbled about recovery girl taking her time with his own injuries. Soon enough the three teens plus one adult made their way out of the hospital. Hatsum stopped them at a small okonomiyaki stand to eat really quick before heading them towards where her car was parked a few streets over. The ride in the quiet car was enough to lull the physically and emotionally exhausted teens into slumber, and by the time they made it across town to the Hatsum's house they were all in a puddle of limbs and snores in the back seat. Mia made sure to snag a few photos before waking them up. And she may have sent one to Yamada, who replied with a stream of emojis. She had a feeling she was going to get along with the man, especially with the observations he had shared with her earlier. Izuku's first bit of awareness was of being annoyed by something scratchy against his skin. He then noticed that his fingers felt weird, kind of like they didn't actually belong to him. He decided he needed to open his eyes to make sure they hadn't replaced his hands with someone else's. Luckily the room he was in was super dark, street lights glowing through the blinds on the window and the soft lights from machinery being just enough for him to see by. He raised his right hand up to his face. Those were his freckles and scars, though the bandage across the back of his wrist was new. Where was he? His eyes flickered around lazily. He didn't recognize anything. The machines were weird and were hooked up to him with wires. And the bed had railings with buttons. He frowned. An answer to where he might be danced around at the edge of his brain, but that couldn't be right because he was quirkless. They wouldn't take up a whole hospital room just for him. Wow, his face felt numb. He poked it to make sure it was still there, noticing in a far-off kind of way that the area around his eye ached dully with the pressure. A black eye. He could barely feel it. But after a few more prods he got bored and distracted himself by looking at the buttons on the railing of his bed. Wonder what the red one does. He pushed it without really thinking. A voice came over a speaker near his head almost instantly. Loud enough that even he could hear it. Chai. Oh my God, it is the kid. You're awake early. Hold on, the doctor will be with you in just a second. There's a quiet couple of minutes where he just kind of lets himself float. Not super interested in anything. Before the doctor sliding the door open enough for her to slip into the room. He forced himself to focus so he could read her lips. Good evening, Midoriya-kun. I'm Dr. Kiyoshi. How are you feeling? The boy tilted his head back and forth. I am not really feeling much of anything right now. Am I really in a hose hospital? He hoped the words came out okay. He felt like they might have been a bit slurred around the edges. Can I have my hearing aids back? The doctor blinked at him for a minute before peeking her head back out the door and yelling something down the hall. Probably asking the nurses. After a moment, a male nurse bustled in and dug through the small cabinet in the corner of the room. Izuku could just see a bit of black and red cloth peeking out before the nurse stepped back, holding up his hearing aids in triumph. He stepped up to the teen in the bed with a silly grin on his face. Kind brown eyes sparkled as he helped his patient slide the small devices into place. There we go, Midoriya-kun. You should be able to listen to Dr. Kiyoshi now. By the way, your mom said she would stop by to check on you on her break. Oh. Thank you, mister. No, mister here. Call me Kyle Kiddo. I grew up in America, so it's weird always being called by my last name. If you need anything, just hit that red button again and I'll be over in a jiffy. With that, the nurse gave the teen one last bubbly smile, and the doctor a nod before he practically skipped back out the door to attend to other duties. Dr. Kiyoshi looked after him in amusement. That boy has way too much energy for being on a 12-hour shift. With a huff, she turned her attention once more to her patient. Okay, Midoriya-kun. First things first, what all do you remember? The freckled teen closed his eyes, trying to think through the fuzz that seemed to take over his mind. After a moment, bits and pieces of memory made their way forwards. There was an attack. IW was supposed to observe the Hero C-Course Rescue TR training. But then there were villains and they scattered us all over. And we managed to make it back to the plaza, but oh god, the Nomu. The others. Aren't they okay? Mr. Aizawa. The doctor held up hand. Hold on. Deep breath. Everyone is alive and expected to make a full recovery. Don't panic, Midoriya-kun. The boy stopped his efforts to sit up as the words sank in. Did they catch the villains? Kiyoshi sighed, running her hand through her short brown bob. I'm not sure. The police will be here in the morning to debrief you. You should be able to get more details then. The boy nodded with a sigh. Now then. On a scale of 1 to 10, how would you rate your pain? Izuku paused, trying to get his fuzzy thoughts to focus on his body. There were dull aches in his shoulder and head, and one of his knees twinged painfully when he tried to move it. But the thing that caught his attention was the sharp stabbing sensation he felt when he breathed. 5. The doctor looked at him and raised an unimpressed eyebrow, prompting him to continue. I have a high pain tolerance and everything feels dull right now, so I can handle it. But instead of appeasing the woman like he thought his words would, her frown deepened instead. We have you on the lowest dose of morphine. Now that you're awake, I would be comfortable enough to raise the dose so the pain won't keep you from resting. But the teen flapped a hand in dismissal, probably ruder than he would have been without the haze of painkillers. I'll be fine. I've slept with worse. This is the first time I've been in a hospital in years. Again, he seemed to be only making the doctor more upset. I will need to look into that. You have a lot of unrecorded scars, Midoriya. The teen shrugged. But before they could continue the conversation, the door opened again. Inko stepped in and shut the door before seeming to realize that there was a doctor in the room and that her son was awake. Izuku, my baby, do you know how worried I was? She quickly stepped over to the bed, snagging a bandaged hand and bringing it to her to see. When they told me that the school had been attacked, I swear my heart stopped. And then to find out that they had put you in danger by letting you watch the hero classes. And then you went and stupidly put yourself in more danger by fighting a villain. Izuku sighed. Please. I wasn't in any more danger than anyone else. Exactly. And look at you. I knew that school would be too much for you. And now you're in the hospital. And I'll probably have to take time off of work to be home with you while you recover. She ignored the fact that her son was trying to tug his hand free, squeezing the battered appendage with all of her strength as she continued her scolding. After a few more minutes, when it didn't seem like the green-haired woman was anywhere near stopping, the doctor, who was still standing on the other side of the room, decided to interrupt. She cleared her throat. "Midoriya-san. Maybe we can finish whatever this is later and I can go ahead and give you the rundown of his injuries." The other woman frowned in irritation and the doctor had to hold back an uneasy feeling. So Izuku here is actually pretty lucky. Most of his injuries are small. Bruises and shallow cuts and scrapes. They have all been cleaned and bandaged. He has a badly sprained knee and his shoulder was partially dislocated. Those were dealt with and wrapped. The big issue was the 6 broken ribs on the left side of his torso, 2 of which had punctured a lung. We had to send him into surgery to reset the bones and drain and reinflate the lung. Luckily we had a bone specialist with a relevant quirk on shift today, so while they are still cracked and very fragile, everything is stable. Recovery girl will be in early in the morning to start a round of healing with her quirk. So the best thing for him to do right now would be to sleep and recover his stamina. As she started to outline his recovery plan, there was yet another interruption. Another knock on the door. It opened once more. This time the visitor was a surprise. Present Mike stood in the doorway, a small, exhausted smile on his face. "Good evening. I came to check on the little listener." A familiar head of purple fluff popped around the door frame. The matching violet gaze locked immediately onto the green boy in the hospital bed. "Izuku." And then Hitoshi was scrambling over to him. "Oh my God, Zu. They said you had to have surgery. Are you okay? Are you in any pain? Holy SHT, that F-er Shigaraki better watch his back. If I ever see him again, I'll do worse than brainwash him." That got the greenette to giggle, looking up at his friend with a loopy smile. "Yeah, okay, Tosh. You can take him next time. I'll just sit back and relax as Mr. Hero saves the day." He giggled again as the other teen blushed a bright red and hid his face in his hands with a muttered curse. That made the voice hero standing in the door laugh and step forwards to pat his foster son on the shoulder. As he comforted the child who was in his care, he looked to the one who was in the hospital bed. "Hey kiddo. Hitoshi told me what you did." He stepped away from the purple teen to give himself the room to bow deeply in a show of respect. "I can't ever thank you enough. If not for you, everyone is pretty sure Shoyuta would have died. If there's anything I can do to thank you, please let me know." 2 sets of green eyes blinked at the hero in shock. The older of the 2 Midoriyas seemed to catch her bearings quicker, probably because she was not under the influence of drags. "Oh, please stand up. I'm sure he really didn't do all that much. We're just lucky he didn't get hurt worse." Mike raised himself from the bow with confused hesitancy, looking between the mother and son. The woman met his gaze with some sort of challenge in her expression. The boy whose hand she still held captive wouldn't meet his gaze at all. The strange dynamic between the two set off a small alarm bell in the back of his head. But he shoved his worry aside to examine when everyone was less stressed out. "Anyways, Shinso-kun here was wondering if you might want some company tonight. I'm going to be up here waiting on Shota, and no one really wants any of the kids to be home alone after all of this. So I thought maybe he could hang out here for a while." Inko shrugged. "If he wants to, I'm sure Izuku won't mind. But you should run it by the nurses on shift first. Some nurses hate overnight visitors." She rolled her eyes, obviously at her own memories of unwanted visitors in rooms she was responsible for. She then turned back to her son. "Izuku, I have to go back. My break is pretty much up and I still need to grab a snack or something. I'll come check on you again when I get off shift." She then dropped his hand unceremoniously onto his lap, ignoring the wince as the movement jarred his bad shoulder, and briskly walked away. Green eyes stared after her for a moment, a look of quiet longing flitting across his face before he forced a smile and turned to his other visitors. I'm sure Kyle-san will agree. He seems you unreasonably nice. But I'm not so sure how good of company I will be. I'm supposed to sleep as much as possible and, morphine." His friend snickered. "Oh, are you high right now? Mr. Goody Two-Shoes. Hitting the good stuff." He laughed as the bedridden teen smacked at him with a hand and whined about teasing someone who's injured. Yamada slipped out of the room and down to the nearby nurse's station, getting permission for Hitoshi to stay as long as he behaved and let Midoriya rest. The hero then returned to poke his head in the door to relay the rules before heading off to find his husband. Sending off a text to Nizu as he went, asking him to look into some things. The teens settled. Hitoshi dragged a chair right up to the edge of the bed and leaned his elbow on the mattress, occasionally showing his friend a meme or video on his phone. Izuku for his part stared at the ceiling, going through the events of the attack and trying to fit all of the pieces together in his head. Easier said than done when your brain is mush. Eventually he dozed off. The sound of Shinso humming along to something he was playing over his earbuds lulled Izuku to sleep. When he started snoring, his friend looked up at him with a relieved smile and gently pulled his hearing aids free to set on the side table. Gently he took the freckled hand that was resting on the blanket near him and rubbed his thumb across the knuckles in a soothing motion while he continued to scroll on his phone. The least he could do for the pure soul who had saved them all was try and keep the demons away while he slept. The next morning dawned bright and early, finding Izuku getting yet another visitor. A detective from the police department. He had a super cool and useful lie detection quirk that he let the boy ask about after he had finished with his own questions. As he fired off theories and questions at the poor man, who was desperately trying to decipher them and answer, Recovery Girl arrived. Midoriya-kun. Detective. Good morning. Are you two done or should I come back after I check on Shoyuta? The detective stood up and slid his files back into his suitcase. No. I got what I came here for. Go right on ahead. He turned to look at the teen. I'll look into trying some of those things with my quirk. If I run into you again, I'll let you know how it goes. Feel better. With one last kind smile he left, nodding as he passed Shinso out in the hallway. Right dear, shirt off, I'm going to check on the incisions for the surgery and then change your bandages. After that I will use my quirk. Sound good? Izuku nodded easily and started to untie the Jinbei-style top he was wearing. He winced as the movement pulled on his ribs and made the fact that the painkillers were wearing off a lot more noticeable. The hero medic stepped forwards and reached over to help him, pausing to wait for a nod of permission before she actually made contact. After a minute he was freed from his shirt and Recovery Girl started in on the bandages. The smaller ones went first, the cuts and abrasions checked for infection before being recovered with fresh gauze or plasters. She then got a closer look at the bruising on his shoulder before moving to the swath of fabric wrapped around his torso. She studied the stitches with a hum. I'd say these will probably come out after this session, dear. So when you wake up be ready for them to be pulled, okay? Other than that it looks like everything is in order. She made quick work of wrapping things back up and helping him back into his clothing. Do you want me to call your friend back in before I use my quirk? Izuku nodded with a grateful smile at her consideration. He knew her quirk was likely to knock him out quickly and he wanted to make sure Shinso was still doing okay first. Once his friend was in the room they had a quick sign conversation to confirm that each of them was doing well enough. And Recovery Girl had Izuku take his hearing aids out before she gave him his embrace. Just like she predicted, the boy was out like a light almost instantly. She gave the other kid a soft, grandmotherly smile and a handful of gummies, explaining that he would probably be asleep until dinner time and to make sure he ate something when he woke up. With that done, she turned to give Midoriya one last glance before she left to tend to her next patient. Hitoshi woke him gently when dinner time rolled around. He helped his groggy friend raise the head of his bed and settled the rolling table over his lap. The bowl of miso soup and large serving of rice was simple but filling. Just as he was finishing up, a nurse came in to pull his stitches. Most of his surface-level wounds were now healed enough to go without bandages, though they were still tender and raw. Fresh pink scarring layered over tan skin and older, more faded scars. The bruises had faded quite a bit. The back of his shoulder was now a dark green instead of a deep purple, and his black eye was mostly yellow. He gritted his teeth at the feeling of the stitches being tugged free. But the nurse was quick and efficient and it was over soon enough. When he was once again dressed, Shinso joined him on the bed so they could watch cat videos on his phone. Izuku only bothered to put one hearing aid back in. His other ear was smushed up against the taller boy's shoulder, so there was really no point in wearing it and being uncomfortable. They were 6 or 7 videos in when Yamada popped in to check on them again. Hey kiddos. His hair was up in a bun like the time he came yo ask Izuku about Aldra, and he looked exhausted. Wearing a baggy, put your hands up radio hoodie and sweatpants. He walked over and sat in Shinso's vacated chair. How are you feeling, Midoriya-kun? I'm okay, Mike-sensei. They'd each think I should be released tomorrow morning. The hero beamed at him. That's great. I'm glad you're feeling better. Shinso waved a hand to get both of their attention before fingerspelling Aizawa's name. The combination of stress and being in a hospital all day had triggered a spell of muteness. Luckily, the two strong of hearing people in the room with him had no problem communicating. Yeah. He's okay. He will probably be in casts for a week. And the other bandages won't come off for a bit after that. But he will make a full recovery. Also, his sign name is? He paused while he showed them. Aizawa's name was the sign for sleepy looped up into the sign for cat. And mine is? This time the name was the sign for loud mixed with the sign for bright. Izuku thought they were cute and accurate. The two boys gave the man their own sign names in return. Izuku's being just the simple sign for green ended with the first syllable of his name. And Hitoshi's being the one given to him by his friend. A mix of coffee and cat. The two things they had bonded over. Aw, Shinso-kun, you and show match. The purple boy gave a small smile at that comment, violet eyes peering up at the man shyly. They chatted for a few more minutes before their teacher left, saying he had to go make sure Aizawa actually ate his dinner. They went back to their cat videos after that, giggling softly together over the antics of small fluffy things. Eventually Izuku dozed off. Hitoshi wanted to lay his friend back down so he wouldn't end up even more sore from sleeping in a weird position. But the green net was wrapped around his arm, and gentle tugs only made him cling harder. Eventually he huffed and laid the bed back without removing himself, committing to a night of holding his phone up with one hand and praying he didn't drop it. It wasn't until Hatsum-san came in the next morning, a tearful Mei in tow, that Izuku realized he had never spoken with his mom again. When he mentioned it, the red-headed woman explained that his mom had been called on to cover another shift and then went home to crash right after. And that both of the boys would be coming to hers to spend the weekend since UA had closed until Monday in order to update security. Hitoshi looked surprised at the last bit. Hatsum-san was quick to reassure him that she had been in contact with Yamada and that they would all be stopping by Aizawa's hospital room before they left as per the hero's request. She then left to track down a nurse to ask about his discharge. Mei quickly joined the two boys on the bed where they were still cuddling, throwing an arm around each of their necks and just holding them close for a few minutes. Eventually she gathered herself and sat back, settling cross-legged in front of them. I'm so glad the two of you are okay. When that alarm went off, and the teachers were called away to deal with a threat, I was so scared. And then that night when we heard it was an attack on the USJ, and you two wouldn't answer your phones. Gods! I thought I had lost my two best friends. She was crying again. Izuku reached forwards to snag one of her slightly grease-stained hands in both of his own freckled ones. Only one band-aid was left on them, covering a particular deep gash where he had caught himself on his own knife. Mei-chan, I need to thank you. If it wasn't for you and Kuroyama-kun insisting I bring babies to test, I would 100% have been dead. Your boots in particular saved me there at the last for sure. Our boots? She sniffled. He smiled gently at her while Hitoshi grabbed her other hand. I'm sorry I didn't text back until yesterday. I didn't mean to worry you, but everything happened so fast and then, I think I was in shock for a while afterwards. But I should have texted sooner. Next time I will do my best to not leave you out of the loop. She nodded, accepting his apology, before taking a deep breath and letting it out slowly. They sat that way for a while, just holding hands and processing the trauma from the first week of school. Eventually papers were signed, and fresh street clothes changed into. As Izuku slipped on the beat-up red sneakers Mei had retrieved from the support studio, Mia confirmed Aizawa's room number through a text from their English teacher. Izuku packed his small pile of belongings into the plastic bag provided by the nurse. They all traipsed through the door, stopping by the directory at the end of their hall. Izuku frowned, something registered as odd as he glanced over the floor plans but unable to put his finger on what it was that bothered him. They moved on before he really thought too strong about it. Luckily Aizawa's room was nearby so they didn't have to walk far. Just that short journey had excused the green-haired teen, his stamina still very much depleted. Hatsum-san knocked on the door, respectfully waiting on a reply before sliding it open. "Good morning. I'm Hatsum Miya. It's nice to meet you both in person." She ushered the three kids into the room before sliding the door closed. She then guided Izuku to the spare chair next to the bed, not really giving him a choice in whether or not he wanted to do the polite thing and offer it to her as his elder. As he sat, he looked over the teacher who was propped up in bed. He didn't look too bad. There was a heavy cast on one arm and several pieces of gauze taped across his face. But he seemed like he was back to his normal self, sitting up with a grumpy look etched into his features. "Midoriya," he stated, looking the boy in question directly in the eye. "What you did, stepping in like that. It was idiotic and dangerous. You are not a trained hero, you could have gotten yourself killed. But, while it was stupid, it was also brave and heroic." He bowed as well as he could from the bed. "I owe you my thanks. You helped me by feeding me the information of Shigaraki's quirk. And then when they took me out, you stepped up to lead and protect my class. I saw some of it. I wasn't fully present after the concussion, but I remember trying to stop him from reaching Azui and being pinned. And I remember seeing you in that monster's grasp. I failed you, kid. But you did so well by every person who mattered in the building that day. So thank you. If you ever need anything, please just ask." When he didn't get a reply, the pro raised his head a bit to look up from his bow. The teen he had addressed was crying, freckled hands covered his mouth to hold in his sobs. He looked overwhelmed. Aizawa softened. His normal gruff demeanor shifted a bit. "Ah, come on, kid. Don't cry. What did I say?" The answer, when it finally made its way through the sniffles and hiccups, wasn't what any of them expected. No one's ever called me heroic before." Yamada stepped in when he saw his husband flounder for a reply. "Ah, kiddo. Of course you're heroic. According to all of the other students who were there, you really stepped up to the plate, making plans and rushing in to help where needed." Hitoshi stepped up to the crying teen and knelt down in front of his chair. "Izuku, even before that you were my hero. I've never had a friend before, but then you showed up out of nowhere and just worked your magic. You are so kind and so very, very stubborn. And now I have the Hatsums and a safe place to stay. And I'm in my dream course at my dream school. And it's all because of you. So of course you're heroic." It took a few minutes, and May stepping over to run her fingers through greasy curls, to get the green-themed teen to calm down once again. Mia made a mental note to stop to get them something to eat and drink on the way home. While the kids sat quietly, the three adults in the room had a quick conversation, the men making sure Hatsum-san was truly comfortable with taking three teens home for the weekend, and familiarizing themselves with the woman who would be in charge of their foster son. She might have known Shinso longer, but as responsible parents they needed to know if she was safe. It seemed to check out though. Yamada did pull the woman out into the hall for a moment while Aizawa grilled Izuku on his recovery. The teens figured whatever he had to say had something to do with school and parent stuff, so they ignored it and laughed amongst themselves as the bedbound underground hero grumbled about Recovery Girl taking her time with his own injuries. Soon enough, the three teens plus one adult made their way out of the hospital. Hatsum stopped them at a small okonomiyaki stand to eat really quick before heading them towards where her car was parked a few streets over. The ride in the quiet car was enough to lull the physically and emotionally exhausted teens into slumber, and by the time they made it across town to the Hatsum's house, they were all in a puddle of limbs and snores in the back seat. Mia made sure to snag a few photos before waking them up, and she may have sent one to Yamada, who replied with a stream of emojis. She had a feeling she was going to get along with the man, especially with the observations he had shared with her earlier. They spent the weekend in cuddle comfort on the monstrosity of the Hatsum's couch. For the most part, Izuku stayed sprawled out across the others' laps while a documentary played on the TV. They turned the subtitles on when his hearing aids died and he realized his charger was in his bag in the support studio. Hatsum-san was constantly in and out, taking calls, checking on her shop, and plying the puddle of teens with food and drinks. Occasionally they would all get distracted by a wild theory about whatever was on the TV, explained via sign. It was nice. When he wasn't laser-focused on TV land, he was sketching furiously in his notebook, doing his best to redesign the costumes and support gear for Class 1A. On Sunday he had a surprise visit from the Mirokumas. When Hatsum-san let them in he was shocked, and she quickly explained that his mother had asked her to text them to let them know why he wouldn't be at his lessons that day. And they had asked to come and check on him when they learned he had gotten caught up in the attack that was all over the news. Izuku got a light scolding for getting himself into trouble again. Before he was grilled for a play-by-play of his fights. He did his best to not tell them too much since he wasn't too sure how much he was allowed to say. But what he did tell them seemed to be enough for them to plan a whole new schedule for his weekly lessons to make up for what they thought he needed. Before they left, they both handed him get-well gifts. Mirokuma-sensei gave him an appealing hand-made bow staff, which he promised to teach him how to use. And Kumachan's gift was a rainbow butterfly knife. When he opened the box and saw the bright colors, she gave him a look and a wink. He really should learn to watch his mouth around her. Once they were gone, Hatsum-san dumped a large dinner of udon on the table with all of the fixings on the side for them to add as they pleased. By Monday morning, all three of the kids were feeling better and the thought of going back to school wasn't so daunting. Hatsum-san drove them to school that morning. She had a meeting with Nizu, so it was convenient enough to just get the kids up early and to the school. Besides, Izuku's school stuff was still packed away in a locker at the back of the basement studio. So he needed time to run down and change into his uniform. The woman left them as they entered the school, gearing up into inventor mode for her meeting. Her and Higuri had to figure out a sensor to detect warp quirks. They had to keep the kids safe. All three of the teens made their way downstairs, Mei whisking Hitoshi away to look at her current projects while Izuku went to change out of his sweats and hoodie. Once he was done, he dug the charger with its wireless dock station out of his bag and set his hearing aids up to charge before classes. They had about an hour before they needed to make their way to the classroom, and that was more than enough time for a full charge. Izuku made his way over to his own, barely touched workspace. He figured that while he had a moment, he should use the chance to work on coding the program for the upgrade to Yaoyorozu's costume. He booted up the computer that was off to the side of his countertop, stretching out his wrists and rethinking the program one more time before he started. Hitoshi kept an eye on the clock while his friends worked. He played around on his phone and sat on a stolen chair near Izuku's much cleaner area. When it was 10 minutes until the two support students needed to head to their homeroom, he got the greenette's attention before leaving for his much further away classroom. They briefly hugged once more before Shinso slipped through the door. At the 5-minute mark, Izuku saved the half-done set of code and locked his computer, slipped his hearing aids in and tossed his bag over a shoulder. Snagging one of Mei's less combustible babies in progress, he waved it in front of her face, enticing her to follow him out the door, screwdriver in hand. When they got to the room marked 1H, Izuku slid the door open and handed Mei the mass of metal and wires. She took it with a smile and scampered happily to her seat. He walked toward his but was stopped by the massive Kuroyama standing up from the desk behind. Midori-kun, are you okay? You were at the USJ, right? Did you get caught up in the attack? Were you injured? Large hands hovered around the smaller frame of the boy being interrogated, obviously wanting to check him for injuries but not wanting to touch him without permission. Then the black-haired support student noticed the fading bruises around one of his round green eyes. Oh God, you are hurt. Is there anything I can do? Izuku smiled bemusedly at the fashion expert, not used to this much positive attention from someone who barely knew him. I'm okay, Kuroyama-kun. Re-recovery girl sped up the healing process. My ribs aren't even broken anymore. Apparently that was the wrong thing to say. The tall teen paled and even some of the other students stood to voice their own concerns. Green eyes flickered around in nervous confusion. Why did they? They didn't know he was quirkless. Well, might as well rip that band-aid off quickly so they won't waste their time on him. He rubbed at the back of his neck sheepishly, green curls tangled around his fingers. Well, I mean, injuries are to be expected when a Quirkless support kid gets tangled up in a fight with villains. At least I didn't die. The room fell silent instantly and he turned his gaze to the floor. No reason to risk them thinking he was challenging them or something. But then a loud bang sounded, followed by what sounded like a bunch of screws hitting the tile flooring. Midoriya Izuku. I swear to God. Every single person who was there should be singing your praises for saving their asses. Don't you dare sell yourself short. Even Mr. Aizawa said he was in your debt. Gods. That DMN's self-deprecating bullshit is not going to fly with me, mister. By the end of her rant, Izuku had looked up to meet Mei's furious glare. Dumbfounded look painted across his face as liberally as his freckles. Before he could kick his brain to see if it was dead, their homeroom teacher was sliding right into the emotional minefield. Once the man looked up from his papers, he froze. Oh gods! Who kissed who this time? That seemed to break the tension, and most of the students sat, content to let the two argue this point on their own time. Though one girl actually answered the question, giving an exasperated power loader a rundown of the love triangle currently causing tension amongst the business students. He eventually had to stop her so he could get the announcements done. He went over the vague outlines of the updates to security, and then announced that the sports festival will be going ahead with a few changes as well. There wasn't much excitement for that in this course, besides a few who were eager to field test gadgets. Izuku worried how the hero kids would deal with this announcement. He would just have to wait until lunch to find out. Sitting through coding with his senpai wasn't quite so bad this time. They mostly just ignored him as the teacher gave a quick lecture of the importance of semicolon placement. And then they were all turned loose on the computers to work on their current projects. He managed to finish the bulk of the program for Yaoyorozu. All he needed was to download it to the small tablet Mei was building a ruggedized casing and arm mount for, and they could have the girl give it a test run. He hurried along to the cafeteria quickly, knowing his friends would be quick to go on the hunt for him if he was too slow. He made it through the double doors and into the line for food, eyes roaming around in search for the distinctive tell of purple and pink. There they were, in their normal corner. Quickly he snagged a bowl of yakisoba and a cold bottle of tea before making his way over. As he got closer, he noticed that their normally quiet table was a lot more busy. Even weirder, it seemed like the other tables surrounding it had been scooted closer. When he walked up around the little decorative plant thing, he found the reason why. The entirety of Class 1A was there, as well, and Mei and Kuroyama and a few other support kids from 1H. He stood there for a moment, watching the chaos, before Kirishima caught sight of him and jumped to his feet. Midobro. How are you feeling, man? Now that attention was drawn to the small green imp in their midst, all hell broke loose. A swarm of hero students speaking up at once to ask their own questions and add their own input to the wall of sound. A red-clad foot stumbled back a step with the force of the attention. After a moment, a tall figure stood up and slammed a hand down on the table, causing dishes to jump and clatter. That got the attention of everyone nearby, not just those in their group. Chill out, guys. He doesn't need you harassing him. Let him eat and decide if he wants to answer any questions you ask. Kuroyama said firmly, glaring around at the other teens, as if he hadn't done the same thing earlier that morning. That thought brought a small smile to Izuku's face. Though he wondered if this was a sign the giant boy would start treating him like glass now that his quirk status was out. Cautiously, he made his way to his normal seat between Mei and Shinso. Sitting down and gently shoulder-checking Hitoshi when the insomniac gave him a concerned glance. As he settled into his lunch, the conversations around their group of tables returned to what they had been. The others seemed to decide to give him time to eat, but eventually Yaoyorozu spoke up from her spot across from the short, freckled teen. So Midoriya-kun, are you feeling okay? We were all worried after. She winced a bit at the memory of him being rolled out on a gurney. He gave her a reassuring smile, deciding that honestly was the best policy. He answered. I'm a lot better now after recovery, girl. He helped heal my ribs and lung. Though I'm still a bit sore when I move around a lot. Kaminari took his turn to speak up, his face pale from where he was peering around Todoroki. Your lung. Izuku shrugged with a little dismissive hand wave. Yeah, the Ennomu broke 6 rear ribs when his punch grazed my S-side. And then when I missed my landing after. They punctured my lung. But I got to the hospital in time for the surgery, so it's all good. Could have been worse. The Nomu could have hit me st straight on. He paused slightly in the middle of his explanation, unable to straight out admit he had killed the monster who attacked them. Now everyone around him was looking pale. He blinked around at them in confusion. With a loud sigh, Shinso ran a hand over his pale face, looking more exhausted than ever. Izuku, please. We've been over this. Not everyone is as blaze about horrendous injuries as you are. Have mercy on the poor mortals. Izuku just shrugged and went back to eating, not really sure how to reply to that. He's done stuff like this before. That was Kaminari again, an edge of slight hysteria in his tone. Shinso looked over at his freckled friend, asking with a glance if this conversation was okay. Izuku shrugged and kept eating. Now that he had impulsively told the support students his quirk status, he had no doubt that the whole school would know there was a null in their midst by the end of the week. Hitoshi sighed and took his nonchalance as a sign to continue, pausing just one more second to give him another chance to change his mind. Aizu is quirkless. His last school was not fit. Most of the 1A kids around them froze. The few support students at the tables watched them wearily for reactions. Honestly, the first voice to speak out said exactly what Izuku had come to expect. What the hell? Who let it into UA? There's no way it passed the entrance exam. The small boy with weird purple lumps on his head had stood from his seat and was glaring at him in disgust. Izuku curled in on himself a bit, but kept eating, refusing to make eye contact with anyone. He needed to finish his lunch before it was taken from him, or worse. The angry words from the purple pervert seemed to open the floodgates. Arguments going off all around the group. He couldn't really make out much, but he did catch a few surprisingly supportive comments. That all screeched to a halt once more as Mei stood up and slammed her hands down on the table in an imitation of Kuroyama, only even more powerful. Listen up, assholes. Izuku not only passed the general exam with the highest score ever seen from someone without an intelligence quirk, but he also passed the support and business course exams as well. For those of you muscleheads who can't count, that's 3 exams aced. Out of 4. And he probably would have passed your precious hero exam too if he had tried. He deserves to be here more than any of us. So shut up. Sit down. This is not a debate. But that's twice today the pink-haired girl had put her foot down. After a moment, Yaoyorozu stood as well. From her place across from Izuku, she met his eyes head-on. I agree with Hatsum-chan. I was there with you the entire time we were under attack. You proved yourself intelligent and resourceful. Your skill with martial arts was also very impressive. She bowed her head. I apologize for the rudeness of my classmates. If anyone else says something rude to you in the future, please bring it up with me, and as class representative I will take care of it. She turned to glare at Mineta. As for you, be sure that Aizawa-sensei will hear about your discriminatory comments by the end of the day. Everyone shuddered a bit at the displeasure in her voice, not expecting it from the normally sweet and poised young woman. After she sat back down and went back to eating, Izuku fought back his tears at the kindness he was given. When he was sure he could speak, he looked up from his tray to meet the dark eyes in front of him. Thank you, Yaoyorozu-chan. He gave her a shaky smile before going back to scarfing down the last of his meal. When he finished, he signed to the ones nearest to him that he was going to head to the studio early. Shinso stood when he did and pulled him into a hug before he could grab his tray. If he had been able to see his friend's face, he would have been flustered over the teasing smirk the taller boy was throwing at a couple of boys behind him. Izuku gave his perpetually tired friend a hug in return before pulling away with a sweet smile and grabbing his tray to toss. Mei joined him at this point, shoving the last bite of her rice into her mouth as she stood. Together they made their way back to the support labs. The greenette babbled in sign the entire way down, excited for his first full afternoon in the labs. While he downloaded the program he had written to a tablet for testing, he planned to scan all of his costume and equipment upgrade ideas into the system for review by Power Loader. From there, if they passed scrutiny, the teacher would pass them to Aizawa to show the kids they were meant for. He wondered why Power Loader hadn't done this for the original costume designs. Surely the pro wouldn't have approved of something like Hakigure running around naked, or Uraraka wearing heels. Maybe the third-year students' projects were checked by someone else. More than likely. As he ran a scanner across the pages of his notebook, he sunk deep into thought. Reactions to his quirklessness seemed to be mixed at UA, which was surprising. He had honestly expected to be shunned as soon as he was outed. So to have Kuroyama and Yaoyorozu speak up for him, and to even see others from 1H show up to his lunch group in a more subtle show of apathy if not support. It was so strange. He smiled quietly to himself. Maybe going to school here would be better than he had thought. After dismissal, Izuku checked his phone to see where Shinso was. The whole thing with his current fosters was so new he didn't really know what the routine was going to be. Luckily his friend had texted. Apparently Aizawa wanted to talk to them really quickly before they left for the shop. He snagged Mei by the elbow, guiding her through the halls as she sketched a diagram on some spare graph paper. The halls were congested as students and teachers milled about, heading to their various destinations. Someone bumped Mei's drawing hand and she hissed in irritation as it caused a jagged mark across her page. Izuku paused to make sure she was okay. But just as he started to turn to look and see what had happened, someone practically ran him over. The point of their shoulder was right at the perfect height to slot itself into his already bruised eye socket. The force of the unexpected collision made him fall onto his, but as the sudden flare of pain from his face caused him to yelp. He didn't see who had knocked him over, though he did hear a masculine sorry as the other person apparently hurried off. And now he was on the floor in a busy hallway. Immediately people started tripping over him. He scrambled to get up and made it to his hands and knees before someone stepped on his fingers. His cry was drowned out as yet again someone tripped, instead of catching themselves, though the person fell on top of Izuku, sending the boy to the floor again, this time on his belly and pinned under a heavier body. He wheezed as the other person laid frozen for a second. But another yelp from the boy underneath them as his arm was stomped on sent the other students scrambling. Mei managed to kick it into gear by that point too, standing in the way of people as they walked and shoving people around the two boys on the ground, protecting them from traffic on one side at least. As his victim, secondary assault, hurried to their feet, a knee accidentally found its way into his ribs and his breath left in a silent scream as the still tender area exploded with pain. SHT Midoriya. Hold on. You need to stand. There's a classroom right there. I'm going to help you, okay? The words didn't really sink in as he was too focused on trying to work air back into his lungs. There were hands on his upper arms that tugged him to his feet, and then Mei was on one side. And a blur of yellow was on the other. It took maybe a minute for the three of them to make it to the empty classroom. They sat down against the wall under the smart board to catch their breath. Mei sent off a quick text to Shinso. Izuku curled up around his ribs in an effort to ease the throbbing. The person on his right moved to kneel in front of him and green eyes looked up into bright gold. Kaminari. Dude, I'm so sorry. I didn't see you in time to stop. And then when I was getting up someone kneed me and your ribs. Are they okay? Izuku took a slow, deep breath. Sitting up a bit with a grimace and poking along his side, ignoring the small flares of pain. After a moment he sent a weak smile at the bubbly blonde. I don't think anything is broken, so that's good. Are you okay? You fell pretty strong. And you said you got kneed. He could see the bright red beginnings of a bruise forming on the other boy's cheek, and he frowned with worry. But Kaminari just kind of stared at him with wide eyes. Are you seriously worried about me right now? You just got trampled. But the support student only shrugged as Mei answered a call on her phone. Izuku ignored her as she explained, presumably to Shinso, what had happened and where they were. As she hung up and let them know he and Aizawa were on their way, the green-haired teen shrugged out of his blazer. He started to roll up his sleeve to check the damage where his arm had been stepped on, pausing when he realized one of his fingers wouldn't move. He cursed quietly when he realized it was broken. He continued to struggle with his shirt sleeve, grumbling when he couldn't get the button undone. Hesitantly, Kaminari leaned forwards, making sure Izuku saw him before he took over undoing the button and gently rolling up the sleeve. He paled considerably when he saw the scarring that traced over the freckled skin of Midoriya's forearm and wrist. It was only slightly obscured by the rapid bruising in the shape of a shoe print. Gently the battered boy poked at his arm and rotated his wrist in a slow circle. Well, at least the arm isn't broken? Kaminari let out an incredulous huff at the easy way the other boy was checking himself over. The pink-haired girl to the side looked over the exposed arm and started muttering darkly about finding everyone who had stepped on them and making them grovel for forgiveness. Izuku laughed and waved her off as he felt of his rapidly swelling eye. It's really not that bad, Mei-chan. It's my fault for getting knocked over. It really isn't, Zukuan. That JRK plowed into you and then didn't even stop. The greenette shrugged. But before he could try to talk her out of her rage, the door slid open and Shinso came rushing in from the rapidly emptying hallway. Are you guys okay? He was kneeled down by their little group in an instant. They all saw when purple eyes locked onto Izuku's bruises. The insomniac's expression darkened. He turned towards his classmate with the beginnings of a snarl on his lips. The expression fizzled out though when he caught sight of the blonde's own bruises and worried look. An instant later, Aizawa and Recovery Girl made it to their quiet little room. The school nurse swearing up a storm about how she had told the rat not to let all of the courses out at the same time. She then looked at the huddle of teens on the floor. Who hurts where? Kaminari spoke up before Izuku could calmly give a report to the nurse. Midoriya-kun. His ribs. I really didn't mean to. Please make sure he's okay. They could all feel the exasperation when the nurse sighed. Of course. Midoriya. Shirt off. Once we make sure you aren't bleeding out internally, we can move to the infirmary. Izuku rolled his eyes at the comment but started undoing his buttons as best he could, before pausing to give the electric boy in front of him an uncertain look. If he reacted badly to the scars on his arms, what would he do if he saw the ones splashed across his torso? The other boy took the look to mean something else and blushed furiously, spinning around to sit with his back to Izuku. Sorry. I won't look, I promise. Mei snickered quietly at the scene and green eyes turned to her with a glare. Shinso, of course, took his chance to be a menace. You shouldn't have promised. Aizu is ripped under all of those baggy clothes. Nothing but lithe muscle. It's pretty hot. Izuku sputtered out embarrassed denials, glaring at Hitoshi and missing the red that creeped up Kaminari's neck and ears. Recovery Girl whacked Shinso on the back of the head with her cane and he yelped. Boys. I need you to put away the hormones for a minute so I can check everyone over. Midoriya. Shirt. Mei had to help him with the buttons. His broken finger made it strong to use his right hand. Once they got it open, he lifted his undershirt up so the nurse could take a look at his side. After a moment she nodded. Just some bruising, and it looks like the fresh scars are a bit irritated. Let's head to the infirmary so I can stabilize that finger. No one else has any injuries they're worried about moving with. Let's be off. The 4 teens scrambled to their feet, Mei snagging Izuku's abandoned blazer and Kaminari taking his bag for him, ignoring the objections and the "you don't have to do that" s. As they made their way down the winding halls, Aizawa texted someone on his phone with a frown. Nizu is checking the camera footage. But with that many people, I'm not sure if he will be able to see much. Green eyes peered at the teacher curiously. Why bother? Accidents happen, right? Unless you think. The man ran a hand through his hair with a tired sigh. We aren't taking chances. We don't tolerate bullying or discrimination here, so if he sees something questionable, we need to look into it. Izuku looked at him again, a bewildered expression on his face. Really? That's what? Recovery Girl sked in irritation from the front of their group. Midoriya-kun, this is not Aldra. If anyone here tries anything like what happened there, I'll kick them out on their butt myself. The greenette stopped walking, wide eyes blinking in disbelief that the youthful heroine just cussed, and in defense of him. Kaminari looked over at the other 2 teens mouthing, Aldra. Shinso grimaced and Mei shook her head, whispering that it was Izuku's story to tell. The electricity user thought back to the scars painted across a freckled arm and decided not to pry. Not everyone was free with their stories for a reason after all. When they got to the nurse's lair, she waved the kids over to take seats on a couple of the beds while she puttered around grabbing some supplies. Aizawa looked to Hatsum with a sigh. Call your mom and let her know I'll be driving you 3 to her shop after this. I'm sure Midoriya will be tired after RG uses her quirk, so that'll be quicker and safer than you all taking the train. He looked over at Kaminari. What about you? Will you need a ride? The boy waved him off. I was actually going to go to the library downtown. I need to find some things for ectoplasms class. That piqued a certain green-haired nerd's interest. Ectoplasms. F for you guys, that's algebra, right? What do you need? I have all S sorts of notes and ST study materials. Mei and Hitoshi groaned. Before the perpetually sleepy boy leaned forwards a bit towards the confused Kaminari. You might as well come with us. You've awakened the math demon. And once he sinks his claws into you, well, he sends the other boy a devilish smirk, causing him to fluster. I couldn't. I've already caused enough problems today. You guys don't want to deal with my dumb but when I'm trying to study, I'm sure. That was the wrong thing to say. Suddenly he had a bubble full of indignant green genius. Kaminari Denki. You are not dumb. Someone with such precise control of such a volatile quirk has to be super smart. That's just how it works. That and you passed the general entrance exam, which means you have to be smarter than the average teen. So don't you go calling yourself a dumb butt. Green glared into sunshine yellow fiercely. Kaminari leaned away a bit in an effort to put a bit of space between himself and the boy who was practically in his lap. The movement snapped Izuku out of his little rage sphere and the greenette flushed when he realized how close he had gotten to the other boy. Denki was blessed by a close-up look at cute freckles highlighted against red and he stared at them a bit dazedly. With a cackle, Mei took pity on one of them. Both of them. And snagged Izuku by the shoulder to pull him back. Down, tiger. Izuku plopped back down into his spot on the bed and tried to hide his face with the fingers that weren't broken. Luckily he was saved from the teasing his friends were gearing up for by Recovery Girl dumping an armful of supplies onto a bedside table and getting to work. It was a matter of 10 minutes to get them all sorted and heading down to Aizawa's car in the underground car park. Yamada was already in the driver's seat of the SUV when they got there and the kids piled into the back. Kaminari decided not to question the English teacher's presence in favor of having a minor freak-out in the very back seat while Izuku and Mei babbled about something science in the row in front of him. Shinso, however, raised one knowing eyebrow and gave him that demon smirk one more time before looking out the window and ignoring everyone. Denki wondered which of the two boys would kill him first. When they walked in with a new friend, Mia was overjoyed, flouncing over to introduce herself as Izuku went to clock in. Hi. You're new. My name is Hatsumiya. Welcome to my shop. The blonde boy responded to her enthusiasm with his own naturally bubbly personality. Hatsum. Oh, you must be Hatsum-chan's older sister, he said with a joking wink. The woman cackled. We have a funny one. Just what their little group needs. Come on. Sorry. I'm Kaminari Denki. It's nice to meet you. The woman smiled warmly. Kaminari-kun. The only rules are don't touch anything if you don't know what it does and give Mei's babies a wide berth until they're out of the testing phase. He glanced over nervously at the other teens as they waved him over to the large work surface they were gathered around, taking note of all of the parts and gizmos scattered everywhere. Okay, don't touch anything. Got it? She laughed at the slight fear in his voice. Don't worry, kiddo. If you hang around long enough, I'm sure those two support prodigies will bore some sort of science into your skull. Denki laughed, scratching at the back of his head. I probably need that if I'm honest. Science isn't my strongest subject. Mia gently ushered him towards the others, immediately turning to Izuku when they reached them. Hey kiddo. It's a slow day, we only have 2 orders. If you want to pull one, I'll pull the other and then you can chill and listen for the front. The small teen nodded amicably and snagged the print out of the order form she handed him. Turning towards the newcomer, he smiled. I'll be right back. Why don't you get out your books and stuff so we can get to work when I'm done? Kaminari pulled his pin-studded messenger back up onto the table before him with a nod. With the signal of assent, Izuku hurried off into the maze of shelves. So, Midoriya works here. Shinso hummed in affirmation. Yeah. His mom's stipulation for going to high school was him keeping his job here part-time. Hatsum-san is really good about not working him too strong though, and insists on all of us keeping up with our studies. The blonde tilted his head in confusion. His mom didn't want him to go to high school? Shinso made a SOSO gesture with one hand. It's more she didn't want to lose the extra income, one think. From what he says, finances are kind of tight. Oh, Pale fingers pass a spark back and forth in thought. Doesn't UA have scholarships and programs for that? Mei groaned at the reminder. Believe me, Kamikuin. Mom tried everything to convince that woman to chill. But she doesn't want charity, and she's stubborn as hell. Kaminari hummed as he dug out a few well-chewed pencils from his bag. That's kind of sad. Midoriya-kun deserves to go to school and have downtime if he wants. The other two nodded in solemn agreement as the group faded into an easy silence. It took about 15 minutes for Izuku to finish up the order and make his way back over, rubbing some grease from his hands onto the coveralls he had changed into. All right, you three. Are you ready to learn about exponents and variables? Shinso groaned, and Kaminari started too, before getting distracted by how skin-tight the black undershirt the greenette was wearing was. The sleeves of the coveralls were tied at his waist and hid nothing of the lithe muscles that were being hugged by dark sports spandex. Mei just settled in to make her way through the homework as yet another boy truly started to simp for her friend. The next few days were much of the same: go to school, have classes, work on hero course design corrections and ideas while building his own babies. Then the four of them head to the shop for study time. Kaminari had to head home by dinner time, but every other day Shinso was allowed to stay. Aizawa and Yamada trusting Hatsum-san and understanding that his friendships were important. After dinner they would start to close up shop and hang out for a while longer before everyone would go their separate ways. Going home to that perpetually empty apartment was probably the worst part of Izuku's day. He would do a quick run through the house to make sure everything was clean, before getting ready for bed and hiding himself away in his room. At least with his door closed, he could at least pretend the rest of the apartment wasn't an desolate echo of the home that once was. Sometimes he would manage to catch his mom on break, and they would chat for a few distracted minutes. Izuku was becoming increasingly familiar with the little window that looked out at the break garden. For some reason every time he saw it, it caused some weird niggling question to start to form in the back of his head. But he couldn't quite put his finger on what it was. It was just a garden with a couple of benches where people could go out and smoke. Why was it bothering him? He waved the feeling away every time to ponder another day. He would then eventually make it into bed, usually after staying up late texting his friends and drawing out blueprints. Or losing himself in an in-depth bit of analysis. If he was honest with himself though, even if he missed his mom and the closeness they shared when he was young, he would take his current life over his past any day. Back then he'd only had his mom, and even then she would have bad days where she would come home from work tired and hardly look at him before going to bed. Now he has friends, and a second home, a job, and is working towards a career in the most competitive school in the nation. So while he is sad, it's a sadness that is fairly easy to cope with. What isn't as easy to cope with is the stress of keeping up with his coursework as well as making time for his own projects in the studio. Once the hero students from both Class A and Class B had been given his suit suggestions, an influx of requests had come in. Power Loader had just groaned and started assigning kids from Class H extra projects in order to make sure all of the requests were met as quickly as possible. As soon as one design was turned in, it was handed to the professionals for testing and fine-tuning, and a new project was assigned. 2 weeks in, and Izuku and Mei had single-handedly redesigned 3/4 of the equipment used by the first-year hero course. And Kuroyama had fine-tuned every single outfit design. And that was on top of the support students making their own items to show off during the sports festival that was quickly approaching. Things had been getting better between the three of them and the rest of 1H as well. Frequently others would come up to one of them to ask for help with coding, aesthetics, or troubleshooting. And in return they all watched out for the three prodigies to make sure they didn't get stuck or burned out. Jumping in to hold pieces for welding or pinning, or wiring, and having a chat to bring a bit of fresh air into their spaces. It brought even more relief to Izuku when a classmate showed him such acceptance. It made it easier to relax while in the 1H classroom or support labs. Knowing he wasn't about to get attacked, he could focus in on whatever he was working on. His grades and ridiculous rate of creation showed the improvement. But the best thing to come out of the weeks in between the USJ and the sports festival are the blooming friendships between him and some of the other 1A students. After that first lunch, the groups of people cycling through his table were a lot smaller. But there were constants in the teens they'd had lunch with on the first day of school. Yaoyorozu, Todoroki, and Koda. Shoji, Jiro, and Kaminari were also almost always there as well. The last few seats at the table changed day to day, with people stopping by to ask questions of the support students or to chat about homework with the others. It was nice to have such a diverse group of people to talk to when they wanted. Hitoshi in particular seemed to get along with Jiro. The two had a similar sense of humor, although the girl found it less funny when she was being teased for her crush. Kaminari had also slotted himself seamlessly into the after-school shop sessions. He swore up and down that Midoriya was the only one who explained the homework in a way he could understand. And when Mia had the boy try reading with different colored overlay strips, the energetic boy practically cried because the words stopped shifting around on him. His moms had him tested for dyslexia the next week. When UA was alerted to the diagnosis, they put a plan into place to help him in the classroom. He also joined in on Hitoshi and Izuku's sparring sessions and Mia and Izuku's yoga. He had apparently been wanting to learn more hand-to-hand for ages and jumped at the chance to learn what the smaller green boy could teach him. Hitoshi suspected following along with the yoga was for ulterior motives. But he wasn't complaining, as he enjoyed watching the two other boys go through the workout from his spot on the couch. Denki was surprisingly flexible, though he had nothing on Izuku, who had been using yoga to help work his way through mental blocks for almost a year by that point. Mei was always a menace when she caught him staring, though. Like she could talk. He had seen the way she looked at the pink-skinned girl from his class. The day of the sports festival dawned bright and chilly. The spring still holding on to the nights. It would heat up quickly as the sun burned off the last of the dew from the grass. But until then, Izuku made sure to keep his hands in his pockets while he walked down the streets. Cold fingers were the worst when your hands were covered in scars. He had to yank them free in order to catch an airborne hatsum, though. She, Kaminari, and Shinso had been waiting under the tree right on the inside of the gate, and the flying tackle was quickly becoming her favorite way to greet Izuku when he was the last one there. He grunted as she slammed into him and then spun her around to dissipate the force, both so he wouldn't fall and because it always made her giggle. He set her down gently and let her tug him over to their little group. "Gee, good morning, everyone." Hitoshi waved with a yawn, and the electric blonde gave him a nervous smile. "Did either of you get any SL sleep at all?" The purple insomniac gave him his signature smirk. "Really, Izu? You're going to ask me that?" The greenette planted his hands on his hips. "Shinso Hitoshi. I know Diamenwell Aizawa offered you some of those low-grade sleeping pills." The other boy shrugged and looked away. "Did you not take them?" "No, I did." "And you didn't sleep?" Pale fingers rubbed tiredly at purple eyes, his aloof facade in shambles before the storm of green as always. "I was so nervous I ended up fighting them, so, yeah, no sleep." Kaminari gave the taller teen a supportive pat on the shoulder. "I know how you feel, man. My mom's had to yell at me to stop sparking like 4 times last night. This is such a big event for the hero course. The thought of F it up and getting booted is terrifying." The pale brainwasher went paler at that thought. "Dude." Denki pulled his hand away to use it to scratch the back of his head with a strained laugh. "Sorry. I just can't stop thinking about it." Mei groaned dramatically. "The chances of that are extremely low. First of all, someone would have to do good enough to compete with you hero jocks. And then they would have to actually want to transfer. Don't most general education students want to transfer?" Kaminari groaned, running a stressed hand through his hair again. Izuku held up a hand placatingly. Okay. Sichel. There have only been 3 TR transfers in the last 10 years. With all of the training you two have done, I doubt you will fail badly enough to be the one they cut on ditch. The odd chance it happens again." Shinso rolled his eyes again. "Says the support student who regularly kicks both of our asses." The freckled boy flushed, and the other two felt themselves melting a bit at his adorableness, some of the tension draining from their shoulders. Mei gagged at their show of gay pining and started dragging Izuku away from them. "Come on. Let's get to our classrooms before we're marked as absent." Izuku walked onto the turf as 1H was called. The rest of his class a wild gaggle around him, not caring to try and walk in a neat line as those who were done with their support gear for the day dragged along those tightening last-minute screws and taping sparking wires. The group stumbled to a stop in a mass next to the orderly lines of hero and general students. making the divisions between them even more crystal clear. Izuku giggled to himself at some of the looks they were getting from the Gen Ed kids. When he finally turned to face the stage where Midnight was standing and preparing to give the opening speech, his eyes almost bugged out of his head at her outfit. That was his design. The one Majima-sensei had had him scan on the first day of classes. No one had told him she was going to use the design. He inevitably found himself looking over the design with a critical eye, noting the slight changes in the positioning of the zippers and the lovely scroll work on the bracers protecting her forearms. After a moment she caught him looking and sent a smug wink at his floored expression. As the last business class walked primly into position, the Greenette took a moment to center himself again, deciding to ask Majima later why he hadn't been informed of his design being in use. He tuned in to what was going on around him once more as Midnight started up the opening speech, welcoming the spectators and going over the basic rules for the day. Eventually she wound down her part and a sneaky grin stole across her face. And now for the student pledge. For our first-year representative we have the support prodigy who scored the highest we've seen on the entrance exam in years, as well as the kiddo who designed the fabulous new outfit I'm debuting today. His heart sank as his brain caught up with what was happening. Midoriya Izuku, please step forward and inspire us all with that brilliant mind of yours. Oh God. Kuroyama had to nudge him forwards before he was able to remember how walking worked. He was sure he was pale. He was 110% sure he was shaking. But he still managed to make it onto the stage without tripping, so one win in the bag. Now he just had to make up a speech on the spot. As he was handed the microphone he took a deep breath and thought strong about the school year they had all had so far. About getting to watch the hero classes, about the USJ, about his lunches with his friends. He took a deep breath and did his best to try and formulate a way to put his feelings into words. Oh gods. Don't stutter. Please don't stutter. Channel your inner present Mike. You've got this. Here at you, he began, thankful when his voice only shook a little bit. We are all invited to push ourselves to the brink every day. To better ourselves in every way in order to better both our futures and the futures of everyone we will ever come into contact with. The amount of brilliance and determination I see while walking down these halls every day is breathtaking. It's also an inspiration. Because of my fellow students, I find the fire needed to reach a little bit farther towards my goals. Here at UA we give each other the push we need to do better, be better. In all ways, physical, mental and moral. I have never met so many kind-hearted and stubborn people, and I am privileged to be able to stand here today with them and enter into a competition that is that next step we need on our paths to those better futures. To all of my year mates, all I can say is, stand with pride at all you have accomplished so far, and get ready to push farther. Go beyond. The resounding plus ultra he gets from the spectators and students would probably have busted his old hearing aids. His shaky hands all but throw the microphone back at Midnight as she claps him on the back. He made good on his escape, merging with the rest of 1H and doing his best to smile back at the small shoulder pats and words of praise he received on his way back to his friends. He was sure he was pale as a sheet by this point. Public speaking was the most terrifying thing he had ever done. He was so thankful he didn't stutter. May rubbed his back consolingly as Midnight got the crowd back under control. Eventually they were able to move on to the announcement of the first event. With her normal flair for dramatics, the woman declared that it will be an obstacle course. That boded well for any of his classmates if their designs are field ready. He does one last inventory of his own gear. As the shoes were a joint project and the bombs were Kuroyama's creation, he didn't have those with him for today. He did have his repaired and improved Kayaketsushogue. And a multifunctional gun he was dying to get a chance to test. He knew Mirokuma-sensei would probably growl about the contraption. His dislike for guns was well known. But Izuku knew a lot of heroes could potentially benefit from the ease of use and the special ammo it was built to shoot. Hopefully the support companies who would be watching today would agree if he was able to show off what he could do. Other than those two, most of his other gear was more subtle, things he had thought of as he remade the outfit that had been trashed at the USJ. Fingerless gloves with brass knuckles built in, which with the press of a button would turn into the short but efficient claws of Bognock. He also had retractable cleats built into the bottoms of the guards that covered his shoes. The metal that wrapped up over his toes and heels would make for stronger, more solid kicks, and the cleats made sure he would have traction if the footing got dicey. Admittedly, he didn't make very many things for the festival, his focus being on perfecting the things he was bringing and on designing the things needed by the hero course. After all, a sports festival, while important, was not more important than the lives of the kids he was meant to be supporting. He took a deep breath, scoping out the entrance to the obstacle course. He realized instantly that it would be a problem. He frowned before snapping his fingers when he had an idea. Quickly he did a few stretches, trying to make sure he wouldn't pull anything in his legs with his upcoming stupid moves. He clicked his heels together and the spikes of the cleats popped out with a quiet thump against the turf. When the buzzers sounded, he took off running with the rest of the crush of students. But as he neared the milling mess at the opening to the tunnel, he jumped. Digging his cleats into the wall for grip, he shoved off and turned his body so one foot would catch the opposite wall. Back and forth he launched from wall to wall above the other students' heads. He felt a blast of icy air and watched as a bunch of the teens below him were frozen in place. Todoroki. He did his best to keep his momentum, not wanting to fall on the others while he had metal spikes sticking out of his shoes. As he made it to the end of the corridor, he spotted his next little challenge. The ground all the way out of the exit and for another few yards was completely iced over. He looked around for the best place to land. He took a deep breath as he launched himself away from the wall one last time. If he didn't hit this landing just right, there was a good chance of breaking his ankle. The metal under his soles hit the ice with a clink, and he skidded forwards for a few feet before the spikes finally found purchase. And then he was running, digging his cleats into the frosted ground to keep himself upright. He looked around to see who else had made it through. He saw a lot of Class 1A and several kids from 1B. And then he noticed Hatsum cackling as she flew over all of them. He grinned at the display of her excitement and forced himself to run faster so he wouldn't fall behind. He flinched back a bit as the next obstacles suddenly loomed. Present Mike introduced them as the robots from the entrance exam, and Izuku blanched a bit. Shinso had fought robots that huge. What kind of crack was this school on? Two of the robots were suddenly encased in ice, standing a moment before falling with a crash. Scratch the first thought, what kind of crack was Todoroki on? He kept running, noticing the swarm of smaller robots at the feet of the giants. He inclined his Kayaketsu and prepared to fight his way through. A bang from above and the familiar smell of nitroglycerin made him flinch. He saw Bakugo throw himself over the downed bots with the help of his explosions and frowned. He had honestly forgotten the other boy would be there today. He forced himself to keep moving. He could panic about competing with Kachan later. He reached the first few robots and lashed out with the weighted end of his weapon, SWNG, in a horizontal motion so it would wrap around a robot's neck. When it had a good grip, he yanked back harshly, expecting greater resistance, and almost overbalanced when the head popped off easily. So they weren't very strong to break. That would make this a lot easier. Instead of reeling the cord back in, he swung it to the right, robot head and all, and smashed it into one of its friends who had the audacity to target him. Then he took off at a dead sprint through the opening he had created, wrapping the cord around his palm to his elbow to shorten the length he was working with. The chunk of scrap came free as it jerked forwards, and it launched itself into the glass eyes of another robot, shattering them and blinding the machine. He almost paused at the shock of the lucky shot but made himself keep running. He dodged a couple of flailing limbs and a misfired laser from Aoyama, then he was scrambling through the legs of one of the giant bots. With a sigh of relief, he realized he was free of the mess of the fight. He saw the next obstacle and internally groaned. There was no quick way to make it across that. If only he had been allowed to bring the boots. He sighed and got on with it. Returning his Kayaketsu to its spot around his hips, he got started, hanging upside down and scooching his way across like a koala. He was glad for his upper body strength. He was sure if his arms weren't so built up from all of the training and lifting he had been doing recently, then he would be pulling himself across a lot slower. He grunted in frustration as he saw Ida slide his way across, and Uraraka hop nimbly from platform to platform. Lucky jerks with their lucky quirks. He wondered how far ahead Kachan was. He groaned as he pulled himself up onto the other cliff. He panted, wiping a hand across his freckled face to keep the sweat from stinging his eyes. With a deep breath, he leveled himself to his feet and forced himself to keep moving, completely ignoring the tired burn in his arms and legs from the workout. When he reached the next section of the course, he didn't understand what he was looking at first. His ears were ringing too much to have caught whatever introduction Mike had given. Then a pink cloud blasted up from where Uraraka stepped, and it clicked. Mine's. He could work with that. Quickly he snagged some rocks from the ground and shoved them into his pockets. He wasn't sure how much pressure was needed to set off the device hiding under the dirt, but if Uraraka was setting them off, then it couldn't be much. He backed up, readying himself for a running start. With one more deep breath to calm the anxiety pending in his. At the sound and sight of explosions, he raced forwards. Just before he reached the edge of the minefield, he jumped once again, landing a few feet in on one foot just between two mines. He didn't waste the momentum, hopping forwards to land in a handstand. He would have to thank his instructors in yoga and martial arts once more when this was all over. The quick tumbling lessons he had gone over with Mirokuma and the flexibility gained from daily sessions with Hatsum-san served him well as he made his way through the mines. If Izuku had been able to break concentration for even a moment, he would have noticed when he overtook several of the hero students and Mei. As it was, he wasn't paying attention to the people around him at all until he noticed that he had closed the distance on the two frontrunners. As he carried through a back handspring, he caught sight of Bakugo and Todoroki fighting a little ways ahead. He realized they were well within range, and an almost feral grin split his face. And he leapt forwards, and to the right he dug the rocks out of his pocket. The next few leaps and flips brought him a bit more to the right of the other boys. It was time. When he was at the apex of his next jump, he tossed the rocks as strong as he could right in front of where Bakugo was going to be. He was right about the devices not taking much to set off. He didn't get to see what happened next as he had to focus on his own landing. But he heard the bang and the enraged screams loud and clear through his hearing aids. He laughed maniacally when he was next given a chance to look and saw Bakugo cursing up a storm as he tried to catch back up with Todoroki. He was surprised to notice that the blast had pushed him far enough back that even Izuku had pulled ahead of him. If Deku got second place instead of him, he would absolutely hate it. A vindictive voice that sounded suspiciously like Shinso crowed with glee, and Izuku picked up the pace even more, forcing his tired limbs to keep moving. He reached the edge of the field and took off at a sprint once again, seeing the red and white hair of Todoroki pass through the tunnel ahead of him. He glanced back in time to see Bakugo accidentally set off another mine with his quirk, and the greenette giggled at actually getting to see the other boy get blasted back a few meters. Then he was into the shade of the tunnel and he faced forwards once more. He heard Present Mike calling out his name when he made it through to the other side. He slowed as he made it far enough away from the mouth of the tunnel to not get trampled by others and stopped. Bracing his hands on his knees as he panted, he gazed up at the huge scoreboard. There was his name, right in second place. Holy viti. After a moment he glanced around and noticed Todoroki staring at him, an unreadable look on his face. Izuku smiled and nodded at the quietest of his lunch buddies. But before he could try and say anything around his rough breathing, there was the sound of a blast and angry yelling. And then something was yanking him up by the back of his collar. The greenette choked at the pressure around his throat. Oh God. That was Kachan. He had dared to be Kachan. He was swung around to meet the raging blonde, his collar still firmly in the other's grasp. Kachan. He struggled to get the name out around the pressure on his larynx. You stupid Deku. What the F was that? You cheating F. Green eyes began to tear up as the panic started to set in. This was how he would die. On national television, taken out by his childhood friend. Then a pale hand was latching into Bakugo's wrist. The two boys looked to see who would interfere and came face to face with cold heterochromatic eyes. Bakugo. Let Midoriya go. Ha! Who are you giving orders to, you half and half BS dirty? When he didn't let go right away, Todoroki's knuckles whitened as he increased pressure on the other's wrist. Eventually the strain on his tendons was too much and Bakugo's grip released. Izuku scrambled back and Todoroki stepped in between him and the walking explosion. They stared each other down for a full minute before the tension was broken by Shinso running up to the small group. The purple-eyed insomniac looked between the three of them, sussing out the issue instantly. He snagged Izuku and started dragging him away, tossing "Thanks Todoroki" over his shoulder as he went. When they were far enough away that they couldn't see Bakugo through the growing crowd of teens who had finished the race, the greenette all but collapsed into his friend. "Holy," he mumbled, shaking slightly as the adrenaline left him. "Godzu," the taller boy muttered as he ruffled green curls. "That took some ball. When I saw you blast that but back I almost SHT myself. I laughed way too strong. It's thanks to you that I got 16th place instead of 7th or so. It's strong to dodge around a minefield while laughing your butt off." Izuku whined and covered his face as he flushed. "He's going to kill me, Toshi. Oh gods. What was I thinking?" His friend snickered and dodged the elbow aimed for his ribs. "I'm sure you'll be fine, Zu." The second round was decided. A cavalry battle. And Izuku had the second most amount of points. It was no 10 million, thank the gods. R.I.P. Todoroki. But still, a target was on his back. And now he needed to find a team who would be willing to work with the Quirkless kid. He looked hesitantly over his shoulder at Shinso. The other boy was looking over the point distributions on the large screen above the stage. But after a second he seemed to notice Izuku's gaze. When they locked eyes, the taller boy seemed confused by his friend's expression, before realization dawned and he let out an exasperated huff. "Of course we're going to be on the same team, dummy. Let's go find May." The blinding grin he got in response made him give his own small smile in return. They threaded through to the back of the crowd, knowing she had retreated earlier to look over her equipment. "Mei-chan. Wanna team up?" She enthusiastically agreed, tightening one last screw on her jetpack. She stood so they could hunt down one last teammate. They didn't get very far before said teammate instead hunted them. "Hey guys." The bubbly voice of Uraraka called out to them, grabbing their attention with an added wave. "Can I join your team?" Izuku lit up, instantly muttering about how useful her quirk was and the beginnings of plans. Shinso gave her his easy grin and gestured to his friend who was too deep in his head to notice. "This means yes." She giggled in response and bounced the rest of the way up to the group. "So, what's the plan?" At the starting buzzer they were off, running clockwise around the edge of the arena even as most of the other teams beelined towards Team Todoroki. Izuku scanned the path ahead as he sat up on the shoulders of Uraraka and Shinso. "To the right," he called, and they changed directions accordingly. He lashed out a hand and snagged the headband of a distracted Class B student as they ran past. He quickly tied it around his neck as he kept a lookout for their next target. This was the main body of their plan. So, while everyone was distracted, they would snag as many points for themselves as they could. Of course, there were contingency plans as well. Izuku wanted to leave nothing to chance. Shinso and Uraraka deserved to move on to the next round, and Hatsum wanted to use the sports festival as much as possible to be able to impress the support companies that were watching. He would make sure they moved on. He dodged a swipe from Ajui's tongue and retaliated with a shot from the gun cradled in his right hand. The bullet exploded into a net with spider's silk thin cords. They were slightly sticky and very easy to get tangled up in. He watched as Shoji went down as his leg got caught up with his arm. The green net winced a bit as the other boy hit the ground with a harsh smack, and the two smaller teens he was carrying launched across the turf with twin oomphs. "Oops. Sorry," he called out as they ran past, and Uraraka snagged the headband from Ajui. The next few minutes passed by in a similar way, them sneaking around and snagging whatever they could, occasionally retaliating with Izuku's gun when needed. And then the timer hit 3 minutes and present mic betrayed them. Wow. Watch all the little listeners go. With 3 minutes left, we have a surprising lineup. Currently in first after having played past the potato with the 10 million is Team Bakugo. Second is the shockingly mixed Team Midoriya. Third is Fifif. He tuned out the rest of the announcer's rambles as a whole slew of teams suddenly turned towards them. Of course, they would make a more viable target than the walking bomb of Kachan's team. He takes a deep breath as the others approach. Plan space jump. Brace yourselves. Uraraka tapped all 4 of them with her quirk, and Izuku prepared to flip the SWs on the jetpack May had strapped to his back. The controls on it were strong to use, but he would have to make do in order to get his team out of the press of aggressors coming right for them. At the last possible moment he hit the button on the joystick he had clipped to a lead connected to his jacket. He angled it forward slightly as they rose into the air quickly with their reduced weight. Once they had made it over the group of students that were gunning for them, he angled the stick more to bring them in for a landing and then hit the button to turn off the propulsion system once more. When they were a foot off the ground, Ochako returned their weight and they landed in a dead sprint. Team Midoriya ran in an arc, keeping near the wall as they were chased by a mob of super-powered teens. Occasionally one of the other teams would manage to get close enough to attack and they would have to jump again, bouncing around like an evasive bunny. Their luck ran out at the 1-minute mark. Apparently they had gotten too close to Team Bakugo. And the other boy had seen a chance for a little revenge. So as they hopped into the air to avoid the quicksand trap set by Hananuki, they were met by a flying feral blonde with a vendetta. Izuku yelped, twisted to dodge the explosion aimed right at his face. Unfortunately, the jet pack took the full force of the attack instead. The sudden force of the straps across his shoulders as the device was forced away from the strike was painful. And then Izuku noticed it was smoking. Fearfully, he scrambled out of the device's confines and tossed it to the ground below them. As soon as it hit, it exploded, sending the still airborne teens flying across the arena and knocking over several of the teams still on the ground. My baby. OSHT May was pissed. That BSTRD killed my baby. I want payback. Ah well, there was no saying no to her now. Plan boom. He responded as they landed near Team Bakugo. Zero was reeling in the flying sparkler as they turned onto their target. Ready. Izuku waited half a second, just long enough for Bakugo to regain his seat. The three teens holding him in dashed forwards and Izuku reached a hand out right as his ex-friend sensed his danger and turned to face him. With a grin, the green-haired support student snatched the 10 million point headband right off of him, before tossing it in the air and shooting it with his gun. With a boom, the bullet let off a small explosion, and the headband went up in flames. The whole stadium sat frozen in shock even as the final buzzer sounded. But May took the moment to gloat. Turning back around to the ash blonde who was glaring murder at her team, she crowed. Hell yeah, that's what you get. An eye for an eye, beach. Hurt my babies and I hurt you. She fist-pumped even as Shinso devolved into cackling laughter at her antics. Izuku flinched at the rage that the taunts ignited in Bakugo's eyes. He tapped the shoulders he was sat upon to signal he wanted down as Present Mike seemed to snap out of his shock. Wow, listeners! What a stunning last-minute turn around pulled off by Team Midoriya. With 3 seconds left on the clock, they managed to steal and then destroy the coveted 10 million point headband, not only solidifying their own place in first place with Midoriya having kept his own team's headband worth 645 points. Added to that, they managed to snag several other headbands at the start of the round for a total of 2,005 points. Second place goes to Team Todoroki, who managed to freeze a few competitors in the last minutes to snag the extra points needed. Their total is 1,105. Third is Team Tokoyami with 2 hero classes working together. They managed 950 points. And last but not least, even though at the last second they were knocked from the first place throne, Team Bakugo still has just enough points to move on to the next round, scraping by with 245 points. Oh, Izuku needed to hide before Bakugo destroyed him. Alright listeners, we are taking an hour break for lunch. Go cool off after that explosive show. There are food stalls set up for visitors just outside the stadium. Students, you can either enjoy those as well or make your way to the cafeteria for Lunch Rush's usual miracles. Okie dokie. Stay tuned. In an hour we will have the regular sports festival games as we gear up for the finals. As soon as they were dismissed, the green-haired boy made a beeline for the tunnels, his friends following along dutifully, determined to not let himself be cornered by his old bully. They made their way to the vendor stalls, weaving through the crowds with a bit of struggle. May broke off to grab them a few orders of takoyaki. Hitoshi spied a drink vendor and headed that way. Izuku saw a stir-fry stall and decided to make that his contribution. He tried not to cringe at the price as he paid for himself and his 2 friends. After he snagged 3 orders, he looked around for his friends. May was still haggling with the vendor. Shinso was leaned against the wall of the stadium looking exasperated. With a grin, Izuku caught his eye and gestured towards the girl. After a moment of consideration, the purple-eyed teen let loose an exasperated sigh and stomped towards the rogue mechanic. He tossed some money onto the counter and dragged their friend and her portion of their lunch back towards the main school building. They set up their improvised picnic under a tree a good deal away from the crowds. They each traded their extra portions around before digging in. As they sat and chatted, a few others from their classes came and went, stopping in the shade to inhale their own snacks and chat before running off to go talk to someone else they had seen. It was a nice lunch. What was less nice was walking back into the arena to find most of the girls from 1A looking embarrassed while wearing horribly garnished cheerleading uniforms. Jiro practically hiding behind the taller Yaoyorozu. Izuku glanced over his shoulder to where Shinso had been walking, only to find that the taller boy had vanished. He spun until he found his friend stalking off towards two of his other classmates. Quickly identified them as a slightly uncomfortable-looking Kaminari and a gleeful Mineta. So that's what was going on. The greenette sat back and watched as his friend took care of the situation. He was too far away to hear what was said, but from the stance and Kaminari's face, he could guess at the lecture. The electric blonde seemed to agree quickly enough and turned to the girls as if to apologize. But the smaller of the purple boys didn't seem repentant at all. Izuku grinned as he saw Hitoshi's stance turn from protective anger into righteous virality. It only took a few short threats before the tiny pervert scampered off into the tunnels. Mei was giggling by that point, having caught on to what was up. After a second, she skipped off towards the other girls. He pretended he didn't hear her loudly complimenting her fellow Pinkette on the outfit. Izuku took a few deep breaths as he walked forward, trying to force down the anxiety making his insides squirm uncomfortably. He climbed the few short steps and listened as Midnight went over the rules with them one more time. His Kayaketsushoge was in his hand down at his side. He didn't want to have to unclip it and waste time once the fight started, but he also didn't want to be accused of cheating. So it remained at rest. As soon as Midnight called the start, Izuku dodged to the side, just barely making it out of Ida's range as the other boy passed. Coming out of his roll, he popped up to his feet and swung the weighted end of his weapon in a wide arc, the cord unfurling with a snap as it went. Ida stumbled as halfway through his turn his legs were suddenly ensnared and he went down, strong. A green blur was on him in an instant, pinning the bigger boy on his front by yanking his arm back into a pressure hold. Midnight gave them a second, and then when Ida admitted he couldn't get free, she called it. And just like that, the first match went to the Quirkless support student. Freckled hands trembled a bit with leftover adrenaline as he helped the blue-haired teen untangle himself and stand, trying his best to ignore the confused but impressed comments from the stands. Sorry about that, Ida. You fell pretty strong. Are you okay? Yes. Thank you, Midoriya. That was a wonderful move. Maybe we can spar together sometime so I can get more practice fighting against weapons. Izuku grinned up at him as they made their way across the pitch, together this time. Sure. SP sparring with the Mirokumas gets kind of repetitive. The Mirokumas. As in Mirokuma Kiba. Izuku tilted his head in confusion at the tone. Yes. The other boy chopped his hand excitedly. My brother plans to have him tutor me over the summer break. He is a fantastic instructor. No wonder you are so talented with your martial arts. Izuku rubbed the back of his neck with an awkward giggle. Why? I've been going to his self-defense classes for a few years. It's just recently that I started having PR private lessons. They passed Tetsu in the hall, the steel-skinned teen obviously in the zone. I'm going be back to the ST stands. IW want to check on 1H and make sure and no one got hurt during the OB obstacle course. Are you going to CL Class 1A's box? First I have to make a phone call to my brother. Izuku smiled and nodded at the show of familial devotion. I'll see you later then. As the other boy stalked off towards the locker rooms, the freckled teen took a left and walked up the stairs towards the student boxes. Once up the stairs, he looked out over the stands. The first box on this side was 1K. He nodded to the business students he vaguely recognized from around the school and started looking for his own class. There was. He stepped past the short partition and into their seating area, only to be swarmed immediately. The press of noise was a bit too much for him to really understand what they were saying. He did catch a few shouts of congratulations and questions on his field review of his gear so far, but not much else. Eventually Kuroyama was shoving his way between them. Even his considerable bulk had some trouble shifting the rabid support students in order to give Izuku some breathing room. All right. Enough. He doesn't need you all swarming him. But back you creatines. Izuku giggled at the overdramatic display. I'm glad to see everyone is okay. His hulking friends spun to look at him. None of us got more than a few bumps and bruises. Though we've all got tons of ideas for support items to start on when we get back. The Greenette smiled and let the others ramble to him about the ideas they came up with when they got stuck on the obstacle course. Apparently only about half of them even made it to the fall. And from there only 4 made it to the minefield. As Izuku congratulated Kuroyama on actually being able to make it through to the end, though a few places too far behind to qualify for the second round, a voice called out over their little partition from the hall. Hey Midoriya. Good job on your fight, bro. He turned just in time to see Kaminari disappear from where his head had popped up from over the low wall. And then the excitable blonde was cheerfully waving from the entrance, making sure it was okay to intrude on their space. Hi Kaminari. Thanks. Kuroyama excitedly waved the other boy forwards and Kaminari beamed at him before running over and excitedly bouncing in place. For real though, man. You were like, what? Ben, Dunzo. It was so cool. Izuku flushed bright red as the hero student layered on the praise while mimicking his earlier dodging and counterattacking. It wasn't that great. I just got in a lucky shot. He got distracted from trying to deny more by midnight announcing the start of the next match. Izuku frowned down at where he could see Tetsu and Kirishima squaring up. This might take a while. Kaminari and Kuroyama looked at his curiously. Their quirks are too similar. This is going to end up as a B battle of ST stamina. Kuroyama perked up. Great. He smacked his large hand down on Kaminari's shoulder and guided him towards the benches. This means we have time to talk about your suit upgrades? Izuku grinned and followed them, sitting down next to the hero kid just in case he needed to bail him out. He knew very well how intense the support class could be. In the end, neither of the two competitors won. They both passed out from exhaustion at the exact same time. Present Mike announced that there would be a tiebreaker when both of them had awoken. Up next was Uraraka versus Shiro. Izuku mumbled theories under his breath and the other two boys stopped their enthusiastic discussion to listen in. So Shiro has the advantage of reach. But Uraraka is fast and nimble. If she can dodge and get close to him, she might be able to tag him with her quirk and toss him from the ring, but Fencer Rokuden Durakamite. When his mutters turned into indistinguishable mush as his brain moved faster than his body could keep up, Kuroyama started up their discussion on target discs as a viable support item. Down below, Uraraka managed to get in close and smack Shiro across the face. The smack was loud enough to hear in the stands and Izuku leaned forwards in anticipation, waiting to see if any of his predictions came through. The young heroine grabbed hold of her opponent and spun him around to build up momentum for her toss. Shiro was almost over the line, but then he shot out a length of tape and wrapped it around Uraraka in a move similar to how Izuku caught Ida. Unfortunately, Uraraka didn't see the danger until too late and was already in motion to release her quirk. As his gravity returned, Shiro had the leverage he needed. In an impressive show of core strength, he grabbed the tape and torqued his body, pulling Uraraka harshly off of her feet. She landed with an oomph, one foot touching the ground outside of the marked line just a second before Shiro himself hit the grass. Midnight pronounced Shiro's win as Yamada enthusiastically praised both of the fighters for the close match. Even Aizawa pitching in to give a begrudging compliment. Izuku buzzed with excitement before Kaminari grinned over at him. Do you want to go say hi to them? I think Mei and Shinso are with 1A right now. So you can go talk to Shiro and Uraraka and then chill with them. Izuku paused where he was bouncing in his seat and then nodded enthusiastically. When the two stood, Kuroyama did as well. May I come too? I would like to talk to Mei about the functionality of a disc shooter. Sure man. The more the merrier. With that, the three of them headed out, walking around the top of the stadium towards the hero course boxes. When they arrived, Kaminari called out a greeting. "Hey guys! Look who I found." They walked through the entrance and were bombarded by welcomes and compliments on Izuku's match. Mei was on them in an instant, babbling about all of the things she had been talking to the hero kids about. Izuku smiled and nodded along even as he signed a greeting to Shinso, who waved from his spot on a bench near the front. As they all waited on the next match, they chattered to each other, the hero students bouncing from one conversation to another with ease. After a moment, Izuku retreated to Shinso, Mei following along without pausing in her ramble. The next fight ended quickly and with a fairly predictable win. Aoyama just didn't have the mobility or the tenacity to take down Bakugo. As the match ended, Mei scampered over to the other pink-themed girl in the stands near them and all but dragged her away. It was their turn next after all. Izuku hoped she asked before she used the other girl for her plan. But knowing Mei, she was already 3 steps ahead in her mind space and would probably forget to communicate. The way the fight went actually surprised him though. It seemed like Mei changed her plan after all. Instead of Ishido using the gear Mei had made, Mei was using it all herself, narrating over hijacked loudspeakers as they went. Mei would pull out a baby, Ishido would see what it was and attack as if she knew what it did, and then Mei would counter with the invention. And then the dance would begin again. Izuku was on the edge of his seat the whole time. There were so many gadgets that Mei had never even mentioned to him. Oh, he was so hacking her computer in the lab to see what else she had been holding out on him. After about 30 minutes of grandstanding and playing up to the support companies who were watching, Mei finally showed off her last bit of gear. A shimmery smoke bomb in her trademark pink. And that, folks, ends today's demonstration. Please give it up for my lovely assistant Ishido Mina from 1A. As Mina waved to the crowd, the support student went on. And remember, if you need gear without peer, come to me. This is Mei Hatsum of Hatsum Incorporated signing off. With that, she stepped out of bounds with a grin. Midnight was giggling uncontrollably as she announced Ishido the winner. And then the 2 girls walked off the pitch arm in arm. Izuku smiled at their antics, writing down all of the questions he had for Mei in his notebook so he could quiz her when they got home. It was good to see her getting along with other people their age, especially people he himself didn't really hang out with much. He was really happy she had made a friend. Izuku leaned forwards with anticipation as Shinso and Kaminari walked into the ring. This next fight could really go either way. Izuku knew Hitoshi had been doing his best to avoid using his quirk in class. And the couple of times he did use it, he tried to hide its activation requirement with things like eye contact or 5-point physical touch. So Kaminari didn't know how Shinso's quirk worked. But Shinso knew all about Kaminari's quirk and its drawbacks. That being said, the electrical quirk was exceptionally powerful. So this match really came down to whether or not Shinso was able to dodge long enough to ensnare the blonde. They started off with a bang. Lighting flew as Kaminari electrified the ground. But Hitoshi was ready, jumping up and forwards, managing to dodge the worst of the shocks, though the static made his already wild hair poof out even more than normal. He landed in a crouch right as his blonde opponent stood. In one smooth movement, he latched a hand around the other boy's exposed ankle and heaved himself up, levering Kaminari onto his butt. Before the electrical teen could right himself, he was pinned and Hitoshi was smirking down at him, asking him a question. Kaminari answered with a smirk of his own as his hands once again started sparking. But it was over. His face blanked and his hands fell to his sides as Hitoshi took control. The purple-themed teen stood slowly before ordering his opponent to stand and leave the ring. The crowd went wild with confusion and astonishment as the fight was called. Izuku and Mei went wild with glee. Though the Greenette did plan to give Kaminari some tips for his quirk as a consolation later. And he knew Mei was already drawing up plan for more support gear for him in her head. The 2 boys joined their friends back in the box as Yaoyorozu and Tokoyami took the stage. Their fight was over a lot more quickly. Izuku frowned in disappointment as Momo hesitated after making a shield. If she had been quick enough, she could have made a light source and won. But Dark Shadow managed to push her out of bounds before she got her head around an idea. As they left the arena after a civil handshake, Izuku stood. His next fight was coming up quick after all. He waved his friends off, stating he wanted a quiet moment to think and then left for the green rooms. The way down beneath the stadium was winding. Eventually he pulled up the map on his phone so he knew he wouldn't end up lost and forfeiting his match. He managed to make it to the room labeled with his name just as Todoroki and Hananuki made their way through the exits onto the pitch. The small screen set into the wall showed the fight as it played out above him. Izuku started on his favorite yoga routine as he watched, feeling better as he took mediated breaths and let his mind be distracted by the fight. It wasn't as quick as one would have originally thought. Todoroki started right off the bat with a power move that stunned the audience. An Arctic glacier appeared in the ring to completely immobilize his opponent. Anyone but Hananuki that move might have worked. But what is softened ice if not water? The resulting splash as the glacier melted doused the first 3 rows of seats on the south side of the stadium, much to the spectators' displeasure. Izuku leaned further into his toe touch as the camera showed Todoroki's disgruntled expression. Hananuki really was a bad match for the ice user. The next few minutes were a flurry of ice and water as Todoroki struck out in an effort to catch his opponent and Hananuki countered with his own quirk, dancing around to avoid getting caught by any ice before he could soften it. After a bit of this, the heterochromatic teen seemed to get frustrated enough to resort to hand, closing in quickly. Hananuki started to crouch, obviously intending to soften the ground and trip the other fighter up. But Todoroki was surprisingly quick. He closed in and kicked up, forcing Hananuki to stand or take a tennis shoe to the face. As the student from 1B stumbled back, Todoroki revealed his plan. He stomped his foot, sending a sheet of smooth ice racing across the ring and then struck his opponent with a well-placed palm to the sixth. Hananuki skidded back several feet as he desperately pinwheeled his arms to keep from falling. The crowd screamed as they realized he had been pushed out of bounds. Midnight called the fight as Present Mike hyped up the final move and gave a few congratulatory words. Todoroki gave a polite bow to his defeated foe before turning and leaving without a word. Izuku took a few more deep breaths as robots descended to clean up as much of the rapidly melting ice and water as they could. Looked like he was up. Kirishima stared him down from across the ring. He was grinning as usual, but his gaze was intense. The greenette gulped as he anxiously ran his hand over the cord of his Kayaketsu shoge. With the signal to start, Izuku lunged forwards, pressing the button on the side of one of his gloves to release the short hooked claws from the knuckles. He managed to dodge Kirishima's hardened punch and land his own, though the claws and therefore his punch just bounced off the boy's quirked skin. He moved with the momentum, spinning away from another rock-strong punch while reaching down to unhook the clasp of his weapon. He slammed his knees into the concrete to stop mid-spin when he was directly behind his opponent. Kirishima hurried to turn and face him, stepping right into the path of the cord that was sent into its own ached flight by Izuku's sudden stop. When it hit the other teen's shoulder, it started rewinding itself immediately. As soon as he saw his chance, Izuku slammed his hand down on the button of the hilt in his hand. The redhead froze up as the electrical current shot itself into his system. Before he could regain his mobility, the smaller boy was on him, kicking his feet out from under him and using the cord the hero student was already tangled in to help keep him pinned. Midnight quickly called his win, much to the delight of the crowd. Once he was sure it was over, Izuku scrambled off of Kirishima, quickly stopping the other teen from trying to get untangled himself. Hold on. It's can be strong to get out of, is especially after why you been shocked? The red-headed grinned up at him with his mouth full of sharp teeth. Speaking from experience, bro, Midoriya ducked his head with a blush as he carefully unwound the loops of his weapon. Mi Sensei W wanted to make sure this 1W as well be balanced. Something about me and T target T tendencies. Kirishima laughed. What? Does he think you're going to run into more villains? He waited for an answer, but when green-haired boy helped him to his feet without meeting his eyes, he quickly got concerned. Really? But he only got a small shrug as Izuku started to make his way off the pitch so the next match could start. Zero stood no chance against Bakugo in a flat ring. Their fight was over as fast as the snap of the fingers, or the crackle of an explosion in a palm. Next up was Shinso and Ishido. Surprisingly, the purple-haired boy let her sling a few globs of her acid around while he dodged. Izuku wondered what he was doing for a moment. The girl was a notorious motor mouth after all. But then Hitoshi dashed in and smacked her on the arm before asking her something. She frowned as she replied, looking confused. Her black mascara made her blank-eyed stare look even eerier. Shinso released his hold as soon as she stepped over the line. She took a moment to realize what happened before spinning around to face her classmate with a grin. She yelled something back at him before skipping off as Hitoshi was named the winner. The last fight for the round was Tokoyami versus Todoroki. The match should have been over quickly. Todoroki had the perfect weapon to counter the bird-headed boy after all. But he once again stubbornly refused to use the fire side of his quirk. That being said, Dark Shadow didn't possess the power that could have while in the center of the bright stadium. It took the quirk creature a few hits to break through the ice constructs. Eventually, though, one blunted spike manages to get through and knock Tokoyami back with a solid hit, sending him flying into the grass. As Present Mike announced a break-in between the rounds, Izuku, who had been rejoined by his friends, stood to hunt down a drink. Of course, his quiet question of if May wanted anything ended up with everyone asking him to grab them something. Shinso rolled his eyes and offered to come along to help carry things. That's how they ended up making their way down the winding halls, picking up a wandering Kaminari who had gotten turned around after going to the bathrooms. Izuku scribbled down the last of the orders on a spare page of his notebook as Shinso finished straightening the wad of cash that had been shoved into his hands and slid it into a pocket. It took a few minutes to find some vending machines. When they did, Izuku started listing off requests as the other two boys fed the capitalist pit and placed the drinks neatly on the floor so the small greenette could keep track of what was needed. After he double-checked their list, they divided up the bounty and loaded up their arms. Or they tried to. After he dropped one, Izuku paused to think for a moment before grinning and setting his third of the drinks back down. He quickly stripped out of his sports jacket, glad he had decided on a long-sleeve undershirt after all when he got dressed that morning. He might be extra sweaty, but at least he wasn't bothering anyone else with his scars. He deftly tied a knot in the sleeves and fashioned the bulk of the jacket into a sling bag. He tossed it over his shoulder and across his body before loafing it up with the drinks. When he turned around again, he found the other two looking at him with weird and slightly jealous looks. They were both wearing the short-sleeved uniforms after all. They headed back to the box. Izuku giving a fast-paced breakdown of his thought on Todoroki and Yaoyorozu's quirks and what each of them could do if they fought. He was gesturing wildly with his hands and completely fanboying over the girl's OP quirk as they turned a corner. The smallest boy rammed right into someone going the other way and rebounded to land on his but with a loud yelp. Luckily, he only dropped 2 drinks in the crash. It could have gotten messy if he dropped them all and some of them busted. After a second to react to the shock, green eyes shot up to see who the other accident victim was. A freckled face paled a bit as Izuku's gaze locked with gray and blue. "TT Todoroki-san. I'm so sorry. Are you okay?" The quiet hero student studied the boy on the ground impassively. That's when Shinso and Kaminari kicked into gear, the electric boy kneeling down to ask if his friend was okay while Shinso took half a step forwards in an attempt to shelter the smaller boy a bit. But Todoroki completely ignored all of it. Just staring Midoriya down and asking, "You really think she has any chance against me?" The greenette paused in waving off Kaminari's concern. "You know, not using the fire element T to your quirk, there are many strategies she could use to beat you. Honestly, though, I think it would come down to a matter of stamina and quick thinking." The support student flinched when he looked back up from his minor mumble storm. Todoroki, despite his face still being fairly blank, looked furious. He started backpedaling quickly. "I mean, if you using your FF fire would have evened each the playing F field considerably. He flinched again as the ice welder's facade broke a bit. "I will not be using that BSTRD's fire." Shinso stepped more in front of Izuku, preparing to use his quirk. But it was Kaminari who asked a question first, talking without thinking as was his habit. "Dude, why not? Both sides of your quirk are powerful as F." Todoroki was full on scowling now. "Because I do not agree with how my quirk came to be. Tell me, have any of you ever heard of quirk marriages? The other three teens winced. That was a part of history no one really liked brought up. Eugenics in general had been outlawed ages ago. But when quirks had showed up, the practice had seen a resurgence of popularity. Izuku was, of course, the first to put the question together with their topic. Shinso was quick to get it as well, though Kaminari was a little slower on the uptake. The greenette stood from where he had been sat on the floor, a furious look crossing his face. You're kidding. He didn't. Hitoshi looked nauseous. It makes sense, Zu. His quirk is perfect. There's no way it wasn't manipulated into being. The grimace on the shortest boy's face was unusual, but depicted his disgust adequately. That's awful. This time it was Kaminari's turn to stand from where he had been crouched near Izuku. Confusion painted across his features. Okay, what did who do? Purple eyes locked with blue and gray. Endeavor used Todoroki's mom to make the perfect quirk? Shinso stated with his usual bluntness, though the lilt had a bit of question to it. As if he was asking, begging, to be wrong. That hope was quickly stomped on as the boy across from then gave a sharp nod. That's right. My father bought my mother. And then paid off everyone else who questioned their union so they would look the other way. I'm the fourth child and the only one to come out with an even split of their quirks. The day my quirk manifested was the day I was first taken to the training hall. Endeavor had a masterpiece to refine after all. Izuku was pacing now. Scarred fingers running through and tugging harshly at tangled curls. That's so FDMN. I've never liked the man, but he's a hero. He shouldn't be allowed. The support student froze before turning to the once again expressionless teen. Your mother. Is she okay? He caught a glimpse of deep sadness in his eyes before Todoroki looked up towards the ceiling. As if remembering something. I hope so. In all of my memories she was always crying. She hated that my left side resembled him so much. I'm sure that made things so much harder on her. She called it unsightly before she poured a kettle of boiling water on my face. Thoughtlessly a hand reached up and traced the edge of the blotchy red scar. He had her committed to the psych ward for damaging his prize. I haven't seen her since, though I hope that being out from his direct influence means she's at least a little happier. Kaminari was openly crying. Dude. That's so messed up. You need a hug. Can I give you a hug? The other boy looked back at him in confusion. Sure. That was all it took before he had an arm full of the class joker. Seeing that he didn't pull away, Midoriya quickly stepped in to join the hug as well, making sure both boys saw him so he didn't spook anyone. After a minute everyone stepped back and sorted themselves out. Izuku pulled out a travel pack of tissues from somewhere to hand to Kaminari so he could clean up. And then the green-haired teen delved into the next strong topic. I get where you're coming from. I really do. But the PR profession the three of you are going into is too dangerous for that mindset, Todoroki-kun. If you go into heroism half-assed you might not get yourself killed. But the people who depend on you in the field, your fellow H-heroes and civilians, there will be so many you could have saved. But because of stubbornness you will sign their death warrants instead. Is that the kind of hero you want to be? As the other three stood frozen at his harsh realism, Izuku scooped up the couple of drinks he had dropped and started around the corner. Before he looked back over his shoulder. Also, he might have had a hand in creating that quirk. But in neither part of it is his. After all, he doesn't co-control it, just like he shouldn't control you. That's your Q quirk, Todoroki-kun. USH should choose how you use it without even thinking of him. With that he stalked off, mumbling in sign to himself. Shinso caught a few words and smirked. Endeavor just awaken the beast. Come on Kaminari, let's get these drinks back, my arms are cold. They quickly followed after the short tornado of a genius, leaving a stunned elemental to stare after them in shock. Izuku stood at the exit of the tunnel feeling nauseous. For some reason his brain had blocked out that if he won his last match then this one would be against Kachan. And now he was getting to feel all of the stress at once. But he could just bow out. He had shown off his support items well enough. He had nothing to prove, not really. Except he kind of did. He kind of wanted to see how he would do against his tormentor in an actual fight. In the past he hadn't been allowed to do more than try and minimize the damage. But that one flip he had allowed himself on his last day at Aldera had felt good. It had felt good when he fought back. And he wanted to see if he could actually win. He took a deep breath as his name was called. By the time he stepped out onto the field, Bakugo was already in the ring, waiting. He thought about backing out again before he shook the thought off irritably. He couldn't live in fear forever. Besides, the villains at the USJ had been scarier. He stepped up to the challenge, squaring off against his oldest foe. Midnight reiterated the rules, eyeing the blonde teen with barely concealed apprehension. At the sound of go, his ex-best friend lunged. Right hook. Typical. Izuku ducked and drew the gun that had been strapped to his thigh for the entire festival. He dug out one of the rounds from his right pants pocket and shoved it into the chamber. He dodged another swing, this one laced with the familiar heat of an explosion, and brought the muzzle up to bear. A hand was reaching for his face, the glitter of fiery death held in the palm. He quickly pulled the trigger, not allowing himself to think. He hit his target. It was strong not to at this range. Kachan screeched as the ammunition hit his palm, right above where the ball of the hand met the wrist, just to the left of the mutated nerve igniter. It hit, and then it exploded into foam. The blonde teen cussed up a storm as he frantically tried to swing his arm to get the clinging substance off. But it was ineffectual. His fire suppression foam was made to stick to and cover surfaces in order to prevent fires from spreading as well as put them out. He loaded and shot off the other round he had in his hand, hitting the other boy in the Izuku would have aimed for his other hand. But it was currently out of direct line of sight. Lucky for him, though, the instinctual reaction to being shot in the CJST was to touch the spot of impact. And Bakugo didn't stop to think before he used his free hand to clutch at the pain as the breath was knocked out of him. And within seconds of the fight starting, Izuku had managed to effectively cancel out the great Bakugo Katsuki's quirk. The playing field was a bit more even now. Making a split-second decision, he shoved the gun back into its holster. He wanted to see how things would play out without the use of his support gear. While his opponent was still reeling from the loss of his quirk, he struck, getting in a good solid punch to the solar plexus. Most people wouldn't be able to effectively fight after losing their breath twice in less than a minute. But Katsuki was too stubborn to back down. He swung wildly in response, making Izuku dodge out of the way with a neat roll over one shoulder. Bakugo has always been the type of fighter to press forwards. Relentless and aggressive. For a few more swings he kept Izuku on the defensive. The greenette grinned when he spotted his chance. Kachan struck palm open, obviously an instinctive attempt at using his quirk, and when the concussive force of an explosion didn't come, he stood for a second longer than he should have, braced for the recoil. This left the blonde wide open. Izuku lunged for the wrist in front of him, quickly gaining control of the arm and thus the body attached to it by locking the joint in a pressure hold. He followed the momentum of the movement and twisted, turning the bent wrist as he went. He dragged his bully to the ground and looped a leg around his straining elbow, effectively cutting off any further movement with the threat of shattering the delicate weak points of the wrist and elbow. Bakugo, of course, still tried to struggle free but only ended up cursing in pain. After a full 30 seconds, Midnight called the match. Izuku had won against Kachan. He quickly released his hold and scrambled back, straightening and whirling around to beam at the wildly cheering boxes of his classmates and hero course friends. He waved in excitement, the adrenaline making him bolder than he normally would have been. Mei and Hitoshi were at the front, pressed against the wall of the stands. They looked even prouder than he felt. He could just barely make out their faces at that distance, but he saw enough to watch as their expressions turned from that of excitement, to concern, to fear, in rapid succession. But he didn't have the chance to react before he felt the familiar burn of an explosion bloom across the backs of his shoulders. Oh, Midnight must have used the spray solvent he was required to provide her with for his foam. And Kachan was angry. As he fell to the floor, instincts kicked in and he attempted to curl into a protective ball. But the fresh burns across the majority of his back screamed in protest. His assailant managed to land a sharp kick to his ribs before the pro hero in the ring with them managed to press a hand to the raging teen's face and force her quirk into his airways. He slumped to the ground within a second, landing practically on top of the boy he had just attacked. Izuku waited, all he could hear was the roar of angry voices. And all he could feel was the pain of his injuries. This wasn't like the USJ, he had nothing to protect here. No reason to push past the pain he was feeling and stand back up. No, this was middle school all over again. He was never going to escape this, was he? He wanted to cry. Why him? Why did he deserve this? Why did no one seem to care? Why did he keep trying? A soft hand carded through his curls. A concerned voice was speaking quickly over his head. He cracked his eyes open, turning his head to the side so he could see who was crouching over his prone body. Pain-filled green met worried blue. And suddenly he wasn't in the halls of Aldra. He was back at UA. And Midnight Sensei looked scared. Yak menase? He slurred worriedly, hoping Kachan hadn't hurt her in his effort to get to him. Am I alright? Midoriya. You were just attacked out of turn and burned pretty badly. You are the one we should be worrying about right now. Fine. But he had worse. Don even thin I ave a Kachan this time. Midnight looked really pale. The support student frowned and started trying to get his arms under him, wincing slightly as the burns pulled. The woman crouched beside him started fluttering around anxiously, telling him not to move, but he shrugged her off. Eyes fine. Gotta clear the ring, Rai. Midoriya, that is so not the problem right now. But by that point the teen had levered himself to his feet and she quickly had to step in to keep him from overbalancing and hitting the ground, more than likely to land directly on his burns. With a sigh and a curse at reckless idiots, she helped in his endeavor to make it to the short set of steps leading off of the platform. The crowd was still going crazy around them and Izuku made sure he kept his head down. He really didn't want to listen to them yelling at him for ruining their fun day. As they made it to the stairs, he was glad to see the school's Medabots approaching. That meant he could lie down again. Moving hurt. He wasn't sure Kachan had ever burned him that badly before. Except for maybe the brand on his shoulder. That had been pretty ugly. Or maybe the burn on his Iki. Midnight Sensei helped him into the stretcher, belly down with his arms down at his sides to keep the skin in as relaxed a position as possible. She was being really nice. She was such a good hero. As the Medabots started trundling forwards, he stopped forcing himself to pay attention to what was being said around him. The crowd sounded angry and that was enough for him. He let go and floated for a bit, the pain more distant from the part of his head he went to when he didn't want to feel. When he saw Recovery Girl, he knew it was time to come back, and he sighed as he made himself focus back in on existence. Ryakuen. Okay, I need you to shift over onto a bed. I have one of my third-year assistants here to help. She can make things float with her quirk. Kiro-chan is going to tap you and help me guide you to the bed. When he nodded, a girl who had been hanging back stepped fully into his line of sight. She reached towards him, palm down, fingers relaxed, obviously letting him watch her approach. She gently clasped his upper arm and he started to float about an inch off the gurney. The two women got him above the bed with practiced precision. Then they discussed something with a quick exchange of jargon and hand gestures. Within seconds the heroine turned to him with a question. Midoriya-kun, do you think if we flipped you over you could sit up while we clean and bandage you up? The boy nodded without much thought. If they needed him to, then he would. With his agreement they got him flipped over and then helped him sit up before he was lowered back onto the bed. The girl in the medical course stepped back for a moment, looking a tad bit green. But after a few deep breaths she was back at his side and helping Recovery Girl remove his shirt. He could feel where the edges were tugging at his skin. Either the material of the shirt had melted, or his burn was bad enough that it was already oozing. He hissed as they peeled it away but didn't protest. It took several minutes to pull the last of the stuck cloth away, and after that he was informed that there were still a few bits of fibers they would have to pick out before they could really clean the wound. He nodded, knowing it was necessary. And they got back to work. It took a while before things were cleaned and wrapped and he was given the full rundown. Second-degree burns from the tops of his shoulders to his waist. First degree across the skin that had been subjected to the blast's outer edges. And right between his shoulder blades was a hand-sized circle of a third-degree burn. So Kachan had let the spark go before he actually made full contact. That was unusual for him. Usually when Izuku was involved he liked the branding effect his hand had when he let the blast start at point-blank range. Luckily his ribs were only bruised. He was getting really tired of them being broken and sore. Also his hair was singed and would most likely need to be cut. Which sucked because his curls were a beach to grow out. But he could worry about that later. Right now he had a very important question to consider. Did he want to drop out of the tournament or not? His answer would decide how much he was healed right at that moment. So, did he really care to keep going? He didn't have much riding on his win. Not really. But on the other hand, he was surprisingly competitive, and the longing to push himself to at least give the finals a good old college try was definitely there. So he asked for the middle ground. He asked to be healed as if he was going to compete, and he would see how he felt after a nap. One grandmotherly embrace later and he was out like a light. They let him sleep for about 30 minutes. Through the second semi-finals fight and the last of the little interim games set up to let the rest of his year group have fun. When they woke him up, Shinso, Hatsum, and Kaminari were sat by his bed. He groaned groggily and started trying to sit up from where he had been laid on his belly. Hitoshi reached forwards to steady him as sleep-stiff arms wobbled a bit under his weight. After a moment he got himself sitting up on the edge of the bed and did his best to rub the crust from his eyes. Naps had always left him extra sleepy afterwards. After a moment he was handed a water bottle. It was then he noticed that Aizawa and Mike were in the room too. Wadash, he started to ask, before realizing he couldn't hear anything that was going on around him. They must have removed his hearing aids. He settled on signing instead, not in the mood to ask about his mechanical ears. What's going on? Mike was the one who replied, hands signing rapidly matching his usual way of speaking. We need to know if you still want to compete in the final match, little listener. There's no pressure if you don't want to. We just need to know so we can either announce your withdrawal or set up the ring. DMN naps and their ability to tamper with his short-term memory. After a moment of consideration, he turned to the purple-haired teen who still stood beside him. Who won your match? His friend grimaced before pointing to himself. Why did he look upset if he had won? Todoroki was a formidable opponent. Winning against him would be something to be proud of. Us. Oh gods, Hitoshi. Please tell me you didn't. His friend looked away, shame written in his stance. Izuku sighed. Why go so far? His friend refused to look up to see his question, so he resorted to one of his least favorite things. Speaking without being able to hear. Wi Hito. He trusted us? At least that got a reply, though he wished he had chosen different wording after the intrigued looks his teachers were giving them and the look of discomfort from the blonde sitting to the side. I was angry. His friend stated, still not looking away from his chosen spot on the floor. I had just watched my best friend be blindsided by the explosive shitstain who should have been expelled a month ago. In front of a crowd. On live television. And I wasn't able to do anything. And they just expected my match to go on like nothing had happened. I didn't even have time to ask if you were badly hurt before I had to be in the ring. I just wanted to get it over with so I could come see if you were okay. So I used the first thing that came to mind that I knew would get him to talk. Izuku sighed. I'm fine. IW will be fine. But why you need to AP apologize to Todoroki-san? His friend nodded miserably. The greenette sighed again and looked back to the teachers, settling back into sign now that he was speaking to people who could make eye contact. Is the crowd still upset? I don't want to make anything worse by going out there. I don't mind stepping down if my going into the ring will just make them angrier. He was treated to the weird sight of Aizawa looking completely confused, though it only took a second for Mike to catch on. Oh listener, no one is mad at you. Why would you think that? Izuku cocked his head to the side. The answer was obvious to him. I ruined the tournament. I knew I should have thrown that fight. I knew Kachan would be angry if I won. But I still fought him anyways. And then I let myself be distracted. I know better than to turn my back on him. So, I ruined the mood and they sounded so furious. He saw his teacher's face fall and he scrambled to try and fix whatever he had said that was wrong. I mean, I set up the opportunity to be attacked and the whole festival is about sportsmanship, so I should have known better than to give Kachan that opportunity. I know sportsmanship isn't his thing. I know how he reacts to things. I was stupid. I left myself open. If I was in the crowd, I would be pissed that the fight was ruined too. He watched as Yamada-sensei took a deep breath before he stepped away from the wall. He crouched down to be lower than the small boy perched on the edge of the infirmary bed and signed slowly, but with feeling. Izuku, none of what happened to you is your fault. You do not provoke people. The attack Bakugo made outside of the match was his decision and he will be punished accordingly. No one is mad at you for the things that have been done to you. Izuku instinctively went to sign back, either in protest or denial, he wasn't sure. But the man in front of him caught his hands and gave them a gentle squeeze. Green eyes locked with green as Yamada seemed to try to get his message across with his gaze alone. After a moment the teen was sobbing. I don't. I see can't. Peel please. I don't understand. His teacher tugged him forwards into a hug. He felt the vibrations of the man speaking but he couldn't hear the words. Luckily Aizawa was quick on the uptake and took over signing so his husband could comfort the boy in need. He was positioned just right for Izuku to be able to see his hands over the blonde's shoulder. It's okay. You don't have to understand right now. Just accept for the moment that no one is mad at you, no one who matters at least. Izuku sniffled as he considered that phrasing. No one who mattered. Without a doubt, if Kachan was awake right then he would be furious. But did he really matter? The Greenette had been so much happier over the past year or so and Kachan had barely had any part of his life in that time. And the times when he was around were the darkest bits in his memories. So maybe Yamada was right. Maybe he needed to think about letting his childhood friend go once and for all. Or something like that. After a few minutes of calming signs and May finger combing his tangled curls, he leaned back away from his teacher and signed. I think I would like to compete. Grinned and turned to the gloomy violet-themed teen who was still sitting in his chair. Besides, I have to kick Toshi's but in order to protect Todoroki's honor. May giggled in glee at the joke. And even Hitoshi cracked a smile, though his eyes promised he would act on his regret and apologize properly later. Mike left soon after his decision, heading towards his announcer's booth and setting in motion the next steps for the tournament. Hitoshi handed him a spare uniform top and long-sleeved jacket. He smiled at his friend's thoughtfulness even as he mourned the death of his nice undershirt. He had saved up a bit from his job and bought that one as a birthday gift to himself. It had been made from really good sports material, though the synthetic fiber was probably why it had melted to his skin so badly. He stood and waited for a second to make sure he wasn't going to have any nasty surprises like falling over or fainting. After he was sure he was in the clear he nodded and started walking to the door. Shinso handed him a water bottle as they made their way out of the room, their teacher Shadow, guard, following them. He took a swig then, realizing just how parched he was, a couple of quick gulps. He stopped there not wanting to make himself sick. May held out his hearing aids for him and he took them with a mumbled thanks, before pausing in the middle of the hall. He turned towards Hitoshi and gave his friend a considering look. Then spun back to the pinkette and handed the devices back. Hold on to these please. He turned to look over his shoulder at an exasperated brainwasher. Really Zoo? Todoroki? Oh come on. I'm sorry okay? I swear I'll make it up to him. But Izuku wasn't listening. He had started walking again, smirking in a surprisingly Hitoshi way. If he had his ears in he would have heard Aizawa's amused chuckle as he patted the purple teen on the shoulder before giving a light push to get the complaining teen moving again. To Izuku's credit he also left his support gear with May. When they reached the exit from the tunnels their two escorts left, Aizawa headed towards the booth where his husband was busy rounding up stray spectators, letting them know the small break was coming to an end. After a short sign conversation, they decided there was no real point to one of them walking all the way around to the other exit. They could share the one they were waiting at. Walking half of the circumference of the giant stadium was too much effort. Izuku started a loose round of stretching. Too sore and tired to do a real yoga routine, but stiff enough from his nap he knew he needed to work some of the tension from his muscles. After another minute or so the yellow light above the arch in front of them flickered on and the two of them started preparing to head out. The green teen gently folded his right arm so his elbow was pointing towards the ceiling and his palm was pressed gently to the fresh, extremely sore, scarring between his shoulder blades. He reached up with his other hand and gently tugged on his elbow and leaned towards his left. being careful not to push fragile skin too far. He did the same with the other arm before the light turned green. They stepped forwards together, neither really caring to listen to see who was announced first. As Izuku walked, he continued to stretch his arms. This time with them reaching across his locked into place and pulled taut by an opposing elbow. As they stepped into the sun, he saw Hitoshi flinch and clap his hands over his ears. He was suddenly very glad he couldn't hear the roar of the crowd. He wasn't sure what they were saying, but he could feel the volume. He frowned and signed to his friend. "You okay?" He nodded and slowly removed his hands from their guard position. "Yeah, they're just really excited to see you." A pale nose crinkled in confusion, making freckles wrinkle cutely. He saw his friend's mischievous smirk and felt a surge or foreboding. "You should wave to your fans." Tan cheeks paled a bit. "Oh no. I couldn't. No way." But then Shinso was grabbing his wrist and hoisting his hand into the air in a clumsy wave. And Izuku felt the wave of vibrations as the audience responded. He glared at his friend even as his face flushed with embarrassment. The grin he received in return was almost sadistic and shouldn't have made his heart flutter so much. Instead of chewing the other teen out, he twisted his wrist so he could counter-grab and dragged his opponent the last couple of meters to the ring, very pointedly not looking at Hitoshi's face in an effort to eradicate his blush. Midnight let them get set up, both taking stances a few feet away from each other. The heroine checked that they were both ready and remembered the rules, hashing them out once more as a reminder. Aizawa must have warned her that he didn't have his hearing aids in because she signed along with her words. That was nice. He was still terrible at lip reading. After a heavy reiteration that no fighting would be tolerated after the match was called, which was probably more for the benefit of the crowd and cameras than the two students in the ring, she called for the start. Shinso took off at a sprint, using his long legs to get into range in just a few steps. Izuku ducked under a punch, taking a step forwards to get past his friend's guard. But Hitoshi was savvy to that move after all of the sparring they had done over the past year. He skipped to the side, back out of Izuku's shorter reach. The greenette growled even as he grinned, the familiar dance of sparring with his friend making something in his eyes relax a bit. He swept his right foot forwards in a tight half spin, planting it when he had reversed his stance. Then he continued the momentum, shifting into a back kick with his left foot. The half a step forwards and the extra reach of his leg was enough to close the small distance needed, and he blew past Hitoshi's guard. His kick landed squarely in his diaphragm. He felt the breath leave the taller teen as he stumbled back and pressed his advantage. Dodging an off-balance hook, he ducked into his purple-haired friend's space. Shinso took another step back trying to regain his advantage, but he wasn't given the chance. A freckled and scarred hand latched onto a wrist. And then his friend was stepping past him, his free arm coming up to loop across a pale throat. And then with a sharp torque and a yank on the arm he had gained control of, Izuku was slamming the taller boy back first onto the ground. Shinso kicked out at the greenette, who was still standing. But with his arms still held up and to the side, the angle was off. Even though it landed solidly against a hip, it didn't have enough force to do more than shift him a bit. It also reminded Izuku that his legs were free. Within one breath and the next, Hitoshi was pinned under 135 pounds of genius. Izuku was straddling his waist, his ankles hooked across Shinso's thighs as he sat back on his heels to keep his longer legs pinned. And as he looked up at his friend, tanned face flushed with the adrenaline of a fight, smile wide and wild, green curls an absolute mess, he knew he was in trouble. Apparently he still had a hold of his wrist too. He didn't even notice he was put in a SBMson hold until Midnight asked if he could free himself, and in response Izuku pressed a bit harder against his elbow where he had it held across his wrist. Hitoshi quickly tapped out, not wanting to deal with that kind of pain when he knew he didn't have the experience to get free. And with that, the last match of the first-year sports festival was over. A small group of teens stood in a large circular junction under the stadium. Hound Dog was giving them a quick rundown of the ceremony as Cementos prepared the winner's podium. Izuku was using himself as a buffer, standing in between a quiet Shinso and a blank-faced Todoroki. The tension between the two of them was palpable. He would have to ask Hitoshi what exactly he said later. Green eyes glanced around nervously, And when Hound Dog asked if they had any questions, he raised a freckled hand. Yes, Midoriya. Where's Bakugo? When the pro hero let out a growl at the name, he flinched. Hound Dog caught the reaction and the sound cut off abruptly. Sorry, kid. I'm not mad at you. The hero let out a distinctly dog-like huff. Bakugo was disqualified for attacking another student outside of the competition. He is currently in a detention room back on the main campus awaiting his parents, who were called for a disciplinary meeting. The smallest teen stared at him, gobsmacked. What? Hitoshi chuckled. Come on, Izu. Did you really expect UA of all places to ignore what he did to you? That gave him pause. He just stood there for a full minute, eyes glued to the wall. Not sure what I expected. I'm not used to anyone caring. So, is this how adults are meant to react? Hound Dog chuffed quietly. Oh kiddo, you and me are going to have some meetings, okay? I'll sit and talk with you about how adults should behave all you want. The hero reached out with a large hand, slowly enough for Izuku to dodge if he wanted, and ruffled his singed curls with a gentle smile. Soon after that, Cementos was calling them over and getting the three boys settled on their platforms. With a surge of precision quirk used, the ceiling above them opened and their podium rose into sight of the crowds. The roar of the people in the stands was overwhelming at their entrance. Izuku did his best to keep his flinch from being too obvious. Hitoshi didn't quite manage it, the wince clear on the screens showing their close-ups. Izuku seriously thought about taking his hearing aids back out, but now that there were cameras on them, he didn't really want to draw attention to the discreet tech. He could barely hear the screech of Yamada hyping the show over the loudspeakers. But after a moment, he and Midnight butchered All Might's extravagant entrance. He couldn't help but feel a bit of vindictive glee at the buff man's disgruntled expression. And then the medals came out. He couldn't hear what the behemoth said to the other two boys. He spoke low and quiet. Unusual and previously unheard of from All Might. Quiet just generally wasn't his thing. And then it was his turn. With an easy step, the hulking form of the symbol of peace was on his platform. Yamada announced him one last time. Midoriya Izuku. Our first ever support student to claim first place. Midnight handed the blonde in front of him a medallion colored a shimmering gold. Izuku bowed politely as it was draped around his neck. And then he was scooped into a hug and the small green teen froze. Wonderful show, my boy. You should consider the hero course. Congratulations on first place. And then the number one hero was gone and Izuku was left reeling in front of thousands of people. His skin still crawling from the hug, only one thought circled in his mind. All Might really didn't remember him at all. Izuku relaxed back against the couch, doing his best to turn his brain off for the night. They were at the Hatsums and Mia was actually cooking for once, so he was looking forward to the food. Whatever she was making smelled delicious. He had taken a shower before they headed to dismissal back at UA, and as he sat in the floor, Mei was doing her best to brush out his ruined curls. She was trying to be gentle, but by the amount of cursing and tugging that was going on, he was pretty sure his hair was done for. It wouldn't be the first time his hair had been burned irreparably, so he wasn't too worried about it. Though he was kind of sad to cut it and expose his weaknesses once again. He let her keep at it for another 10 minutes or so before he finally sat forwards as she let out an even more frustrated string of curses. That's enough. If we have to cut it, we have to cut it. She pouted. But Izu, your curls are so pretty. It's such a shame to have to shave them off. Shinso took that moment to make his appearance. He frowned at Mei's exclamation. I take it his hair can't be saved then? With a dramatic sigh, the pink-haired girl flopped back onto an overstuffed cushion. The hair at the base of his neck is completely melted. And all of the rest of the back of his head is at least singed. That BSRD. I ought to sneak into his room and super glitter glue his stupid hair. It would be an improvement. Hitoshi snickered. Come on you two, Hatsum-sen said, dinner is ready. The two teens jumped up quickly and raced past the bringer of good news. They walked down the short hallway, Mei still planning how to revenge ruin Bakugo's hair. Mia was setting the last serving tray down on the table as they walked in. The woman looked up as she recognized the sound of her daughter plotting. Hey now. Who are we scheming against and why? Aren't you kids too tired to get into trouble after today? Baku bitch totally ruined Mido's hair. I'm just making sure karma is extra sweet. Mia frowned and walked up to the greenette in question, motioning for him to turn around so she could see. He did as she asked and sighed as she started to poke around at the clumps of burnt curls. That blast you took must have been really hot to do this. Are you okay, Izuku-kun? He blinked and looked over his shoulder at her concerned tone. Re-recovery girl G got to me too quickly, so I'm all healed. There's not even that much of us is C-scar. He flinched a bit when they all looked sad at that last comment. Mia turned him around with a gentle hand on his shoulder and cupped his cheek in her hand. Sweetheart, you shouldn't have a scar from that kid at all. I know that you're used to the world being unkind, but it's okay to be upset when someone hurts you. Just think about it, okay? With that she stepped back, drawing him with her to the table by a loose grip on his wrist. I made a feast for the gold and silver medalists. We have char siu, jiaozi, fried rice, and spring rolls. After we eat I'll see what I can do for your hair, kiddo. Izuku grinned and nodded. If he could avoid going to a salon he would, they cost too much money. Dinner was fantastic. Afterwards, when Izuku was whisked away to the Mstar bathroom, Mei and Hitoshi all but collapsed into the couch-shaped void in the living room and lazily started a Mario Kart competition. Mei kept turning the 3D hologram feature to the homemade TV on and off to throw her friend off when he managed to get in front of her. May I swear to the gods? Eat my batosh. EW. Guys only, thanks. Fine. Eat this shell instead. OF the F right off. Their friendly competition kept going for an hour, and though they got louder and louder, both teens were too tired to dissolve into the normal wrestling for controllers that was their normal end of Mario Kart antics. Hitoshi was contemplating throwing a cushion though when Izuku walked back into the room. Hey guys. What did you think? The tallest teen looked over the arm of the couch upside down and blinked. Hatsum-san was trying to kill him. His heart stopped. Where before there were wild curls, now green hair was styled into an undercut. Short on the sides and back. Though Mia had managed to save most of the top, she had cut it a bit shorter so that the curls were a bit tighter and the green looked lighter. The worst part was that the mess of green no longer hung in his face. The cut showed off his high cheekbones and pretty jawline perfectly. Mei squealed and spouted out an excessive amount of compliments, which caused their anxious friend to relax quickly. A freckled hand reached up to mess with the missing curls at the back of his neck, only to pause at the foreign feeling of buzzed hair. After a moment, Mei came to Hitoshi's rescue, kicking him in the calf strong enough that his lungs restarted. After another second of staring, he finally managed, it looks good, Izu. That earned him a glare from the pink-haired genius who was trying to help him. Good? She asked incredulously, standing up and making her way over to Izuku. She then snatched him by an arm and dragged him to stand in front of the couch. She spun the boy to face Hitoshi and stood behind him. I can't believe you. Look at him. She then gently tugged the greenette's face around by the jaw, letting the floundering teen on the couch get a good look from all angles, which of course sent his heart spasming again. But then Hitoshi noticed a bit of distortion in the hairline behind his ear. He stood and took his jaw for himself, holding it lightly enough he could move away if he wanted. Oh, Izu. There were faint, almost invisible burn scars around his ears. No one would have been able to see them through the thick curls. And honestly, they were subtle enough that they were more a texture change than anything. Izuku frowned and stepped away, fingers coming up to trace the uneven edges. Yeah, that's why I grew my hair back after all. That, and because the hair hid the hearing aids too. Hitoshi frowned. But why? Your scars are a part of you, right? That makes them cool as far as I'm concerned. Cool? Mei signed in exasperation where their friend couldn't see. She didn't have to worry though. Shinso was kicking himself for his wording without her input. He sighed in irritation with himself. Okay. Look, Izu. We love you, scars and all, okay? You don't need to hide them from us. And I'm sure the people at UA don't care either way, so don't worry about it. The haircut looks really nice on you, so if you like it you shouldn't have to worry about growing your hair back out. And Izuku was sniffling. But the scars are gross. Mei growled and pulled the smallest teen into an aggressive hug. Nope. Absolutely not. There is nothing gross about being a survivor, Izuku. Hitoshi nodded and grasped a tanned hand with both of his. You're perfect just the way you are. Your scars are a part of you, they show how much you've fought to be here. So we love them too because they're proof of your strength. They ended up cuddled in the swamp of a couch again as the shortest of the three sniffled and processed his emotions. Once they had all calmed down, May had turned the TV to a remake of the How It's Made show. They worked their way through an episode on motherboards before there was a honk at the front of the house and Shinso was grumbling and digging for his phone where it had been devoured by the cushions. Ah, that's Yamada. He wants to know if you want to ride Zoo. The greenette waved his hands. Oh no. I couldn't bother him like that. Unfortunately, Hatsum-san chose that moment to interrupt. Honestly, Midoriya-kun, I would feel more comfortable if you took the ride. You've had a long day and it's late. If you don't ride with Yamada-san, I'll drive you myself. She ignored his protests. Helping him gather his stuff, she grabbed her keys and dragged the three teens out to the driveway. The driver's side window was rolled down and the two adults had a quick chat. Before he knew it, Izuku was in the back of the car with Shinso, waving as May yelled a good night. So kiddos, was dinner good? The teacher asked as he swung the car around to head towards the GPS coordinates he'd had Izuku put into his phone. They confirmed that dinner was excellent, the greenette giving a quick rundown of what Hatsum had made for them and how wonderful it was. After that, chatting was easy. The blonde man behind the wheel made talking simple. The anxious teens who both had issues with talking appreciated it greatly. They got to his apartment complex and Izuku was surprised when Mike parked instead of just dropping him off. Actually, kiddo, I had a question for your mom, so I figured I'd go ahead and ask real quick while I was here. That okay? The freckled boy shrugged. I guess. She might not be in right now though. I don't remember if she took ditch that late shift or not. The hero gave a cheery answer and they all slid out of the car, Izuku leading the way up the worn stairs to his apartment. He unlocked the door and opened it with the customary greeting, only to be met with the furious gaze of his mother. She didn't even notice the two figures behind him before she started her tirade. Midoriya Izuku. Why the hell was I shown a video of you getting hurt at the sports festival? I don't remember signing the permission forms for you to participate. You're too fragile to be playing rough with the other kids. You know that. And where have you been? I've been worried sick. The teen she was targeting raised both hands defensively, taking half a step back on instinct. I think the permission forms were in the ones you had Hatsum-san sign as your stand-in. I knew that woman was bad news. And then you just had to go and rile Katsuki-kun up. What were you thinking joining in like that? She then actually seemed to look at him. Oh my god. What did you do to your poor hair? Please. You know it looks better long. I always had it cut that way for a reason. What possessed you to cut it so short? She grabbed him with both hands, cupping his cheeks, harshly yanking his head to the side so she could see better. Oh no. You can see your scars. Baby. This is going to take forever to grow back out. She was gearing up into tears by this point, and Izuku flinched at the glimmer of them in the half-light of the doorway. But then there was a cough from behind him and Inko was distracted by their guests. Izuku, why did you bring someone here so late? I'm sorry, ma'am. I gave Izuku-kun here a ride home and asked to come up and speak to you real quick. He paused a bit when she frowned. Hey kiddos, will you two go back to the car for a moment and grab my phone? I think I left it in the console. Hitoshi nodded quickly and snagged Izuku from the woman's grasp with a bit of resistance before fleeing with a worried-looking greenette. Hitoshi. Why did Mike look mad? His friend spun around to sit him on the bottom step. Because what she was saying was wrong. Wrong and hurtful and awful. Why didn't you tell me she was that bad, Izu? The teen in question cocked his head in confusion. She's not that bad. She just worries a lot. And, she likes it when my hair is styled like my deeds. I kind of forgot about that until she said something. Zoo. That was more than worrying, that was... I'm not sure how to put it, but it felt wrong. It was hurtful. And you shouldn't have to deal with it. Izuku flapped a hand in dismissal. It's really not that bad. Besides, I don't actually have to listen to her say that kind of thing often. You know she works a lot, so I only get to talk to her a few times a week. But his friend's frown didn't disappear at his reassurance. They were interrupted by Hitoshi's phone ringing. He looked at the screen and answered it on speaker. Hey kiddo. Sorry. My phone was in my pocket. Silly me. Hey, what do the two of you say to a sleepover? Izuku-kun can grab his stuff and then we head back to our place for the weekend. Midoriya-san looks like she's going to be super busy this weekend, so it'll be better that way, right? The two teens exchanged a glance before they cautiously agreed and headed back up the stairs. When they got there, the two adults were in the living room. Inko sat on the couch and Yamada standing with a loose but anticipating stance. Izuku-kun, make sure you grab everything you need, okay? If you forget something we can give you a spare, but I know it always feels better to have your own stuff. The tanned teen frowned at the weird wording. A weird feeling in his gut told him he should read more into it. He nodded and led his friend to his room. When he was there, he pulled out 2 large duffel bags instead of the normal battered yellow backpack. That was still in the entryway, filled with the stuff he had brought for the festival anyways. His friend looked around at his nearly empty room with a raised eyebrow. Quickly he snagged all of his notebooks off of his shelf as well as the 3 engineering books he was currently borrowing from Hatsum-san. In went the 2 file folders of loose blueprints he was working on. Then he dug his small collection of practice weapons out from under his bed. His butterfly knife was already in the pocket of his hoodie, and his Kayaketsu shogue was in its case in the support lab. He then stuffed his laptop and all of the spare chargers for his electronics into the now bulging first bag and zipped it up. The second bag was used for toiletries and clothes. He packed more than he thought he would need. Following that gut feeling Yamada's words had triggered. But he also tried to keep it basic. A couple of pairs of overalls, some sweats, and a blend of simple tops and undershirts. He once again spared a moment to grieve for the favorite undershirt that had been lost that day once more. Before shaking his head and looking around to see if there was anything else he wanted to grab. After a moment he dug under his mattress and snagged the small bundle of bills he had been saving up. He zipped up the second bag and turned towards Hitoshi. I think that's it. His friend was frowning. Looking around still, after a moment he pointed to the wall. What happened to the posters? You had a lot of them, right? You can see where the paint of the walls is faded around where they were. The greenette laughed. I told you I sold a lot of my Hero M merch to fund my PR projects before you, eh? The purple-haired teen lifted the first duffel with a grunt. Come on. I want to get home and pass out ASAP. His friend giggled and hoisted his own bag before leading the way back to the living room, snagging the bow's staff by his door as he walked past. The weapon drew a pointed look from his mom. Izuku, why are you bringing that with you? Oh. I was hoping to SP spar with Hitoshi at some point this weekend. He needs more weapons PR practice if he wants to be a hero. And her furious frown was back. Izuku shrunk in on himself as she started in on him again. I swear to God, Izuku. You know you shouldn't spar with other kids. The only reason I let you go to those stupid classes is because Mirokuma promises to go easy on you. Seriously. Go put the stick up before you get yourself hurt again. Yamada sighed and held up a hand to stop her. That's enough, Midoriya-san. As a pro hero, I will make sure both of them are safe if they spar. Kids, let's get home ya. With that he ushers them out the door, shutting it in Inko's face as she tried to follow them and continue stating her concerns. The man guided them down the stairs and popped the trunk so he could set down the yellow bag he had snagged and the 2 boys could toss in the 2 larger bags. Okay kids. Why don't we stop and grab some ice cream on the way, huh? With that he got them all loaded up and headed to a konbini on the way to the pro hero's apartment. Hizashi and Shoyuta stood in the kitchen, looking over the counter at the couch where the 2 boys currently in their care were passed out on the couch in a sea of blankets and empty ice cream containers. A movie played softly in the background, subtitles on for the green one when he had been awake. The 2 adults were waiting up for confirmation from Tsukachi and Nedzu that the investigation they had requested was open, and that Midoriya was officially in their care for the moment until they could figure out what was going on with him. The voice hero sighed and leaned his forehead tiredly against his husband's shoulder. What are we going to do, Sho? The poor kid's face when she was going at him. The more stoic man shrugged. We do what we have to, Zashi. Just like always. Why don't you go check on the little monsters and then head to bed? We have a lot to do tomorrow after all. The blonde grumbled a bit but complied, too tired to really argue. He walked down the hall to the cat room where Shoyuta had locked up their swarm of furry disasters when he had texted him the situation earlier. Peering through the glass door, he made sure the cats were all happy and bedded down for the night and glanced over the auto feeders and water bowls to make sure everything was full and clean. He then headed on towards the stairs and the nice warm bed that was waiting for him. Shoyuta sighed and set about making a fresh pot of coffee. He knew he wouldn't be getting any sleep that night. After the confirmation was called in, Nizu would be calling with questions. And then inevitably have little things for the underground hero to look into himself to progress the situation faster. And besides, someone needed to keep an eye on the kids. It had been a roller coaster of a day after all. When the text came in 30 minutes later, he suppressed a groan at the amount of work that just got placed on his shoulders. With a sigh, he set to work. Contingency Plan N was a big change after all, and they would need all hands on deck to make sure all of their students transitioned easily. The smell of coffee and bacon drew Izuku from his slumber, which made him frown a bit. Not only did he not remember the last time his mom had made breakfast, he knew she hated eating fatty foods in the morning. Green eyes fluttered open in confusion. For a moment he stared around himself, not remembering the strange space he found himself in. A living room. Pale gray walls. Gray and black furniture. Pops of yellow and green tastefully scattered around. And on the other side of the couch he was sprawled across a bundle in a fluffy lavender blanket. He blinked a few times as the memories for the day before slowly settled back into his addled brain. This was why he didn't sleep. After a few minutes he stretched out a foot to nudge the mass of fluff. Toshi! He slurred with a yawn. A familiar pale hand slipped from the confines of the purple cocoon to slap at his leg before retreating back into the warmth it had been hiding in. That made Izuku giggled a bit. He knew Shinso was notoriously difficult to wake once the boy finally fell asleep. Yawn, he stood to stretch out his aching shoulders and back before deciding to see what was happening in the kitchen. He walked to the partition between the two rooms and peered around it curiously. The smell of bacon becoming ever more enticing the longer he was awake. As he peeked in, he found a sight so domestic he just had to smile. Aizawa-sensei was passed out at the table, loose papers, a laptop, and a couple of mugs scattered around him haphazardly. And beyond him was Yamada, dancing along to something as he scrambled some eggs in a large bowl. After a moment of studying, he managed to catch a glimpse of yellow plastic hiding behind hair, and he smiled again. He knocked quietly on the wall to announce his presence now that he knew his teacher would be able to hear it, even if Izuku couldn't hear it himself. Oops. He would have to figure out where his own hearing aids had gotten to. Luckily, they didn't seem to be necessary in this house. Yamada spun around with a smile. The green teen saw lips moving in a greeting and he raised his hands to sign back his own good morning. The man quickly sets down his whisk and signs back. Good morning, kiddo. Sorry I snagged your hearing aids last night to charge them. They're over here on the counter. How did you sleep? Izuku smiled shyly and stepped into the room to where he could see his charging port and the green bits of machinery off to the side of where the pro was working. Once he could hear again, he turned back to the man to answer his question. I slept well, sir. Thank you. The blonde man cocked his head to the side a bit. Hey now, kiddo. No need to call me sir when I'm at home, okay? Just Hizashi is fine. Or Yamada if that's more comfortable. The freckled teen waved his hands frantically at the suggestion. Oh no. I see couldn't. The English teacher snorted. Sure you can, kiddo. Anyways, breakfast is almost ready. Can you do me a favor? There's a glass door down the hall. Think you can open it and let the gremlins out. They'll take care of waking the other two for us. Forrest met Lime in confusion. Gremlins? But instead of replying to the question, the pro just grinned and waved him to the hall that went further into the apartment. So off he went. He wandered down the hallway towards the stairs. There were two doors on the left, one on the right. The first on the left was the only one made of glass, so he made his way to it and opened it with a quiet click. Almost immediately he was yelping and stumbling back as multicolored streaks of fur popped out of their hiding places and made a mad dash for freedom. It took a moment for him to realize they were cats. That was a lot of cats, holy SHT. He stood for a second in stunned silence before a yelp and a curse echoed through the space from the direction of the living room, and he stumbled forwards to see what the gremlins had done to wake up Hitoshi. What he found made him giggle uncontrollably as he fished his phone out to take a picture. His friend was on the floor, tangled in his fuzzy blanket and unmoving in his defeat. Four felines were perched along his back and legs as they basked in their victory. He heard another curse, this time coming from the kitchen. It was answered with a cheery, "Good morning" show. Mind clearing the table. Wow, the cats really were effective for waking people up. After a few more moments of grumbling, Shinso shook off the furry menaces who were pinning him down and sat up with a yawn. "Good morning," he mumbled. "Good morning, Toshi. Did you sleep okay?" His friend nodded and stood before heading down the hallway while rubbing at his eyes. Still clearly struggling towards wakefulness. Izuku giggled again and went back to the kitchen to offer his help with breakfast. Breakfast was delicious. Apparently Yamada was a decent cook and partially good at American dishes. He made a note to tell Hatsum-san that little tidbit at some time in the near future. He knew she had a soft spot for American food after living with her college roommate. Afterwards, Aizawa cleared the table and waved off any attempt to help with the dishes. Instead, he ordered his husband and foster son to give Izuku a proper tour and show him the guest room he would be using. The apartment was a bit odd. It looked like a basic apartment block from the outside, but apparently you could buy the spaces inside by the half floor and have it customized to suit your needs. It was apparently a safe haven for several heroes and other people with money who were willing to spend it on privacy. Aizawa and Yamada owned 2 floors, which seemed like a ridiculous amount of space to Izuku, who was used to the tiny apartment he shared with his mom. The bottom floor was home to the kitchen, living room, cat room, a bathroom, a training room/gym, and a large storage space for training supplies. The second floor was taken up 4 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, a large office space, and Yamada's personal studio where he could record music or even connect to his station's frequency if he had to run a show from home for any reason. Everything was done up in tasteful black and pale grays with pops of green, yellow, and occasionally purple. After the tour, he was led to the second guest room on the right. All of his bags were sitting neatly at the foot of his bed. His English teacher invited him to unpack and get comfortable, letting him know he had free range of anything in the bathroom if he needed something. After he was left alone, he huffed a bit and checked his phone. 8 a.m. He should get moving. He got dressed in his coveralls quickly. Then brushed through his shortened curls with a comb, frowning slightly at the weird sensation of having so little hair. He tossed his phone charger and wallet into his pocket and made his way back downstairs. Hitoshi noticed him as he walked out of the hallway and into the living room. The brainwasher took in his outfit and frowned. "There is no way you are working a shift right now." Izuku shrugged. "I work every chance I get. Why would today be different?" His friend groaned before calling out, "Yamada?" loudly enough to make Izuku grimace, knowing his friend would have a sore throat later. It was a matter of seconds before both of their teachers appeared. Aizawa from the kitchen and Yamada from upstairs. "What is it, kiddos? Is something wrong?" The blonde man questioned them with a hint of urgency. He relaxed a bit when he saw Shinso's face though, sensing from his expression that at least there was no immediate danger. Instead, the teen stood and snagged his friend's arm to fully turn the other boy to face the adults. "Apparently this dumbass thinks he's going to work today." Izuku sputtered indignantly, but his protests at the wording pettered off as he caught onto the adults' expressions of surprise and exasperation. Before he knew what was happening, Yamada had his phone out and hooked into the Bluetooth of his hearing aids, making a call. It was a matter of seconds before he was speaking, the built-in mics of the mechanisms in his ears picking up his voice easily. "Hatsum-san. Good morning." "Ha, yes, I know. I wrote a copy down last night. I'll be sure to send it with Hitoshi the next time he goes to yours. But hey, quick question. I have a little green kid here who says he has to work today. I was wondering if, I thought that might be the case." "Will do." "Haha, sure. You hear?" The man swiped at his screen a few times and then Hatsum-san's voice was in Izuku's ears instead. "Izuku-kun. You there?" "Ah, yeah, I'm H here." He heard a little bit of rustling and the distant sound of a drill over the line. Wanna explain why you thought you were working today? You don't normally work on Saturdays. Izuku sighed. I just thought I would pick up an extra shift. Mom said that every little bit helps, so I just thought. He trailed off when the woman on the phone let out a huff. Midoriya Izuku. You know the deal with me keeping you on when you started school was that you weren't to overwork yourself. You did a lot yesterday. Not only that, but Recovery Girl had to use her quirk on you, and I know that knocks a person for a loop for a day or two. So no. You are not working today. You are going to stay there. Spend time with your friend. And rest. No studying. No tinkering. Sit and watch TV or something. Understand? Izuku frowned a bit, but knew better than to argue with his stubborn boss. With a sigh he agreed. After a few more words the woman asked to be passed back to Mike. Izuku let the hero know he was done and the call was switched back over to the hero. Izuku promptly flopped down onto the couch to pout and figure out how to make the Bluetooth feature of his hearing aids more secure. It wouldn't do if just anyone could tap into them after all. The adults continued to talk amongst themselves for a while. Izuku and Hitoshi stared at a playthrough of the latest Animal Crossing game that the Violet Insomniac had cast from his phone as a way to distract his friend. Izuku wasn't really focused on it, but it gave his eyes something to follow as his brain pondered his new puzzle. The morning was filled with forced idleness and it was driving Izuku mad. He hadn't brought any of his school books with him. They were all neatly stacked at his work area in the shop from where he had caught up on assignments the day before the festival. So he couldn't study. His personal tools and supplies were all at his desk at home. So no tinkering. And he was apparently supposed to be resting, so he couldn't run through any kata or practice with the weapons he had brought. But maybe they would make an exception for yoga. It couldn't hurt to ask, right? He slowly stood up from the couch, careful to not jostle a snoozing Shinso, and made his way to the kitchen where he knew Aizawa was still set up with his paperwork. He knocked politely on the wall to announce his presence once again, getting a grunt of acknowledgement in return. Aizawa-sensei. I know I'm supposed to take it easy today, but can I do some yoga or something? I'm not used to sitting for so long and the adult cut him off with a calmly raised hand. That should be fine, kid. As long as you make sure not to push yourself too far, okay? I think I have a yoga mat in the storage of the training room. Give me a sec while I go dig it out. He then looked the teen up and down, taking in the coveralls he was still wearing. Actually, why don't you go change into something more comfortable while I do that? Izuku nodded quickly and ran off in triumph. He was happy to finally be doing something, so he wasn't going to argue the fact that he did yoga in his work clothes all the time. He quickly made his way to the guest room upstairs and dug through his duffel bag to pull out a pair of dark green joggers. He figured the shirt he was wearing was good enough, so after he switched out his pants he hurried back down towards the training room. He opened the door and peeked his head in to find Aizawa rolling out a thick mint green yoga mat. The hero looked up at him, then gestured towards the mat with a nod. This good kid? The small teen jumped a bit at the question. It's great, thanks. The man hummed and made his way towards the door, and by proximity the kid. All right. I snagged you a water bottle. He pointed to the lime green reusable bottle on the floor by the door. The speakers in here are under gym surround if you want to hook up your phone. Feel free to ask if you need anything else. With a quick pat on the shoulder as he slips past, the man leaves Izuku to his own devices. Izuku wanders over to the mat and pulls his phone from his pocket. He debated for a moment but eventually decided to hook up to his ears instead of the sound system in the room. He didn't want to risk disturbing anyone with his music. When the small chime sounded to let him know his phone was connected, he swiped through his playlists. Settling on a chill lofi list, he sat his phone down on the floor by the mat. With a content sigh, he started in on his easiest routine. He felt his mind relax as he went through the familiar stretches, floating along peacefully as his body loosened up, the soreness in his back and shoulders slowly easing a bit. He leaned back into the saddle pose only to be met face to face with strikingly orange eyes. He blinked at the fuzzy creature who was staring him down. The small black cat mewed at him before reaching out to bop him on the face. He giggled a bit before reaching out and letting the kitty sniff his fingers. Hello. Slowly he eased out of his stretch to sit up and pet the baby properly. He almost jumped out of his skin when a voice spoke from the doorway behind him. That's spooky. He's a little SHT. Hitoshi grinned down at his friend as the boy scrambled to turn off his music so he would be able to focus on the conversation. That's a cute name. Why spooky? His friend walked over and plopped down on the floor, pulling the feline into his lap. He's a black cat with orange eyes. Yamada apparently named him because of the Western holiday of Halloween, I think. Izuku smiled a bit at the cuteness of that. He had watched a few holiday specials All Might had done when he was studying in America, and he had always thought the festivities looked like a lot of fun. Ichi's really cute. There are others, right? I didn't get a count when I opened the D door this morning, but... Hitoshi snorted. Yeah. There's 8 of them. Green eyes stared at the pale boy incredulously, obviously thinking Hitoshi was joking. 8. The violet-haired teen nodded. Yup. Apparently Aizawa has a soft spot for strays. Who would have guessed? There was a hint of sarcasm in the statement, and Izuku laughed a bit, thinking of how easy it was for the man to invite the 2 of them into his home. He quickly sobered though. The thoughts that he'd been pushing away all day finally catching up to his racing mind. Hitoshi. What am I? Why you know why Yamada insisted I stay here this weekend? His friend sighed and his shoulders slumped. I'm not 100% sure, Aizu. But I know he wasn't happy with the way your mom was treating you. Besides, wouldn't you rather relax after yesterday rather than worrying about what your mom is going to say? The greenette frowned. But that was the first time she was home at night in over a month. Shouldn't I have stayed and spent time with her? Hitoshi frowned. That doesn't make her case look any better, Aizu. Green eyes looked at him in helpless confusion. Shinso just sighed and stood up. He walked towards the back of the room where the supply closet was. Hitoshi. His friend waved off his concern. Gonna find another mat or something. You've been bugging me to stretch with you more, right? Shinso slammed his head dramatically onto the table with a groan. Yamada snickered at the display as he dished up their lunches. Stir-fry with chicken and a CRP ton of different veggies. See, come on, Toshi. It wasn't that bad. We took it easy. Izuku pouted playfully at his groaning friend. You're the devil. The hero hopeful exclaimed with a flamboyant finger pointing at his friend accusingly. A stupidly flexible demon. Your unnatural coloring proves your infernal origins. Izuku raised a green eyebrow and looked pointedly at the purple fluff standing out wildly from his friend's head. All right, boys. Time to eat. The bowls of fresh food were set in front of them, and with a quick itadakimasu and the surprisingly polite reply of "Duzo meshigert" from Mike, the 2 boys dug into the meal as only teenagers can. The 2 adults chatted quietly amongst themselves as they made their way through their portions at a more sedate pace, going over plans for the rest of the day and making sure the groceries were set for dinner that night. After a little while, as the boys started to slow down a bit, the adults dragged the 2 of them into the conversation. Midoriya. Aizawa started. We really need you to answer a few questions. A detective friend of ours is willing to be the police liaison. Would you like for him to swing by tonight? Or if you prefer, he could come by tomorrow after lunch? Green eyes stared in confusion at the hero. After a few uncomfortable seconds, Izuku let loose with the question he had held as his teacher spoke. But do I need to speak to the police? The 2 pro-heroes at the table exchanged a look. Mike quickly chewed and swallowed the bite he was working through before taking over for his husband. Kiddo, I know this might seem weird, but for us to use our emergency foster license, the people who are in charge of these things are going to need to ask some questions, okay? Don't think on it too strong. Just answer truthfully and we will take care of the rest. Izuku stared the pro down. Emergency, foster. Aizawa sighed and pushed his bowl away. Midoriya. As pro-heroes, we have seen some concerning behaviors from your mother, which means we can't in good conscience leave you in her care until we make sure her home is a good environment for you. But my mum doesn't hurt me. She's never hit me or anything. Shinso decided to cut in, wanting to help his friend through the confusion he himself had felt at first. Aizu, I don't think your mom has been doing what she is supposed to. According to Yamada and Aizawa, a caregiver is supposed to provide for you, a roof, food, clothes, and more importantly, they're supposed to be there for you. I've never seen your mom do any of those things. Izuku sniffled as he wrapped his arms around himself. She's busy with work. The excuse sounded flimsy, as they sat in a nice apartment owned by two men with 5 jobs who still made sure to take time out for their days for their foster son. After a moment of uncertain silence, Yamada sighed quietly and stood so he could walk around the table and crouch down beside the now silently crying green-haired teen. "Look, kiddo. I know this is HRD on you. But just bear with us, okay? If we find that she's taking good care of you, we will send you back nice and easy. If not, well, we will cross that bridge if we come to it, okay? I promise we only want to make sure you're in a good environment. One where you can thrive. One where you have the means to reach for your dreams, kiddo." It took a little while for them to calm Izuku back down and placate his concerns about the situation. But eventually he agreed to see the detective that afternoon. As Hitoshi cleaned away the dishes, Hizashi stood and ruffled green curls. "All right. I have to get to the radio station. I'll see you all tonight at about 9. You boys behave." With that, the man wandered off to find his wallet and keys. Aizawa smiled softly at his husband's back before a beep from his phone from its place on the table distracted him. "Tsukachi says he will be here at about 5. That okay, Midoriya?" The teen nodded quietly, staring down at the table, obviously lost in thought. The teacher frowned for a second before standing in search of a mood enhancer. It took him only a moment to find one sleeping under the couch. He tempted her out with a treat before scooping her up and walking back over to the despondent teen at his table. He plopped the small fluffy black poof into Midoriya's lap. "Rookie likes chin scritches," he stated before wandering off upstairs for a nap. Izuku looked down at the ball of black fluff in uncertainty. After a second, bright blue eyes blinked open and soft triangle ears popped up from nowhere. And then the void spoke. A tiny mew showed a flash of sharp white fangs and soft pink tongue. The teen melted as he allowed himself to pet the CHK in space that was apparently named Rookie. When Hitoshi turned around after doing dishes, he outright laughed at the matching looks of contentment across the faces of boy and cat. "She does that to people. She likes being carried. Do you want to bring her upstairs? I have some homework I need to get done." "Homework? Didn't you finish it the other day at the shop?" Shinso blushed faintly. I double-checked my planner and realized I forgot an assignment for Snipe-sensei." Izuku snorted. "Of course you did. Come on then, I'll check your answers." "Thanks, Aizu." Detective Tsukachi is just as plain as Izuku remembers from his interview after the USJ incident. Unassuming face. Dark brown hair and eyes. Simple, nice, close. The man was obviously more focused on his work than his looks. Izuku was settled on the couch, Aizawa at the other end giving him space. The detective had pulled one of the armchairs over from near the windows to sit in front of the teen. Hitoshi had been sent back up to his room by his foster father, which Izuku was thankful for. This was stressful enough without the added worry about his friend's reaction to whatever they end up talking about. The detective pulled out a little recording device once again and went through the whole introduced spiel that Izuku was starting to become uncomfortably familiar with. "Midoriya-kun, are you ready to start now? We can give it a few minutes if you need, or if you prefer to do it tomorrow instead, that is still an option." But the boy shook his head, what was left of his green curls bouncing with the movement. It's okay, detective. I'm good with doing this and now." "Let's start off easy. Over the last month, how many times have you physically seen your mother at home?" Izuku tilted his head back a bit to think. "Does last night see count?" "Sure. Then, twice I think. She's usually home when I'm at school, I think, so I don't get to see her face-to-face often." The detective nodded, his face not really giving away his thoughts on the matter, though the greenette saw Aizawa frown a bit from the corner of his eye. "On a day-to-day basis, how much food is normally kept in the house?" Izuku winced a little bit, knowing his eating habits weren't going to look the best. "Not much, usually just some small snacks. But that's on me. I don't eat there much. Leaves me a weekly food budget. And I mostly spend it on SC school lunches." "I see. How much does she usually leave you?" About 3,500 yen usually. Sometimes a bit more or less depending on her checks." Aizawa was looking downright concerned at that. "Midoriya, That's not enough to pay for full meals at UA for a full week. Oh well. I usually just get a bowl of rice or something cheap from the vending machines every other day, but it's okay. Eat dinner with the Hatsums. Hatsum-san always makes us sure I have enough to eat. The pro looked unimpressed. And what did you do before you met Hatsum-san? Oh well. I ate a lot of instant ramen. And I didn't usually eat at SC school because Aldra was, and it was better to not go to the lunchroom. The two men exchanged a look the teen couldn't quite decipher before the detective took over again. All right. And when did your mother start leaving money instead of buying groceries? Once again the boy paused to think, finger lightly tapping his lip. Around the first year of middle school. Think. And maybe the break be between primary and middle. So when you were around 10 to 11? Yes. She left more money back then though. Enough to buy groceries for the both of us. And when did that change? I think when the rent went up. So, the middle of second year. The nondescript man nodded to himself. I see. Okay, moving on. Has your mother ever touched you with intent to harm? No, sir. Alright. Has your mother ever physically hurt you? At that Izuku flinched a little bit. It didn't go unnoticed. Please remember my quirk Midoriya-kun, and that I'm here to help you. The teen sighed. She has a habit of grabbing at things when she's upset, either W with her hands or her chew quirk, and sometimes WH when she's like that she doesn't always realize her strength. How did she use her quirk? She has pretty fine T-tuned control so she can grab at whatever even if it's too big to actually move. And mostly she grabbed at my clothes. Making us sure I wouldn't be rude and leave when I should have been listening to her. But sometimes as she would tug my hair or something. One time she was really mad and Midoriya trailed off looking queasy. Aizawa huffed and slid over a bit on the couch so he could rest a reassuring hand on messy curls. It's okay, kid. We need to know this. I know it's strong to talk about but it needs to be said. Izuku took a shaky breath, leaning into the hand on his head a bit. She too tugged at something inside. I'm not sure W. I think it was my kidney. But it really hurt. IW was sore for days after. He looked up from where his gaze had shifted to the floor after a minute or two of neither man replying. Both of them looked pale and a bit sick. She was really mad, and it only happened once. Suddenly Aizawa's expression shifted from one of shock to that of rage. Izuku flinched strong. Sorry. The underground hero raised a placating hand obviously trying to calm his reaction after seeing the boys flinch. I'm not mad at you. What she did was incredibly dangerous. You're lucky she didn't kill you. Aizawa ran his hand through his hair with a huff. All right. That's not good. But let's come back to it later, okay? Izuku stared at the hero as he very obviously tried to calm himself. Eventually he gave a hesitant nod. Sure. Though there's not really much else to say about that. Tsukachi decided to step back into the conversation in an effort to keep the normally composed hero from exploding. Later then. The detective paused for a moment to give them all a moment to compose themselves. Next question. Would you say your mother has met your emotional needs? That one really threw the boy off. Uncertainty written boldly across his face. Like how? What kind of emotional needs? She makes sure to T-talk on the PH phone at least once a week. Does that count? The brunette sitting in front of the teen sighed. No, that doesn't. I'm more asking if when she talks to you does she help you feel better? Let's say you're stressed about an upcoming test. When you talk to her about it, does she try to help you at all? Izuku tilted his head again. More than likely she would just change the subject. She doesn't really like talking about school. It makes her sad I guess and she doesn't need more stress. So she just avoids talking about things you need help with? You kind of. It depends. Okay. So, if someone said something rude to you and it hurt your feelings. You tell your mother what happened. What would she do? To the men's surprise the teen scoffed. That's not a big deal. Mom always tells me how it is. If I tell her what someone said she would just tell me if they were right or not. Most of the time we were so. That last comment set off alarm bells for the two people listening to the boy. Aizawa rested a hand lightly on his shoulder once again. What kinds of things were people saying to you that she agreed with? The greenette waved a freckled hand in dismissal. Does it matter? Yes, Midoriya-kun. The detective stated firmly. If it hurts your feelings, then it matters. Izuku sighed and started playing with his fingers distractedly. It's been a while since I've actually gotten my feelings hurt over this kind of stuff. I'm a null after all. I have to have a bit of a thick skin. Tsukachi flinched back at the term and Aizawa looked furious. Midoriya Izuku. Please tell me your mother never called you that slur. The boy tilted his head a bit to the side, refusing eye contact and tugging at his fingers. And not directly. So she didn't say it directly. But she didn't dispute it. The teen said nothing, tugs on his fingers getting a tad harsher in the stress of the moment. Aizawa sighed quietly and reached over to gently pull his hands apart. Gentle on yourself, kid. All right, the answer to that question was yes. Let's move on. And so they went. There weren't too many more questions, so it didn't take too long for the detective to finish up the interview. After they were done, the adults shared a look and Aizawa sent Izuku up to hang out with Shinso, saying they had something they needed to discuss about a different case. The green teen headed for the stairs gratefully, glad that the worst was over with. He scampered up the steps only to falter when he got to the top to see his friend crouching by the banister. The purple-eyed troublemaker raised a finger to his lips and pointed to his ears. Izuku raised an eyebrow incredulously before realizing he could be listening in to cool hero business. He joined his friend and turned the gadgets in his ears up to eavesdrop more easily. After a moment, he could focus in on the conversation downstairs. He had to ignore the sound of the AC and the downstairs neighbor's TV though, which of course sparked the idea of rewriting his tuning code. Maybe he could make it into an app for his phone so he could clean up audio in real time if he ever felt like eavesdropping again. That would be cool. Focus. Spy mode. He concentrated on Aizawa's low grumbles. Are you sure she isn't picking up extra shifts? The sigh. She isn't. And her coworkers had a lot of opinions about her. Most seemed apathetic, but some showed signs of distaste. There were also a few who brought up her status as mother of a well. I refused to use the terms they did. But some of the other nurses seemed more irritated about her attitude. Of course there's discrimination in a hospital. Honestly, why am I surprised at this point? Did you note down the ones that said that SHT? I'll have Nizu look into them. Yeah, I got them. But anyways, back to the crux of the matter. Inko Midoriya has not been taking extra hours at work. The dive showed no other jobs. So, where is she going when she abandons her son for weeks on end? The million-yen question. Izuku knew his breath was hitching. He turned with wide eyes to look towards Hitoshi. The other boy was frowning, slightly confused looking. After seeing the state Izuku was slipping into though, he snapped into action. Standing, he dragged the smaller boy up and into his room, closing the door quietly behind them. Izuku, I didn't really catch all of what they said. What was that about your mom? The question seemed to be what opened the floodgates. Izuku keened quietly to himself before slumping to his knees with a sob. She lied to me. How could she? I worked so strong for her. Why? But what did I do? The anguished cry made even Hitoshi's eyes tear up, and the pale boy quickly threw himself into the floor with his friend, scooping him up into his lap and murmuring soothing words into wild green curls. It takes a while for the boy to calm down. And as soon as Shinso was sure he wouldn't burst straight back into tears again, he started in on distracting Izuku from what he was sure was too much to process. First things first, he turned on the small TV on his dresser and synced his SWH Pro, pulling up the easy and calm game of Animal Crossing Crustimbers. He hefted his friend up and out of the floor with him and walked over to the bed where he settled with the small greenette back safely in his lap. After a while the sniffles slowed. Green eyes stared blankly at the screen as Hitoshi worked on reorganizing his orchard. After a bit, a little chime went off and a little bubble showing Kaminari's villager popped up in the top corner. That started off a chat full of friendly banter and memes. Eventually Izuku started giggling at the antics on screen as Hitoshi and Kaminari's villagers ran amok, playfully fighting with each other. When Yamada called them down for dinner, they had to say goodbye to their other friend, only to hesitate when he invited them to come hang out the next day, claiming that his moms wanted to meet the group. Shinso quickly told Denki that they would let him know if his fosters said they could before logging off and turning to the exhausted support students still cuddled into his side. Do you want to ask if we can go? If not, I can make an excuse and we can just stay here again tomorrow? Izuku sighed before rubbing his swollen eyes. You know what? I think I want to go. I don't want this to take me away from my FR friends. Besides, I'll always feel better when you G guys are around, so? Hitoshi smiled softly at the sweet words before turning the expression into a smirk. Fine. Guess I'll ask Yamada if we can go. Lord knows you'll take every chance to fangirl over Denki and his stupid quirk. Izuku screeched in indignant denial, and the huffed out a laugh as he was dumped onto the bed. They wrestled for a minute, Shinso still teasing the smaller boy for his obsession with the electrical teen. Eventually Hitoshi was sprinting out of the room and to the kitchen, Izuku hot on his heels bubbling with denials and giggles. The next day found Izuku in his borrowed bed, staring up at the ceiling as he slowly woke himself up. After a few minutes he managed to convince himself that getting up early for another round of yoga was still worth it. So he dragged himself out of bed, hooking his phone up to the aids in his ears as he quietly padded down the stairs. Luckily over the past year his tastes in pajamas had shifted from his old matching all-might sets to his more worn activewear. So he didn't need to put forth the effort to change since he was already in some ugly green sweats and an oversized gray t-shirt he was sure was Hatsam's at some point. As tattered and holey as they may be, they worked well enough for a quick morning yoga routine. He put one of his more tranquil mixes on as he fetched and rolled out the mat. He took a few paced breaths before he stepped into his first stance, slowly waking his body up for the day. Another round of breathing and then he's sliding his foot out further and bending his back just so. Breathe. Ease into the next form. He is never as at peace as he is during early morning yoga. He allows his mind to wander amongst half-formed thoughts. Nothing concrete. Nothing he wanted to focus on. Breathe. The thought of familiar green hair and eyes popped into his head for a half a second before he shoved it away with a savage ferocity. Nope. Not today. Breathe. And on he went, working his way up in the complexity of his movements and contortions. When Hitoshi stumbled into the training room, he had his seat to the floor, back arched and the tips of his toes brushing the floor by his face, resolutely ignoring the slight pulling of his newest scars. God's Izuku. That doesn't even look natural. The greenette stuck his tongue out petulantly, but kept up with his breathing instead of replying. Slowly he lifted his legs to point towards the ceiling before he carefully shifted his weight from his seat to his elbows. From there he straightened into a full handstand. Unfortunately his baggy shirt made it to where he couldn't really see much when he was upside down like this, so he didn't see his friend eyeing his toned tummy. He did hear the gasp from the doorway though, and the sound suddenly reminded him that he was in someone else's home and that not everyone knew of his scars. And he wasn't wearing an undershirt. He quickly jackknifed it into a standing position, tugging his shirt back down and tucking his arms behind himself, wishing that the stretched-out collar of the old shirt didn't show quite so much of his shoulders and collarbones. He nervously looked towards the door where Yamada stood in all his ruffled half-asleep glory. The sharp movement of the kid seemed to have snapped the hero out of his surprise luckily, and the man was quick to slide an easy smile back onto his face. Sorry kiddo. Didn't mean to startle ya. I was just surprised at how easy you made that handstand look. I've never managed to MSTR them myself. Anyways, I was just popping in to tell you two that breakfast will be done in about 30 minutes or so if y'all want to get a shower or something first. Hitoshi frowned at his foster father from his spot leaning against the wall, minorly upset with the man for yanking Izuku out of his quiet contentment. Okay Yamada. We will be out in a bit then. He turned back to his friend, trying not to feel bad about being a bit snippy with his tone. But Diamante, his friend, had felt comfortable enough to not wear one of his stupid undershirts. And now the loud-mouthed hero might have gone and ruined it. Come on Izu. Let's go grab showers real quick and then we can head for the train right after breakfast. The taller teen made a discreet flapping motion with his hand at the man in the door. Luckily Mike got the memo and walked away with a cheery, "See you two in a minute." The two teens made their way back upstairs, Shinso trying not to sigh as his friend very obviously did his best to keep his arms out of sight. When they reached the guest room, he reached out and grabbed the smaller boy's shoulder. "Aizu, he didn't mean anything by it. He was just surprised. You don't need to hide them, especially not from me." The tanned boy grimaced a bit, freckles distorting. Green eyes locked on the door handle. But they're so ugly," Hitoshi hissed. A flare of anger making him harsher than he usually was with his friend, he tugged on the shoulder in his hand until Izuku was facing him. "Don't you dare say that. Izuku, nothing about you is ugly. Not your freckles. Not your curls. Not your scars. They can't be ugly because they're a part of you. And you, Midoriya Izuku, are one of the most appealing people I have ever seen." Izuku stared at him, surprised at his outburst. Green blinked in shock for a moment and Hitoshi felt the tips of his ears turn pink as he realized what exactly he said. Too late to back down now though. He huffed. "Okay, look. You don't have to go around shirtless or anything. You don't have to show them if you don't want to, but Aizawa and Yamada are pros. They're used to scars. And they really don't bother me at all they show me is how strong you are. So, if you want to be comfortable and wear t-shirts or CRP tops or whatever here, that's fine. None of us are going to judge you for the SHT you've had to survive in the past, Aizu." After a pause, where the words slowly sunk in, Shinso had a hug full of sniffling genius to calm down. It took a bit, and they had to rush their showers, but when they headed down to eat, the smaller boy was indeed wearing a t-shirt, his usual black spandex nowhere to be seen. The old green tie-dye shirt highlighting the lighter tones in his eyes. Hitoshi smiled with pride at his friend, and gave his fosters a grateful look when neither man reacted to the marks showing up and down the boy's arms. Breakfast was calm once again. Chit-chat about the day's plans rolling over them all with ease. Aizawa made sure the green child had both of the adults' personal numbers added to his phone just in case something happened when they went out. The boys quickly cleaned up after everyone was done eating, Izuku borderline bullying Hitoshi into letting him help. Saying goodbye to the heroes, they made their way to the Genken to slip on their shoes, Izuku also sliding on a red zip-up hoodie that was so well worn it was borderline pink. With that, they were out the door and on their way to the train station to meet with Mei. They bumped shoulders playfully as they walked down the sidewalk and chatted about school and Animal Crossing. Apparently Yamada had bought the console and game for himself but passed it along to Shinso because he was too busy to play most days. And now the sleepy teen was obsessed. Honestly, after one 2-hour session Izuku was too. He wondered how many hours he would have to work to get his own console and copy. He also wondered how much coding it would take to add in his own characters. He bet Mei would look adorable as an anteater. Maybe he could buy Mei a console too and then code them all cute little animal versions of their friends. Might be a fun project to help him learn more about 3D imaging and design. Would Kaminari be a bunny or a dog? Probably a dog. It took Hitoshi waving a hand in front of his face to break the support student out of his ramble spiral and alert him to the fact that they had arrived at the station. He hummed in acknowledgement and followed his friend's lead as they headed towards the tiny bakery off to the side of the platform. Hitoshi had found it 2 weeks before on his way to school and was completely obsessed with their collection of cat-themed treats. As they slipped into the little shop, they were met face to face with a cheery pink whirlwind. Mei was excited to tell her brain buddy about the new idea she had for the boots they had built. A way to make the kinetic motor run more smoothly at a smaller size. This of course set off a round of tech babble, which Hitoshi promptly ignored with a fond eye roll. As the two support prodigies did their thing, their perpetually exhausted babysitter dealt with the thing they were actually there for. Treats to offer Kaminari's mothers as a greeting. He quickly picked out an assortment of cookies and then, after a moment of debate, added in some anpan and chocopan. All were cat-shaped and adorable. Perfectly cute with little faces and whiskers and tails. He took a quick picture of the box full of sweets before he closed it. Paying was quick, and then he was dragging his distracted friends to their platform before they missed the train. Once they made it to the right neighborhood, about 10 minutes by train away from the Yamada Aizawa apartment, Izuku plugged the address they had been given into his phone. Lucky he did, since the apartment was in a large complex, the Kaminari's building near the center of the maze. It would have taken them a while to find the right building without the guide. As it was, they were buzzing the intercom soon enough, waiting patiently until their friend answered and hit the button to release the lock to the lobby. Soon enough they were 4 stories up and knocking politely at the door, giggling at a joke May had made in the elevator. Kaminari let them in quickly, obviously having been waiting by the door. His usual bright and bubbly smile was in full force as he pulled them into his home and towards the small dining area where his moms were sitting, tea already made and waiting for their guests. The women stood to bow and welcome them. They introduced themselves as Akane and Rhea Kaminari. Akane was thin and willowy, long brown hair perfectly straight, pale skin flawless. But it was her eyes that were her most striking feature. A bright, shocking blue. She seemed to almost look through you. But her smile eased the intensity of her gaze, soft and kind. Obviously welcoming and comforting. If her eyes were like being dunked in ice water, then her smile was like falling into a warm bed on a cold day. And then there was Rhea. She was taller than her wife. Akane came up to about her shoulder. She was also a bit wider across the shoulders, and curvy where the other was thin. But she was no less kind. Her platinum blonde hair was cropped into a messy bob and her golden eyes promised mischief and fun. And oh, looking closer, Denki's smile is a perfect mix of both of theirs. Easy and light-hearted and comforting and sweet. No wonder the boy was sunshine incarnate if these two were the ones raising him. They spent an hour with the women, chatting and having tea, before heading out to the nearby arcade and wasting the rest of the morning and a good chunk of the afternoon messing around. They ate lunch at the snack bar, nearly making themselves sick with the greasy food. Denki challenged them to a DDR tournament, which he won, but not before Izuku gave him a real run for his money. And they laughed at and cheered for and heckled each other endlessly. They discovered new things about themselves and one another. Shinso is surprisingly good at video games. Apparently a lot of foster homes would just shove old consoles at the kids to keep them quiet and entertained. Denki was not allowed to play any of the games with exposed metal bits anywhere near where his hands would be. The owner knew him on sight as the kid who fried a console with a metal plate under the joystick one time. May had no patience for first-person shooters because they messed with her eyes. And Izuku was ridiculously good at finding patterns in the games. He got the high score on the vintage Ms. Pac-Man game on his 3rd run-through. It was a fun day. A good day. They had fun, loud, obnoxious fun. Like the teenagers they were. And when Kaminari's moms called to let them know dinner was almost ready, they traipsed back to the apartment feeling refreshed and lighthearted. They ate a far healthier meal with the 2 women, the adults getting to know the 3 kids who had so enraptured their son. Found themselves approving of these odd, but endearingly sweet, outcasts. Later they would let their son know the 3 of them were welcome to come over at any time. Eventually it was time for them to head home for the night. They did have school in the morning after all. So after a round of farewells, the original 3 stood in the hall waiting on the elevator. May chattering happily about the project she was going to work on when she got home while Shinso acted as her soundboard. Izuku giggled at their antics before glancing out the window a few feet further down the hall. Only for something to catch his eye. He frowned, stepping closer to get a better look. Something about the view seemed familiar, but he couldn't quite put his finger on why. It was like experiencing a cute déjà vu. He knew he had never been here before. But the maple tree in the little communal courtyard area below looked remarkably similar to something he had seen before. He was pulled out of his musings by the ding of the lift arriving before he figured out the weird feeling. With a giggle and a mental shrug, he let his friends pull him away from the view below, and then onward towards the train station. And then to the bed awaiting him at the Yamada Aizawa apartment. He didn't remember the last time he had felt so much like a kid, but he was so glad to have been able to spend the day with his friends. He knew he would look back on these memories with fondness for years. As he fell asleep, he found himself replaying the best of the laughter over and over again in his head. Izuku was really starting to like the vibe of mornings with Aizawa, Yamada, and Shinso. The starts to their days were simultaneously boisterous and calming. The paradox perpetuated by the general hubbub of a morning where a home full of people are getting ready, 8 cats underfoot, and yet the easy quietness of those same people. It's not that they were trying to be quiet. It's more that they were content to move around each other without more than a simple greeting and a smile. Extra words were saved until everyone was sufficiently awake enough to appreciate them. But there was still noise. The sizzle of fish in hot oil. The patter of paws. And the quiet humming of the resident DJ. It was peaceful without being silent. And the greenette would admit to himself that he loved it. It wasn't until everyone was around the table and had at least taken a few bites of rice and miso before the spell was truly broken. Aizawa sighed from where he was checking emails on his laptop. Third cup of coffee at his elbow and thoroughly done look on his face. Midoriya-kun. Nizu would like to meet with you before classes. Izuku tilted his head in confusion, not seeing the look Yamada gave Shinso as the other boy tracked the action. Why? The underground hero ran a hand through his hair with a grumble. He needs to talk to you about Bakugo's repercussions for attacking you, as well as the general meeting for people in other courses who place in the festival. The question is, who you would prefer to go with you. As your temporary fosters, either of us could go, or we could call Hatsum-san up since she is still on your paperwork. Now, whoever has the tea time is fine. The sigh. We all have the time, kid. Which of us do you want? But the boy just shrugged. After a moment of silent conversation between the two adults, the men nodded to each other. Okay. From there the conversation dropped, and Mike took up chattering about the themes he had picked out for his radio show that week. Breakfast rushed by quickly from there. Aizawa taking over the dish duty with a grumble and an order for the two boys to make sure they had everything they needed in their bags. And then they were all piling out the door, a small struggle with an escaped cat, and they were out and on their way. Izuku stared out the windows on the car, feeling weird about being out and about so early. His train normally didn't leave for another hour. But because he was going in with teachers, they had to leave earlier so they could do their morning setup and paperwork. About a block away from the outer wall of the campus, the car took a right turn away from the front gate and into a dim alley, and from there through what looked like a loading bay door. But instead of an industrial space, like the door and the building it was set into seemed to hint at, they ended up in a tunnel that sloped gently downwards. It went on for a little bit before ending in a checkpoint where Yamada had to scan his teacher's ID before the heavy-looking door rolled open. Beyond was what was obviously a parking garage, filled to the brim with various vehicles emblazoned with the UA logo, as well as what were obviously more personal cars for the staff. Mike parked the simple black sedan in a spot near the wall and the elevator, and they all slid free of the mechanical coffin. When they got in the lift, Izuku was treated to a sleepy Hitoshi standing behind him and draping his arms over his shoulders and using the smaller boy to prop himself up. For all his pouting at the obvious poke at his height, he also fully enjoyed the physical presence of his friend. It couldn't last though. The doors opened with a cheery ding and Hitoshi was sent on his way to his classroom for a nap. The smaller boy was guided gently towards the principal's office. A walk that was becoming increasingly familiar. As it did every time before, the door opened before anyone knocked. And once again Izuku was welcomed into the room by a smiling mammal. The one thing that did surprise him, however, was the fact that both of the pro-heroes who had walked with him also entered the room. He had fully expected one or both of them to branch off at the door. For them to do their part in making sure he got to the meeting and then be on their way. Off to do teacher things. But no, as Izuku was guided into having a seat at the table off to the side of the office. Both of the men took up their own seats on either side of the boy. Yamada typing furiously at his phone as he settled. The principal hummed a cheery tune as he busied himself with pouring tea and setting it in front of his guests. Is she ready, Yamada-san? Yes, sir. She's logging in now. Wonderful. The small creature chirped as he spun around and hit a button hidden against the edge of the table. The TV on the wall near the desk had been tilted on its pivoting bracket to face the table. It flickered on with a hum and was soon showing the bright hair and eyes of Hatsum-Miya. Good morning, Hatsum-san. Nizu greeted. Can you hear us okay? Once she had confirmed the connection was good, Izuku took the brief pause to ask his most burning question. Are all three of you? Yamada grinned down at him and telegraphed a hair ruffle. Well, you didn't know who you wanted here, so now you get all of us. The adults continued the polite small talk as the boy regained his scattered brain. giving him the time he needed to try and process the kindness of people who actually liked him. Once the green-haired child had managed to push back his tears and take a sip of tea with only a slight tremble in his hands, Nizu moved the meeting forwards. "Okay, Midoriya-kun. First things first." The rodent scampered up from his lifted chair and onto the table. He then promptly bent into a deep bow. "I have some apologies to make. First, that Bakugo Katsuki was allowed to face you in the festival at all. We had toyed with the idea of making him sit out entirely. We allowed him participation under the guise of seeing how far the boy had progressed in his anger management courses. I should not have signed off on that. I should have taken your safety into more consideration. Second, that you were left in an unstable living situation for so long. There were signs as far back as your first interaction with Recovery Girl that I should have taken into account. I let myself believe you were fine without following my instinct and digging further into things. So I am very sorry. I have failed you as a pro-hero and as an educator." Green eyes blinked blankly in shock for a moment. The principal kept his head down in his bow, trying to drive home the seriousness of his apology. It's a not your fault though." A button nose twitched as Nizu looked up to pin the boy under his gaze. Beady eyes heavy and serious. "I might not be the cause, but I could have been the solution. That I wasn't means I have failed. And so I am sorry, Midoriya-kun." There was a pause. One breath. Then two. And then Aizawa cleared his throat, looking pointedly at his employer. "You spoke to the Bakugos after the festival, yes?" The rodent sat primly on the tabletop, not bothering to climb back onto his seat. "It was a very interesting talk. Bakugo-kun has been suspended for the foreseeable future. If he can't pass some rigorous mental health and anger management tests, he will be expelled. Honestly, I have gotten several emails from other heroes asking why he was accepted into the school in the first place. That brings us to our next topic for today. Aldra. I had already done a brief dig into the school district last year, but I'm ashamed to say anything more than a surface skim of them was pushed aside once I was informed of your escape from their clutches. I was under the impression that there were more important things for me to do. But if I had dug in even a little bit deeper, then Bakugo-kun would never have been allowed anywhere near you." He sighed, running a hand over his muzzle to smooth twitching whiskers. "But I didn't. So we have to figure out where to go from here. I took the liberty of writing out a full exposé on the school district, complete with the video evidence recovered last fall. The issue with releasing it is that we will also be releasing your quirk status. So I will leave the choice on that matter up to you. On the same note, it seems the winner of the sports festival has garnered a lot of attention from a lot of the heroes who were watching. The amount of emails and interest has left us with a few questions to ask." He paused, looking up at the boy. "We are going to have to SWH you into the hero course. The school board isn't giving me a choice on that. The question is, would you like to be just a hero student? Or would you like to SWCH your hybrid status from business/support to hero/support or hero/business? Izuku blinked up at him blankly, brain completely overloaded at the turn the conversation had taken. "What? Of course, I've been told by Ectoplasm that you could probably test out of the required math classes completely, and if we do that and maybe a few of the sciences, we could open up a bit more of your schedule and you can try and fit all 3 courses in, though you might have to stay an hour later for some extra tutoring, although there is also the matter of Sundays. I know we had said I would offer to teach you personally on Sunday mornings, but with everything that's happened that got put off a bit. But now that things are calming down around the whole USJ debacle, I would be more than willing to use Sunday mornings to help you keep up with whatever course load you choose." The small greenette sitting in front of the jovial rodent curled into himself. It took a beat, maybe 2. But then he was speaking, voice quiet but clear, eyes locked onto the beige carpeting. "But I can't be a hero. So why be bother putting me in the classes?" He missed the looks the adults shared over his head. It was Yamada who stepped up to the plate, voice uncharacteristically quiet. "Why do you say that, little listener? Of course you can be a hero." None of them missed the quiet sniffle. "Why you don't understand? I can't. I'm a useless, quirkless Deku. I'd just be a liability in the field." The teen started tugging at his fingers, agitation obvious. The underground hero next to him sighed and reached over to calm the painful fidgeting. Easy on yourself, kid. Anyways, who said you would be a liability? It looked to me like the opposite was true during the attack on the USJ. I don't know who told you you were useless, but they couldn't be more wrong. The reaction to those words wasn't what anyone expected. They all thought there would be a few tears, sure, but they expected the boy to be happy, to feel relieved he was believed in. They didn't see the meltdown coming. In a flash, the small teenager was out of his chair and pacing, pulling harshly at short green curls. I can't. You don't understand. He told me, he can't be wrong. I have found a new DR dream. He didn't hear the slightly panicked voices of the heroes and mechanic over his own mental monologue. He spun to pace back the other way only to be brought up short by the crouched figure of a blonde who was looking up at him with bald concern. Izuku, darling. I need you to take a deep breath, okay? Can I touch your hand, honey? The small boy curled into himself with an almost silent whimper, sinking to his knees as he pulled one hand roughly out of his tangled hair and reached for the hero in front of him. He squeezed green eyes closed against his tears as his hand was taken in two larger ones. Long fingers, calluses from both knives and guitars, gentle. They guided his own scarred fingers to press against a muscled Z. Breathe with me, darling. In 2, 3, 4. It took 27 minutes, the adults counting each and every one with prayers in their hearts. But eventually they were through the worst of it. When Izuku was breathing steadily, Mike took the chance of moving forwards a bit, telegraphing his movements. After a moment he ended up with a still tearful child curled into his lap, slumped tiredly against his shoulder, hands latched onto the elter of his jacket. Aizawa stood and made his way over, sitting in the floor a few feet away. Hey kiddo. I know you're tired, but I have a few things to ask before you nap, okay? First, who was the he you were talking about? Because if it was Bakugo... But the groggy greenette shook his head, cutting in, no, well yes, but I never listened to him. No, I met all might a year or so ago, and His voice faded away after he peeked up from Yamada's shoulder to the others in the room. At the pure rage on their faces he whimpered and hid himself away again with a flinch. All Might. Aizawa intoned with a voice devoid of the emotion he had shown on his face. All Might told you that you couldn't be a hero. Mizu. I want him off the staff. You know I can't do that. The school board would skin me, not to mention the PR nightmare. I'll see what I can do about keeping him away from first years though. Maybe I can force him into some remedial courses on how to deal with children as well. He obviously needs it. As the other educators conspired on how to deal with the situation, Mike had started up whispering to the hurting kid in his arms. It's going to be okay, kiddo. We will set him straight, okay. But the boy shook his head. I don't understand. He's the number one hero. Of course he's knows who can and can't be a hero. Oh darling, no. That man is just as human as the rest of us. He can be wrong too. And he was wrong about you. You can be a hero. It may not be like how that musclehead is a hero, but a hero nonetheless. Maybe you could be like Sho. Or even Maijima. Either way, all it's going to take is you finding your own path, okay? Now why don't you nap for a bit while we wait for those three to finish their plotting, okay? The small teen blinked up at him for a moment before nodding and visibly putting his troubled thoughts aside for the sweet call of sleep. When Izuku became aware of the world once again, he found himself laid out on one of the sofas in the corner of Nizu's office. He rubbed at crusty eyes as he sat up, trying to take stock of the situation. His shoes had been removed, and Aizawa and Yamada had left. Nizu was sat at his desk chatting with someone over the intercom system connected to his computer even as he appeared to multitask, scribbling on and stamping paperwork with one paw and the other scrabbled across his keyboard. The teen's movements seemed to catch his eye though, and the mammal looked up from his tasks. Midoriya-kun, did you have a nice nap? The boy hummed an unsure affirmative before reaching for his uwabaki, sliding them on and cringing a little as his toes were compressed uncomfortably. He realized the woman on the speaker was Hatsum-san as she also greeted him asking how he was feeling. He gave a quiet answer as he settled into the chair across the desk from the principal. All right, Midoriya-kun. Here is my suggestion for today. I managed to dig up some tests for you to go through. There's no pressure to pass this round, okay? Just answer everything you can so we can get a good idea of what classes you can test out of. From there we will decide on what to do about the whole situation. Does that sound good to you? The boy blinked for a moment, still a tad bit groggy from crying so much, and then his nap. Because Hatsum-san spoke up calmly, Izuku, if you don't want to do it today that's okay too, you could go to class like usual, or just come to the shop and chill, and we can do the test tomorrow. The boy took a moment to think, gauging how he was feeling and checking the time to see how long he slept. He hadn't been out for too long, an hour and a half, there was still plenty of class time left. It would be a shame to waste it, but he didn't really feel overly social. The thought of dealing with rowdy support students wasn't as appealing as it would usually be. After a few moments of contemplation he sighed and nodded to himself. Let's go ahead and get it out of the way. Nizu clasped his paws together with a smile. Excellent. I admire your tenacity, Midoriya-kun. Now, let me make us tea and we will get you all set up. And so they did. After saying goodbye to Hatsum-sen, Nizu set the kettle on to boil and piled a stack of packets on the table where their morning meeting had been, asking the boy if he needed any pencils or erasers. Izuku shook his head and pulled out his small pencil box and selected the least battered mechanical pencil and made sure it was full of lead. By the time he was setting his old yellow backpack back down out of the way, the mammal was scampering back to the whistling kettle and prepping the tea. He was quick and efficient, and soon the green-haired boy was presented with a warm cup that was exuding the relaxing scent of peppermint. Here we are. All right now. Each of these packets are for a different class. The classes are for all 3 grades in all 4 courses. You can do them in any order you wish, and again, if you can't answer a question, that is okay. Most of these are way past what a child your age would normally be learning. Do what you can and we will figure out the rest. Any questions? Izuku shook his head. It was pretty straightforward, and he had been through things like this twice before after all. Okay then. Let me know if you have any. You can take breaks whenever you need, and I will let you know when it is lunchtime. Good luck, Midoriya-kun. With that, the rodent retreated back to his own desk and left him to it. The teen took a deep breath, running his hand through slightly tangled curls in an attempt to center himself. He leaned forwards and dragged the large stack of papers over and looked through the packets, sorting them quickly into 4 piles: the subjects he liked, the subjects he had confidence in probably passing, the subjects he knew a bit about, and the ones he was unsure on. He started on the last pile first, figuring it would be the quickest since he would probably be skipping a lot of questions. He starts in on the first art history question with a determined frown. He was surprised that he knew the answer. He knew he had read the whole textbook one rainy evening, but honestly most art stuff didn't make a lot of sense to him. Well, maybe he would do better with this subject than he thought. He did his best to work steadily. Every 3 packets from the hardest pile he would allow himself a packet from either math or science as a kind of reward. Unfortunately, those never seemed to last him long, and he would soon be back to slogging through literature or history. Across campus from where an emotionally numb child worked towards his future, 2 angry guardians had finally tracked down their target. The warning bell for the second PRD rang loudly as a very confused small mite was dragged from the teacher's lounge by an obviously irritated Aizawa. The shorter man all but flung the older hero in through the door of one of the soundproof meeting rooms when they reached it. The symbol of peace sputtered at the rough handling, not noticing Mike leaning against the conference table right away. Goodness, Aizawa. Whatever the issue is, I'm sure it's not necessary to manhandle me like that. But instead of calming down his colleague as intended, the words seemed to only incense the man more. Oh yes. Let's talk, Yagi Toshinori. I have plenty to say to you after all. The blonde himbo tilted his head in confusion at the nearly rabid tone. Aizawa, my boy, is something wrong? Suddenly the seething younger man once again had a fistful of Yagi's shirt, dragging him down to make eye contact this time. I'm not, but from today on you will be calling me Aizawa-sensei because you obviously need lessons on speaking to kids, and I guess I'm going to have to be the one to teach you. His eyes glowed faintly yellow in an obvious show of restraint as the older man once again sputtered his confusion. They paused when a quiet snicker sounded from farther into the room. Diaminsho. You're always so hot when you're angry. Yamada stood and slunk towards the other two teachers, his husband relaxing a bit at the quietly threatening aura that was suddenly filling the room. Not that All Might noticed it, of course. That would have made things too easy. The voice hero leaned against Aizawa's shoulder with an easy grin fixed onto his face. Yo Yagi. We've been wanting to ask you about something interesting we heard earlier today. You got a second? He ignored the quiet mutter of, I don't give a dimmin if he has a second or not, focusing all of his attention on the taller blonde before him. Yamada. I guess. What is all of this about? Oh, we just heard something interesting this morning that we wanted to check up on. Say, do you remember meeting Midoriya-kun last year sometime? Back when he was still in middle school. Midoriya-kun. He's the support course student, right? The one who won first place. No, I don't think I met him before that first heroics lesson. The voice hero hummed thoughtfully, barely keeping his quirk in check. Let's see. He mentioned a rooftop and a slime villain. Ring any bells? The two younger heroes were treated to the sight of slowly dawning realization. The Quirkless kid. Aizawa sighed and released his grip roughly, spinning on his heel to stalk away a few paces. He ran his hands through his hair in an effort to calm himself. Yes, because green-haired Quirkless children are so common. Of course you would forget him. Mike hummed again, a slight slip of his quirk making the air vibrate a bit. I've seen hundreds of green, Quirkless children running around. I keep forgetting to stomp all over their dreams though. Excuse me. Aizawa spun around to face the cause of his ire once more, quirk flaring a vivid gold. Excuse me. Mr. Number One Hero, I have a question for you. In what world is it ever okay to hurt a child? And then, as if that wasn't enough, you left him on a roof. A Quirkless kid. Do you just not see the news? Or do you only read headlines that mention your own name? The tall, skeleton-like man took a small step back, raising his hand placatingly. Now. I don't remember exactly what I said to him, but I was only trying to get the boy to be realistic about his future. I gave him better options. Options like what, Yagi? The police academies no longer accept Quirkless applicants as of 5 years ago. It's nearly impossible for Quirkless kids to get into good high schools, which of course makes any kind of higher learning a pipe dream. What did you suggest to that kid that was attainable in this society? The shorter blonde clenched his fists in an effort to hide the rage that was making them shake. Well, I was unaware about the police, but the kid was smart enough to get into UA, so honestly, is it really that strong to believe he could be a doctor or something? Mike took a deep breath. Yes. Izuku is a brilliant kid with a bright future no matter what path he chooses. But most kids aren't hidden geniuses. And Quirkless kids are often bullied and abused. And you crushed the dream he had had since he was a toddler and just left him on a roof. All Might tried to explain his actions, stuttering and stumbling over his excuses. Eventually Aizawa got tired of it and cut him off. Midoriya is being moved to the hero course later this week. From now on you will have limited contact with him. Now that your issues in speaking to children have come to light, all of your classes will be overseen by one of the other teachers, W's. The bumbling idiot questioned incredulously. I don't need help with my classes. They've been going well. And you're letting that kid into the course even with his status. What if he gets hurt? The school would never hear the end of it. I mean, the kid was the only one out of 20 students to be hospitalized after the USJ. Surely he would be a liability. He cuts off as a fist was launched into his face, loud smack reverberating through the air as he stumbled in surprise. Mike wasn't done though. He kicked out, hooking his foot behind All Might's knee as he stepped back, tripping him and sending him to the floor. Aizawa managed to catch his husband around the waist before he could jump onto the down number one and inflict more damage. The DJ was yelling profanities in silent rage as the tired hero behind him erased his voice in order to not cause damages to the building. Zashi, I need you to calm down. Come on, I know you're mad, but the kids will be in danger if I blink. It took another minute of soft consoling before the voice hero seemed to snap out of his anger. Gritting his teeth and nodding to the man behind him who finally blinked, a small sigh of relief escaping. After a second, where he took a few calming breaths, Dark eyes pinned the fallen hero in place on the floor. Yagi, if you have any complaints, take them up with Nizu after school. He is too busy to deal with your SHT right now though. Cementos will be supervising your class this afternoon. If you know what's best for you, you will make yourself scarce until then. Am I clear? Without waiting for an answer, he hoisted his still furious husband over his shoulder in a fireman's carry. He ignored the knowledge that Hizashi was flipping the other man the bird with both hands as he carried him from the room. Honestly, he wished he could have let the feisty blonde beat on All Might a bit more, but they really didn't need a lawsuit while they were in the middle of trying to officially adopt Hitoshi. He sent out a quick one-handed text to Nizu so the principal could scrub the video feed from that room. No evidence meant no crime, right? He was about halfway through the stack of tests when there was a knock on the door. He paused in writing down his best effort of dissecting a flowery poem. Looking up as the door opened on a small group of guests. Present Mike ushered in 4 teens before he, his husband, and Maijima-sensei followed. They were all carrying bentos, and as the smell of fresh rice wafted through the room, Izuku realized he was absolutely famished. Wonderful. Nizu chirped from his desk. Midoriya-kun, why don't you finish that question and then we can all sit and eat? The boy nodded and scribbled in the last of his answer. It was a bit messy, but he was too hungry to really care much. He then stood to head over to the comfortable sitting area, only noticing how stiff he was when he went to step forwards. He frowned, resolving to add in extra yoga when he could. He soon found himself squished onto the same couch he had napped on. Sat in between an eager Kuroyama and a sleepy Shinso. Kaminari was sat on the floor with Mei, doing his best to follow along with her explanation of her latest baby. The adults made small talk as they ate, talking about the weather forecast for the week and about whether they would need to move the general education's PE classes indoors on Thursday when rain was predicted. Hitoshi only made it halfway through his bento before he gave in to the urge to nap, slumping sideways to his smaller friend's shoulder with a quiet huff. Izuku just giggled and lifted his own bento closer to his face so he would move less while he ate. He focused back on Kuroyama's enthusiastic description of an explosion Mei had set off that morning in First PRD's algebra lesson, and ectoplasm's exasperation. He hummed and giggled along with his friend, doing his best to keep himself from thinking too much. Taking his chance to relax while he could. He was grateful the teachers had had the foresight to set up this little luncheon. Just the thought of dealing with the cafeteria right then stressed him out. So to have the opportunity to just sit in a quiet space with his friends was appreciated. Eventually their hour drew to a close and the teens made plans to go to the shop after school, inviting Kuroyama along so he could ask Mia if she had any research papers about the new slash-proof fabric that was about to go onto market. They ran their plans by the underground hero and his husband, making sure the Fosters were okay with it. The compromise was reached that the heroes would drive the group, and would Mei please text her mom and let her know they would be stopping by to chat for a bit. Izuku smiled through the quick hugs and goodbyes from his friends as they hurried back to classes. And then, it was back to the grind for the Greenette as well. He sat back at the table, erasing the untidy scrawl of his last answer to write it more legibly. A fresh cup of tea at his side and a relaxed smile on his lips. Izuku felt simultaneously invigorated and exhausted by the end of the day. His brain hurt, but it was the hurt of a well-worked muscle rather than that of a headache. As the packed SUV made its way out of the hidden UA parking lot, he let his head rest against Shinso's shoulder. As the shortest, he had been crammed into the middle seat, all protests ignored. So his revenge was making his friend play pillow. Even as the purple-haired teen talked over his head to Kaminari, who was pressed up against his other side, static electricity making what hairs were left on his arms stand up. Honestly, for being squished into the middle seat, he was ridiculously comfortable. They had to wake him from his half-doze to get him out of the car. He was still yawning even as he broke off from the group when they entered, through the front door for once since they had some newcomers. He made his way to the bathroom to change into his beat-up coveralls, doing his best to wake up so he could get work done. He had been forced into taking time off and his inner Scrooge was freaking out about the lost funds a bit. When he made his way back out, the others had all moved through the massive warehouse space to their small break setup. Extra stools pulled over from some of the workbenches to make enough seating. And Hatsum-san had tea already passed around and a pile of sweets and treats set up on the coffee table looking more tempting than they had any right to be. He was gestured over by Mei and Denki, who had set him a stool between theirs and were busy playfully bickering over Daifuku. He hopped up onto his seat with a small smile and thanked Hatsum-san as she handed him a cup of tea. Matcha. From there he quickly caught his friends up on what exactly was going on. Why he had been in Nizu's office all day. Why he was being forced into the hero course. They all obviously had mixed feelings about the situation. Kuroyama and Mei were upset that he would have less time with the support kids. Kaminari and Hitoshi were happy they would get to see him more. And all of them were mad that he didn't really get a choice. Discussions then moved into semantics. His foster parents wanted to make sure Hatsum-san had the ability to weigh in on his potential schedule, so they set up a text and call system so she could voice her opinion to them without having to close her business down for a long call every day. By the time they'd set that up, Mia had managed to bully Aizawa and Yamada into staying for dinner. Kaminari and Kuroyama had also gotten permission from their parents to stay. To say their meal was extra rambunctious would have been an understatement. Mia ordered a veritable feast from the Thai place down the street. They ended up piling one of the work tables high with takeout cartons, and everyone went by buffet style with their plates and bowls. Izuku taking several of the savory bawan. The addition of the voice hero mixed with Kuroyama's excitable nature meant the workshop was extra noisy as everyone enjoyed the food. Luckily, only a single order came in while they were eating. Izuku waved Mia off when he stood up to check the printout. She was in the middle of answering Kuroyama's questions and he didn't want them to have to pause the discussion. He grabbed a crate and started pulling quickly, filling it up in no time. He sighed and went to grab a second crate. Of course, the second half of the order was almost all smaller, more finicky pieces. It took him a minute to search them all out from amongst the shelves and boxes. But finally the last piece was found and he could take his bounty to the loading bay. He didn't really feel like making 2 trips though. So with a grunt he hefted the crate in his arms up onto one shoulder. And then with a bit of work, and using a shelf to balance one corner, managed to get the first crate onto his other shoulder. With that he made his way to the back of the building. He passed through the open area where the others were, not noticing when 2 of the teens paused in their conversations to watch him walk. If they appreciated the way his shoulders pressed against the fabric of his tight undershirt, it's doubtful they would ever admit it. Soon enough he was back with the group and finishing a large helping of danzai noodles, laughing along with his friends at a joke Mike had made. When dinner was over the adults said goodbye, taking Kuroyama and Kaminari with them, giving them a ride home. They of course made their foster sons promise to be home before their 10 o'clock curfew before leaving. A thought which weirded Izuku out. He hadn't had a curfew in years. From there their evening went on in a more normal manner. They did homework. Hatsum-san showed Izuku a coding trick. Orders came in and were pulled. Mei blew stuff up. And slowly but surely Izuku felt himself relaxing. The familiar ambience of his second home releasing the tension that had been building up all weekend. As he listened to the shop sounds and Shinso and Hatsum bickering, he let himself bask a bit. Things might have changed a lot in a short amount of time, but at least he still had this. It took another day for him to get through all of the tests and for them to be graded. Wednesday morning saw them gathered in Nizu's office once again. Shinso sent off to nap in the teacher's lounge, Hatsum-san on video call and ready to help them figure this whole mess out. The principal didn't waste any time once everyone was settled in with their tea. He had a gleeful grin slashing across his muzzle as he slid a paper over to the teen. Izuku looked it over, making it halfway down the page before it really clicked what he was looking at. It was a transcript. It showed how many credits one Izuku Midoria had gained towards his education. Once he knew what he was looking at, he hurriedly reread the whole thing. Then again, and again, eyes widening in disbelief. According to this list, he had gained the credits for every single math and science course UA offered. He had also managed to pass all 3 years of English and several of the ethics and history classes. As well as a couple of the more random subjects, they would have been scattered through the year and course groups. Once he was absolutely sure of what the paper was saying, he slowly sat it down and looked up at the grinning mammal in front of him. So, what does this mean F for me? Yamada reached out towards the paper but paused, waiting for Izuku's permission before he snagged it. When the greenette nodded, he slid the page over to himself to read, letting out an impressed whistle as he went down the list. Wow, kiddo. You sure you don't want to just skip high school and head to college? Natsu chuckled at the comment, and the paper was handed over to the other teacher. Midoriya-kun doesn't quite have enough credits in history, occupation studies, and physical education to graduate just yet. But by next year we might be able to get him some online courses to get ahead for a degree if he likes. The teen felt himself flush a bit at the praise and suggestions. Luckily enough for him, Nizu didn't let him flounder trying to find a response. For now, let's focus on getting the credits he does need, and figure out how we are going to balance the two courses he chooses. Speaking of, have you figured out what kind of route you wanted to go for? Izuku flushed some more, hands coming together to fidget a bit under the table. If I have to try the hero course, I think it might be nice to be a hero like power loader sensei. And not as sub-support and rescue based, but as support and in investigation maybe. Wonderful. I think that would be a great fit for that brain of yours. Though, hero students don't start choosing their specialties until halfway through second year. But please do keep investigation in mind. Having an idea to work towards will help you choose things such as weapons and costumes on the way. Let's work out that schedule. The rest of the morning was spent figuring out the mess that would be the rest of his first year. Apparently Nizu had designed a computer program a few years back that helped him keep track of things like lesson plans and other important class scheduling things. It helped tremendously in figuring out when Izuku should be where. And of course, if there was an instance where making it to one important lesson meant missing another, it was merely a matter of Nizu writing the topic down to cover in one of their now certain Sunday morning private lessons. By lunch everything was ironed out and the teen was released to head to the cafeteria to meet his friends. He bowed as he left, thankful the worst of it was over. His head was still spinning with all of the plans and logistics even as he reread the schedule he had been handed for the next 2 weeks. He sighed, resigned to his fate. The next 2 years would be hectic, but at least Nizu was going to let him tweak the code he had written for an app so he could keep his schedule updates on his phone. And once it was set up, the teachers could update him to any and all changes. He sighed. After lunch today he was supposed to go with 1A for their heroics lesson. Or well, his heroics lesson 2 now. He made it to the cafeteria and beelined it to the table where he knew his friends would be. Flopping down dramatically in his customary place next to Hitoshi, he groaned. If they wanted the Quirkless guy dead, there are easier ways. Mei snickered from where she was sat across the table, apparently having a deep conversation with Ishido. Hiya Izu. I take it things went well then. The inventor cackled. Izuku let his head flop onto the tabletop with a bang. Much to the amusement of the others who knew where he had been. Mina looked over at the other teen, pulling her hands away from where Mei had been examining them. What went well? Where have you been, Mido? Building some super cool super secret super weapon. The greenette just groaned as his friends laughed at his expense once again. Hitoshi patted one slumped shoulder with his infamous SHT-eating grin. Oh, he wishes he had been locked away in a lab. Unfortunately though, we've been asked no to say anything until the teachers make the official announcement. Aw, that's no fun. Several other complaints rose up from the others at their tables and those around, but were fended off with playful banter. After a moment a plate of curry was tapped against the back of the greenette's head. The smell convinced him to sit up and actually eat something. He smiled at Kaminari as he was handed the plate. The blonde must have gotten up to get him food as soon as he saw Izuku heading to the table to have returned that quickly. He dug in as his friends chattered away around him. Some of the support course students stopped by the table to ask questions about certain things for their dual projects, and he sighed at the reminder of all of the coding he was behind on. He would have to ask Mia to borrow her computer for some of the more complex things so he could still work on them after school. He turned to ask Momo a question about the upgrade to her costume before pausing, noticing the empty chair to her left for the first time. He let her continue her chat with Jiro as he pondered why Todoroki wasn't sitting at their table like normal. After a moment he looked over at Shinso and raised a pointed eyebrow. The purple-haired teen winced a bit and looked away, having noticed where his smaller friend's attention had wandered. Bingo. Hitoshi. I can't believe you. I thought you were going to apologize. He singed the last part after making sure he had enough of the other boys' attention. He didn't want to broadcast their drama to the rest of their year. He watched as an embarrassed flush spread across Shinso's ears. I was going to, but he avoided me before class on Monday and then we ate lunch with you. And then I was distracted by Kaminari this morning. He tried to explain himself with short, flustered movements. Izuku made a note to give Denki a sign name soon so they wouldn't have to spell it out every time. He sighed. We have heroics next. Hopefully we can find a chance then. You really shouldn't let it go on like this though. The longer you wait, the harder it will be. The taller teen nodded with a sigh, running thin fingers through wild purple hair. I know. I'll try and do it as soon as possible, okay? They ignored the curious look from those around them at the silent conversation and finished scarfing down their food before the bell could call them away from it. Izuku waited outside of the classroom doors, listening as the class settled into their desks, conversations buzzing pleasantly between friends. Aizawa turned the corner down the corridor and nodded as he drew closer. Wait here for a minute until I let them know what's going on, okay? The greenette nodded and watched as the teacher entered the classroom, listening with amusement as the students scrambled to their desks. Aizawa's deep voice echoed in the silence when they had settled, and the hybrid student sighed as he waited for his cue. All right, listen up, Hellspawn. Starting today we have a hybrid student switching tracks and becoming part of the hero course. He will be joining our class in all classes relevant to his studies, so as of right now you will treat him as a classmate, all right? Come in, kid. He tried to keep his hands from shaking as he slid the door open to enter the room, but there was no way to stop the flinch as the class exploded into noise when he stepped into the room. The hero kids quickly settled when their teacher flashed a glowing yellow glare and growled out. Quiet, heathens. Izuku stepped up to the traditional place beside the podium as Aizawa continued his introduction. You all should know this, but this is Midoriya Izuku. From today on he will be a hybrid member of both Class 1A and 1H. Please be mindful of his specialized schedule. If I hear of any one of you Hellspawn making him late to a support class, it will be you taking the detention for him. Understood. He waited for confirmation before turning to the green child next to him. Anything you want to say, Midoriya? The small teen started a bit before looking nervously around the room, relaxing a bit when he recognized every face there. I'm happy to be working with all of you. Please take care of me. He bowed quickly, earning a few encouraging and welcoming words from his new classmates before the stern homeroom teacher sent him to sit at the desk in front of Shinso. He gave his friend a shaky grin as he deposited his bag on the hook attached to the side of his desk, fighting the instinct to hide it under his chair to protect it. Aizawa started up the class as his newest student sat, frowning sternly out at the sea of young kids. All right, listen up. Special informatics lesson scheduled for today. He snagged a remote from the podium, clicking a button to bring up a list on the smartboard. Names were neatly listed one after the other. 10 of them or so with numbers listed beside each. All right. This is a list of offers that were put in for one as first-year internships. Izuku perked up a bit and looked closer at the list as chatter picked up around him. Todoroki 5,471 Yaoyorozu 2,384 Ida 890 Ishido 421 Siro 403 Uraraka 335 Kirishima 105 Kaminari 34 Tokoyami 10 Aoyama 2 Shinso 1 Izuku sighed a bit once he had a chance to take in the distribution of offers, noting the obvious favoritism towards a certain demographic of the class. To his surprise, the others picked up on this rather quickly as well, Kaminari speaking up to question the numbers. Sir, why doesn't Shinso have more offers or Midoriya? They were both on the podium with Todoroki and he got so many. The greenette was surprised again when it was Todoroki who answered the other boy. Most of those offers are to appease my father. They don't actually want much to do with me personally. Aizawa hummed. There is that. The top 3 students on this list are from prominent hero families. But there are other factors at play here as well. Anyone have any ideas? Izuku glanced back over his shoulder at Hitoshi, fidgeting a bit with indecision on whether he wanted to answer. Purple eyes rolled at him and with a smirk Shinso lazily raised a hand. He didn't even wait to be called on before drawling out a simple, Quirkism. Obviously. Izuku snorted a bit at his tone, trust Shinso to be so blunt, before glancing around the room. He frowned when he saw confusion and hesitancy scattered about the hero kids. Midoriya. You have an opinion. And trust Aizawa to catch the look on his face. He sighed and pulled at his fingers under the desk. Hitoshi is alright. Heroics is one of the most quirkist careers there is. The X examples set there are what set the tone for the quirkism that exists in the rest of society after all, so it makes sense to assume that our quirk st statuses are the reason for the discrepancies in the numbers when you compare it to other situations we have experienced previously. There was a pause as everyone digested his wordy answer and Izuku studied the top of his new desk, tugging at his fingers harshly as the pause drew on. After a moment their teacher took pity on him and cut back in. Very good points, Midoriya. You and Shinso are correct. The reason the two of you have fewer offers are due to quirk statuses. Shinso, you have a mental quirk with an activation requirement you've managed to keep hidden. And Midoriya, you're the first quirkless student to even make it to UA in 30 years. The heroes who were watching are uncertain of you too. So they're going to hang back and keep an eye out to see what happens. Right now they don't see you as a reason to put their own names on the line. It's stupid, but a lot of heroes prefer to have interns that have quirks similar to their own. He cleared his throat. Now, I'm going to move us along, but rest assured there is a whole week of classes for quirkism in the industry in the second semester. If any of you want to ask questions before then, come visit me during office hours and I'll clear things up as best as I can. For today, I'm going to hand out the lists you have to choose your internships from. Those with no offers will have the standard list of 40 agencies who work closely with the school every year. He set stacks of papers down on each of the front desks, letting them pass back the packets after they found the one with their name in bold on the front. Right? Now before you make that important decision, there is yet another important decision you have to make first. Something that could affect the rest of your career for better or for worse. The tension in the room skyrocketed, most of the kids leaning forwards over their desks as they waited to know what could be so important. The door slid open with a bang, making most of the kids jump. Izuku flinched away from the loud sound, whipping his head around to see if the person entering the room was a threat. Midnight strolled in with a grin and a half-sung, "Hero names." She went on to explain the repercussions of choosing the wrong name and why she would be helping them while Aizawa took a step back, grumbling about his own name and present mic. After white bards had been passed around and they were given free rein to talk amongst themselves, Izuku turned his chair around so he was facing Hitoshi. The purple-haired teen looked exhausted. Any idea, Zuku? I have no clue what kind of name I should go with. The greenette hummed, tapping the cap of the marker against his lip. You're aiming for an underground, right? That G gives you a bit of wiggle room. And no offense, but I don't think something bright and bubbly would suit you or that T type of heroics. Dawn. The violet-haired teen sighed dramatically, a sarcastic smile plastered across his face. My first instinct was to go with Butterfly Boy. You don't think that fits? Izuku snickered. And never mind. That's perfect. H here, let's write it down before you forget. He uncapped his marker and spent the next minute or so wrestling for control of Shinso's board. In the end he sat back, completely devolving into giggles as he looked at their now ink-smeared hands. A tap on his shoulder made him flinch a bit, suddenly remembering he wasn't goofing off at the shop, but instead stuck in a new classroom with several kids he didn't know very well. He quickly looked up, relaxing a bit when he met honey yellow eyes. "Oh, Kaminari-kun. What's up?" The other boy smiled at him like the personification of electricity that he was, bright enough to light up the room and mischievous enough to send a tingle down the spines of the two-seated teens. I was wondering if you could help me with my name as well. After hearing that Butterfly Boy is off the table, I'm totally lost. Izuku collapsed into another round of giggles and Hitoshi groaned dramatically. The blonde hopped up to sit on the edge of the desk that was now behind Izuku, leaning forwards to hook his chin over the smaller teen's shoulder and look at their smudged and messy boards. So, is this part of the creative process? After a beat, Shinso took over replying, taking pity on Izuku while his brain rebooted from overheating at the press of the hot blonde against his back. Have you seen Izu's handwriting when he's in the zone? Looks about the same to me. The greenette squawked and launched a marker lid at his face for the audacity. Before they could descend into more roughhousing though, midnight called out the reminder that they were on a time limit, and the three boys settled in to really think. After a few minutes if tossing ideas back and forth, Kaminari got excited and sat back to excitedly scribble on his board, finally allowing Izuku's cheeks to calm down from their bright flush. Shinso raised a knowing eyebrow at him, a smirk playing at the edges of his mouth. Izuku raised his own eyebrow in return, daring him to tease. Their little contest was interrupted by a new presence walking up to their desk. They both looked over to be surprised by the ever-stoic form of Todoroki. Midoriya, the elemental quirk wielder, greeted. I was wondering if you had any suggestions for a name I could use. I was just going to use Shoto, but after listening to some of the suggestions you had for Kaminari, I wanted to see if there was something better. The whole time he spoke, the taller boy stubbornly kept his gaze directly on Izuku, refusing to even glance at the purple-haired boy across from him. Izuku played with the marker in his hand nervously. I can give you suggestions. But, I'm not sure they'll be all that good. What have you got? The greenette started rattling off suggestions, interspersed with explanations when needed, just like he had been doing for Kaminari and Shinso a moment before. Somewhere in the mess of ideas something struck Shinso as good, and he started writing down variations to see what felt right. After a few minutes Izuku trailed off, having gotten his best suggestions out and not wanting to overwhelm the quieter teen. Todoroki nodded his thanks and started to walk away, looking thoughtful. Hitoshi quickly reached out to snag his wrist in a gentle hold. Just a second, Todoroki, I was wondering if can I talk with you? After school if you have the time. Ice-cold eyes finally glanced over at the purple-eyed boy, and Shinso flinched a bit at the frigidity. The flinch seemed to make the dual-toned boy pause a second, before he silently nodded and removed his wrist so he could walk away. Izuku beamed at Hitoshi, approving of him taking the step needed to start his apology. The smile faded as Midnight ordered them to settle back in their seats so they could start to present their names. He felt panic in his bones as he stared down at his smudgy but blank board. He looked back up at his friend pleadingly, but Shinso just frowned and shrugged, gesturing for him to turn back around. Sorry, Izu, I got nothing. The greenette groaned under his breath as he spun his chair back around and settled in to think. He tapped the marker against the board in thought, his brain frustratingly blank. One by one his classmates went up, several got shut down straight out. Ashido was warned that names evoking horror movie vibes probably wouldn't work well with her image. And Aoyama was told using a whole sentence would make him strong to market. They fixed his right there by changing "I cannot stop twinkling" to "the twinkling hero, Starlight." And Ashido eventually came back up with the cute name Pinky. Some of the names were just boring, like Ojiro's Tailman, Hagakure's Invisible Girl, and Sato's Sugarman. They were gently prodded to think about it some more, and if they couldn't come up with something else they liked, then they could go with their basic AF names. They ended up having some kind of circle discussion with Ashido, and all three ended up with things that were a bit cooler. Talisman, Spectre, and Flex respectively. Jiro was told that her name, Earphone Jack, might be a bit strong to say for kids who weren't used to English. She was also given the option to keep it, but after a few minutes she took a page out of Uraraka's book and found a word that alluded to her quirk, and started with the first syllable of her name. Kachan. Izuku also thought it was cuter and easier to market. When Ida goes, he insisted on using his given name, and a niggling feeling poked at the back of his mind. But he didn't have much of a chance to think on it since Midnight caught his eye and raised an eyebrow, sending him spiraling back into thoughts of his own name. Hitoshi, Kaminari, and Todoroki's names made him smile a bit. They obviously took his suggestions to heart and thought strong. The names they settled on fit them pretty well in his opinion. The compelling hero, Yuchi, the electric hero, Kazetsu, and the versatile hero, Hantai. He especially liked the dual meaning in Todoroki's name. As Shoto returned to his seat, though he felt himself truly panic, what should he choose? He didn't have a quirk to base his name off of like everyone else. He could base it off his looks, But he was kind of plain. Maybe his coloring. Something to do with green. He hadn't felt this stupid in ages. As his name was called, he shakily scrawled out the only thing he could think of and stood. He showed his board to the room and instantly felt the disapproval of the teacher next to him. He flinched as he glanced over to see her frown. "Isn't that what Bakugo kept calling you in the ring? What does it mean?" Izuku fidgeted with the edge of the board in his hands. It's a nickname. Kind of. It's an alternate R reading of my name. It's a sh short for Dekunabu. It means S useless. Midnight's frown deepened. So it is an insult. Why would you want to use that as your hero name? He shrugged a little helplessly. It's what I thought of. It's what I've been called F for ages. The hero sighed. I'm sorry, honey, but I can't let you use what is essentially a slur as your hero name. Tell you what, since I know this hero thing is a bit of a surprise for you, I'll be nice and give you an extension. You have until tomorrow morning before classes to come up with a name. Just swing by the teacher's lounge before class to see me. With that, he was banished back to his desk, and Aizawa climbed out of his cocoon to teach the rest of the lesson, mostly just an overview of the rules and such for their internships. Izuku sighed and started taking notes. He had a feeling it might take him all night to find a good name. Izuku and Hitoshi were splayed out on the break couch at the shop. Kaminari was helping Kuroyama through an English lesson at one of the workbenches while Mei was setting off controlled, for once, explosions in the tiny testing room. I still don't know what to do about a name, he confided, slipping his hearing aids free to toss them onto the messy coffee table. His tinnitus had been acting up for the last hour, and listening to the muffled booms was only making things worse. The lanky boy shifted a bit so signing would put less of a strain on his shoulders, moving so he was sat more upright. Why don't you try the same thing you did for Kaminari and I? Just think of what you want to convey and throw out synonyms until you find something that sounds cool. Freckled hands threaded through wild curls and irritation, and he huffed. That's great and all, but I don't have a quirk to convey. He knew his signs were a bit sloppy and wide with his frustration, but he also knew Shinso would catch his meaning. He could almost hear his friend's long-suffering sigh as he sat up straight, turning to face him fully and bringing his legs up to sit cross-legged. I never said anything about a quirk, Izuku. I said, think of what you want to convey. So, what do you want people to think of when they think of you? Who do you want to be? Think on that for a while. See if that leads you anywhere. With that, Hitoshi flopped back onto the cushions and closed his eyes, obviously going to try for a nap. The greenette sat back thoughtfully, taking in the advice and rolling it around in his head for a minute or two before he reached down to snag a notebook from the coffee table. By this point, he barely bothered to label the things. He had 3 sets, and each had up to a dozen notebooks already filled. Heroes, support, and class were scrawled haphazardly over the covers. He managed to reach a hero one from his seat and opened it to the last few clean pages at the back. This was Heroes number 13, which meant it was mostly full of sketches of Class 1B and ideas for improving their quirks. Absent-mindedly, he jotted down some buzzwords. Things he thought a hero should convey, things he wished he could. Things he thought of when his friends popped into his head. He filled the whole first page with just random words before he paused and went back to look it over to see if anything stuck out to him. By the time he had it narrowed down to 3 or 4 themes to play around with, Hatsum-san had already ordered dinner for those who were allowed to stay that night, and he was trying not to get distracted with thoughts of the Italian food heading his way. He had never tried Italian before he started hanging out with Mei, but Mia was obsessed with good food and insisted on any kids in her vicinity trying a variety of things to expand their palates. And now he was drooling at the thought of chicken piccata with artichoke hearts. Bad Izuku. Focus. But garlic bread. Themes. What kind of hero did he want to be? When he was a kid, he wanted to save people with a smile just like All Might. But now he knew better. Now he knew how much of that smile was fake. So, now that he had a second chance, now that he was actually in the hero course at his dream school, what did he want to do? Who did he want to be? He didn't realize he had been staring blankly at a wall for 10 minutes until Mia leaned in to block his view. Izuku-kun. You okay there, kiddo? Having trouble with a code or something? He smiled a bit and shook his head. No. I have tea to choose a hero name and you don't know what to choose. He nodded, feeling himself slip back into his head a bit. After all Might told me no I guess ISW switched dreams. B but now I get to have both DR dreams and I'm H happy. Really I am. B but I had A shoved the WH whole hero thing so far down. And now you have to drag it back out from the dark place you hid it in, huh? Oh kiddo. He smiled up at her weakly, glad she understood his rambles. Bronzy gold eyes closed for a moment while she ordered her thoughts. When they fixed on him again he felt himself relax a bit. She had that look on her face, the one May said was her mode look. He knew whatever she said was going to help him get to where he needed to go. Izuku, honey, you've been through a lot. Especially in the past few years. And you've been so very strong, so very brave, and so very stubborn. Kids like you are so rare, kids who are willing to strive with all of their wit, strength, and determination to push forwards against everything that tries to stop them. And that is how I know that no matter what path you take, you will push through and end up on the other side stronger. And if that path is heroism, well I think the world better watch out, because you're going to be a DMN good hero. He gave her another wobbly smile, fighting back tears after her little speech. She grinned back, before getting distracted by the foghorn going off. She stood and ruffled his hair before quickly making her way to the shelving maze to go and grab their food. Izuku let his gaze drift back down to the notebook still open on his lap, something niggling at the back of his head. She's right, you know. A voice startled him and he looked over his shoulder, green eyes wide, to find Kaminari leaning a hip against the back of the couch, arms crossed and smiling at him softly. You're going to be a better hero than the whole of 1A put together. His bright yellow gaze flickered to the other end of the couch. Izuku followed to look to meet eyes with a half-awake Hitoshi who just gave him a crooked grin. They let the rest of that conversation lie for the moment though, because Kuroyama was packing his stuff up to leave and Kaminari was jogging over to help Mia sort through the mass of takeout boxes. And the small green boy on the couch felt himself warm a bit in the confidence of his friends as he got handed a massive box of pasta. Bakugo Katsuki was pissed. He had been for as long as he could remember. Anger was a normal emotion for him, but since the day of the sports festival the boiling fury in his gut had reached a new height. It had only gotten worse the day after he and his parents were called back in to discuss the official decision on his punishment for his transgression. As if putting that quirkless freak back in his place was a bad thing. But apparently the standards of UA had dropped dramatically in recent years because instead of kicking the useless null like they should have, Katsuki, the student with the most potential to make the #1 spot, had been kicked from the school instead. His parents were furious. Ever since they had dragged him home from the school after the festival, the three of them had been in one long fight. He had been confined to his room and every few hours the hag or the old fart or both would barge in and try and talk to him. He had finally broken today and used his quirk to break the lock on his window so he could go out and get some air. And if he happened to stop by and see a friend while he was at it, well, who was there to stop him? He stomped up the stairs to the apartment, doing his best to squash the sense of nostalgia. He counted the numbers as he passed, 302, 304, 306. Bingo. With no hesitation he banged his fist against the worn door, noting the faint smudges on the paint, little brown speckles that looked like they had been swiped at with a rag at some point, but whoever had tried to clean them apparently didn't care too much to truly do much more than that. Figures that the loser would be just as useless with cleaning as he was with everything else. After a moment he growled and banged on the door again, taking out some of his frustrations on the inanimate object. Just as he was contemplating using his quirk on the lock like he had done to his window, the door creaked open, but instead of being met with the scared and freckled face he was expecting, a different greenette stood before him. He blinked in surprise at seeing his auntie. It had been years, and as far as he knew she should have been at work around this time. Her voice shook him from his vague musings. Katsuki, how are you, honey? It's been so long. I knew you had grown up a bit after having seen you in the sports festival, but seeing it in real life is different. She cupped his face in her small hands and tilted his head back and forth a bit. Goodness, you're so handsome. Just look at you. I'm sure your mother is proud. It was sad that they pulled you out of the festival. I have no idea what they were thinking. Really? Surely they saw how strong you were. And wasn't that the whole meaning of the event? He grunted, letting the manhandling slide. He would never raise his voice at his auntie after all. That's actually why I'm here. I was hoping to have a word with Deku. Inko frowned, a dark look passing over her face that had the boy before her pausing in surprise. I'm afraid Izuku is no longer here, dear. I received a notice this morning. I've been ordered to appear in court next month for child abuse charges. Can you believe it? I have no idea what Izuku told those teachers of his for them to go this far. Red eyes stared at the woman in incredulous shock. He lied about you too, auntie. That little? I can't believe he went that far. The next time I see him he's dead. He raged for a few minutes more before Inko calmed him with a gentle hand on his shoulder. What did he say about you, dear? You're obviously upset. And so he spilled his guts, ranting as he was led into the apartment, barely pausing to kick his shoes off before settling down at the old beat-up table. His auntie poured him some tea, and hummed and gasped in all the right places. But it wasn't until he mentioned being expelled that she really reacted. Suddenly she was standing, a furious look on her face. They did what? How could they expel their most promising student? You were only looking out for Izuku. I can't believe this. Now I'm even more glad I'm moving. See how he likes being abandoned. Bakugo blinked at the announcement and looked around, taking in the mess of an apartment for the first time. He noted the moving boxes and the nearly empty roll of tape. The walls were mostly bare, save a few pictures where Deku smiled his stupid smile out through the dusty glass. Moving? Yes. I've been thinking of moving closer to the hospital for a few years now. And since Izuku decided to run off and live with someone else, I figured now would be a good time to sort it out. I have a van coming tomorrow for the furniture. All I have to do is pack everything I'm taking tonight. And then once I'm out I'll text that BSTRD of a teacher to come get Izuku's things. Though I have half a mind to just toss them into the street for whoever wants them. Actually, Katsuki, why don't you go see if there's anything you want out of his room? He doesn't deserve any of the things I bought for him. The teen nodded, trying to hide a smile at all of the All Might memorabilia he knew to be in the room. After that, auntie, would you like my help packing up? Oh, you are such a dear. I would love the help. He nodded and stood making his way to the familiar hallway towards an equally familiar door. The nameplate was a bit more beat up than he remembered, but it still read the same. He opened the door, no longer hiding his grin, trying to remember exactly which shelf the 25th anniversary limited edition All Might in Flight figure was sitting on. But to his shock, when the door swung wide, there were no figures to be seen. No figures, no posters, no brightly colored hoodie hanging from the bedpost. He froze, sweeping his gaze around in confusion. Instead of the shrine to All Might that had been in this room since he was a kid, there were blank walls and empty spots on the shelves. The room wasn't empty per se. The desk was covered with a variety of small tools, and a few of the shelves held a small cardboard box or two that when he investigated were full of small bits of metal and wire and screws. He scowled. Now not only was the Deku a freak, but he had the ball to replace his hero with useless junk. What was he supposed to do with any of this SHT? With a growl of irritation, he swiped everything off of the surface nearest to him before turning towards the desk and picking up the closest tool. He lit his hand up with a high-intensity bang, melting the plastic handle. He made sure to drop the molten substance onto a pile of small parts, fusing them together. He then reached for his next target, and the next, and the next. None of that BSTRD's tools would be usable ever again if he had any say in it. From there he grabbed a sharp bit of metal and went around slashing what he could so there would be no usable boxes or blankets or clothing left. Deku had gotten on his last nerve, and if he wasn't here to take the brunt of his anger, then his stuff would have to play the temporary stand-in. When he was done, he took a deep breath and turned to leave, only to find Inko in the doorway, blinking around at the mess he had made of the room. It's a lot less colorful in here than I remember. Oh well, Katsuki, would you be a dear and help me pack up the dishes? He nodded with a grunt, giving one last kick to a busted box of screws before he followed her out. She had a lot to pack up tonight after all. Izuku fought valiantly against his yawns as they walked to the teacher's lounge. He had spent a late night wishing for something to tinker with while he debated the pros and cons of his chosen hero name. In lieu of a gadget, he had pulled his practice Bali song out of his bag and worked on a few new tricks. The various bruises on his hands and arms showed the progression of his exhaustion as his brain continued to second-guess itself into the early morning hours. He did have the knuckle duster trick down pretty well now though. He made it to the door first and knocked politely with a quiet "Ojayama shimasu," ignoring Mike snickering a bit at his manners when he was technically opening the door for teachers too. He slid the ridiculously large door aside and bowed a bit as he stepped in, looking around for the teacher he was meant to speak to. Midnight was reclining in her office chair, feet propped on her desk as she read from an old paperback novel. When she noticed their entrance, she grinned and slid a bookmark free to mark her place. "Good morning, cuties." She greeted them cheerfully. Shinso just huffed and wandered over to the couches in the small lounge area, flopping down face first and doing his best impression of a dead log. Izuku smiled at his friend's theatrics, hoping for his sake he was able to nap a bit before class. He was well aware that Hitoshi hadn't slept at all the night before. The quiet whispers of the Animal Crossing villagers had lasted until their alarms had forced them from their rooms. He hesitantly walked over to the female pro, doing his best not to crumple the form in his hands from nervousness. Good morning, Midnight Sensei. I settled on N. She grinned, setting her book down and holding out a hand for the paper. He smiled back shyly and handed it over. She looked over the form, making sure it was filled out correctly before her eyes alighted on his choice. She felt herself grinning again. "Oh yes. I think that has a nice ring to it, honey. That will do nicely." Approved. She reached over and gave his hair a gentle ruffle before she woke her computer to begin filing his request. Izuku bowed to her, a pleased thanks falling from his lips before he excused himself to go chat to Mike about an upcoming assignment. He was ecstatic that a pro hero who relied so heavily on marketing approved of his choice of name. And now that he was over the hurdle, he felt himself relaxing a bit. The teacher's lounge in the early morning was a peaceful place. Izuku found himself leaning into the quiet atmosphere, watching as the other heroes and staff trickled in ones and twos. Most of them beelined towards the large coffee bar in the corner, the only thing keeping most of them sane. Speaking of the coffee bar, Aizawa approached Yamada's desk from that direction, hands expertly juggling 4 large mugs. Green eyes blinked up at the dark-haired man in confusion when one of the mugs was set down in front of him. Instead of an answer, he just got a hair ruffle before Aizawa moved to place another mug in front of his husband. The teen looked down at the mug that was obviously meant for him and noticed a cartoon watermelon printed on the side along with the English pun, "Y'all gone, make me lose my rind." A chuckle drew his gaze back to Mike. Sho has a talent for picking out personalized mugs. He found that one after he saw you in that tie-dye shirt the other day. The boy tilted his head in confusion. "Wait, the mug is Mima. I thought I was just going to borrow it for today." The blonde smiled fondly. "Nah, lil listener. Since you and Hitoshi will more than likely end up here most mornings, we made sure to get you your own. The daily struggle for the communal mugs isn't worth it. That being said, make sure you rinse it out and hang it on your labeled peg before you head to class." Izuku nodded hesitantly, picking up the mug and taking a sip, eyes lighting up at the delicious brew. "This is good." That earned him another chuckle and a nod. Nizu keeps us stocked with the best beans and fixings. And Sho is a MSTR at finding the perfect mix. The teen hummed appreciatively as he took another drink. Most of the coffee he'd had recently had been the basic corner store stuff Mia brewed at the shop. It wasn't good, but it kept him going. But this was fantastic, nutty and smooth with just a hint of chocolate sweetness. It made him miss going to the coffee shop with his friends. They should go again soon. He settled in as Mike went over the study guide he had been given for the test needed to receive his JSL certification. Once he had that, then he would have a tiny bit more wiggle room for his classes. He giggled at a joke the English teacher made and leaned forwards to look at the paper. Things at school were finally leveling out a bit. Now all he had to do was keep busy and keep his mind off of the issues with his home life, and he would be fine. The green and pink teens in the corner cheered wildly as the teacher approached before a loud bang and an accompanying plume of smoke cut their celebration short. Power Loader snorted and continued walking towards the kids, snagging a fire extinguisher on the way. He tossed the device to Hatsum, who was already spouting off ideas on how to fix the issue with her now ablaze baby. Turning to Midoriya, he motioned for the boy to follow and turned to lead the way to his small private office, a circular room situated in the center of all 4 support labs. Once they were settled at his desk, he leaned forwards towards his student. "Okay, kid, I have an offer for you. If you haven't chosen someone to intern with yet, I would like to extend an offer. Normally us teachers don't take interns because the whole point is for you guys to go out and network with heroes you don't interact with often. But with your unique situation, I thought it might be a good idea for you to see what it's like being a hero who also works as a part of the support industry. You can think about it. I don't need an answer, right? Yes?" The student in front of him was leaning forwards excitedly. "Yes. I would love that. It would be great to see how you juggle those T2 careers. You have your own agency rig, right? How does that work? Will I get to stay there for the week?" The teacher chuckled at the enthusiasm and held up a hand to pause the ramble. "I'll file the paperwork then. Yes, you will be staying with me at the agency for the week. As for how it works, well, I guess you'll just have to wait and see now, won't you?" The small teen nodded enthusiastically. "Yes, sir. I can't wait. What will I need to do beforehand?" The teacher smiled, pulling out a sheaf of paperwork. "All I need is for you to sign a few things and then get a guardian's signature on this release form here." They spent a few minutes going over what logistics needed to be finished before Power Loader leaned back in his seat, stretching his bare arms above his head. "Other than that, all you will need is enough clothes for the week and your regular toiletries. Oh, and your costume. By the way, Kuroyama was saying he will have it ready for a final fitting in the next day or 2. So be ready to come in for that during lunch or after classes. I'm sure he will let you know when." Izuku blushed a bit at the reminder that his friend had been working tirelessly to update the design of the outfit he had worn to the USJ, completely remaking it in the heavier-duty, hero-grade materials. Just the thought of having such an expensive costume made for himself was enough to make his brain shut down into error 404 mode, comprehension not found. He didn't even try to think about all of the gadgets he and May had designed to go with it. Still, he nodded his understanding and took the papers he needed one of his guardians to sign as he was released back into his early Freed's PRD. He had asked Nizu for an extra hour that morning to work on the new motor for the boots. The principal had been super nice in arranging the schedule for both him and May to have the time they needed. It still weirded him out that the teachers here were all so willing to fix things like that at his request. He still kind of half expected to have the need to take his projects home to work on. Though if he were honest, he would totally still be doing that if not for the fact that Aizawa and Yamada only had like 2 screwdrivers in the whole apartment. And one of them was stripped. He hummed to himself, wondering if he could sneak over to his mom's to grab some of his own tools without worrying the 2 pro heroes who seemed determined to keep him away from that side of town. Making his way through the currently empty lab felt a little weird. He was used to the bustling energy of his fellow support students. The banging and drilling and occasional explosion mixed with the raised voices of teens giving pointers and suggestions and warnings. But this early in the morning, the only people on campus were the few teachers who were giving up valuable sleep time in order to help a student or grade the work they had fallen behind on. Poor Mike was one of them today. He had agreed to drive Izuku for his early access to the lab. Aizawa and Shinso would catch a train a bit later. When he made it back to his friend, he found her staring in consternation at the piece of the new motor that was once again smoking. He chucked and snagged the soldering iron from her hand, pointing at where the wire she had been trying to reattach had gotten too close to a small computer board. She smacked herself upside the head and ripped the wire free, snagging a longer piece from the roll and a fresh chip to replace the slightly melted one. Once again, Aizu. You're AF genius. Okay, if I attach the wire here instead of there, do you think? The rest of the hour and a half they had wrangled for their exploits passed by quickly, but between the 2 of them they managed to get both tiny motors put together. May would be able to make the casings and grips for the bottoms of the boots during her lab time that afternoon. The boots themselves caught Izuku a bit off guard. Instead of the old overlarge work boots that May had fished out of a closet for him to use with the last prototypes, this time she pulled a sleek pair of combat boots from the cabinet below her worktop. Matte black with graceful lines of maroon running down the sides and woven through the heavy-duty laces. Though they still looked a little odd without the full bulk of the soles that they would be attacking, just a thin bit of Eltar to serve as a base to build off of. He looked at his bubblegum buddy with a raised eyebrow. She motioned for him to try them on. Kurokun wanted to surprise you when he gave you the full costume. But I convinced him that you needed to try them on before I went through the trouble of making the soles. They should work with your extra joint. He did a good bit of research before he started cutting the Elticha. Green eyes blinked in shock. Midis. She nodded, waving a hand vaguely. Apparently Elticha working is a hobby of his. I don't know. Ask him about it later. But try em on real quick before you have to head to class so I can tell him if adjustments need to be a thing. He nodded and slipped off his school-provided steel-toed slippers, only to be used in the lab in an effort to keep the mess from spreading. Lacing them up. Took a second to figure out. He had never had to use lacing hooks before. They weren't commonly offered on Quirkless shoes after all. But then May showed him a trick to do them up faster by holding both laces spread between the fingers of one hand, and he promised himself he would practice so he wouldn't be slowed down changing into costume later. The boots themselves felt nice. Nothing pinched or rubbed wrong. The only weird bit was that he was currently standing flat-footed. But that would be fixed with the addition of soles with a motor in the heel and some insoles. He tried not to tear up any as he texted his friend to give his thanks. These were the coolest shoes he had ever had. And the first that weren't 2 sizes too big and or the Quirkless signal bright red. When he was done walking around to check the fit, he quickly switched out and left his new favorite thing on the worktop as he raced to class. He really did have the best friends. Izuku stood nervously amongst Class A, feeling a bit out of place in his gym uniform while everyone else was in costume. It was his first official practical heroics lesson as a part of the course. They were waiting in one of the gyms for All Might to show up. How the man managed to be the #1 hero with his abysmal record of class attendance was beyond the teen. The kids chattered energetically amongst themselves until their teacher finally showed, a full 5 minutes late. Apologies. I was held up with another student for a moment. Thank you for waiting. Midnight won't be able to join us as planned, so today will be a bit of light sparring. Don't want to tire you kids out with your internships so close now, do we? Now, as always, come forward to draw a lot to determine your first partner. From there, partners will establish every 5 minutes. Izuku rolled his eyes, randomized selections again. Honestly, for a hero the man was so lazy. It would be much better to place less experienced fighters against more experienced fighters. The newbies can learn from their peers, and those who have experience will get to test the old adage, the best way to learn is to teach. As they slowly separated out into 10 pairs, Izuku studied Shinso and the way he stood next to Todoroki. They seemed fairly relaxed. He hoped that meant they had made up. Hitoshi was still getting used to having such a large friend group. It would be a shame if one of their quieter friends decided to stop hanging out because of one bad decision. The small teen smiled quietly to himself as Hitoshi murmured something to the other boy, getting a small nod in response before walking over to draw his lot. It seemed things were at least civil now. Hearing his name, Izuku startled out of his musings and stepped forwards to pull a tag from the box, snagging the second E and ending up partnered with Ojiro as his first match. He started up some basic stretches as he waited for the rest of the class to get organized. He had noticed All Might's penchant for skipping warm-ups during the classes he had sat in on, and he wasn't looking forward to the extra soreness he would no doubt deal with later on. Maybe he should bring that up with Aizawa later. Not warming up seemed like a big oversight for a hero school after all. They separated onto their mats, pairs chatting easily amongst themselves. Izuku smiled shyly at the taller blonde across from him. The other boy smiled easily back, though he seemed a bit distracted by something. The smaller boy decided to leave him to his thoughts as they waited for the signal to start. But before All Might could tell them to go, Ojiro was distracted by their smallest classmate. Oi Ojiro. Make sure to go easy on the null, right? Wouldn't want to beat up someone like that. It wouldn't be heroic. Izuku felt his ears burn in embarrassment as he ducked his head. He was mortified to be called out so blatantly during his first heroics class. He heard a bit of commotion off to the side and flinched. Damn it. He had made a scene. He really hoped he only got detention for the distraction. It took a moment for what was being said to filter through the muddled emotions in his brain. But eventually he realized it was Hitoshi and Kaminari who were kicking up a fuss, shouting at Mineta and being held back by their sparring partners. Green Eyes chanced a look around and Izuku flinched again at the scattered looks of irritation and anger. Even Todoroki looked vaguely upset. When the usually charming Kaminari let loose with a string of curses aimed towards their classmate, the newest hero student felt a jolt of panic. He needed to defuse the situation quickly. Who knew what kind of punishment would be doled out for causing a fight at UA? He scampered forwards quickly, placing himself in between Mineta and most of the others. He raised his hands placatingly. Hey, that's enough. It's okay. Apparently that was the wrong thing to say. Kaminari lost control of his quirk a bit, sparking angrily and causing Siro to let go with a yelp. The electric blonde stalked forwards, fists clenched, and Izuku couldn't hide his instinctual flinch. His shoulders drew up to his ears as his eyes locked onto the floor, braced for a blow. Mido. The name was said quietly, the sadness sounding wrong coming from Kaminari. The freckled boy blinked and looked back up at his friend, only to be completely confused by the mix of emotions on the other teen's face. Mido, what he said really isn't okay. No one deserves to be called a slur like that. No. He noted the various flinches at the word and tilted his head, trying to puzzle out the reaction. It's fine. I've heard it of often enough. Besides, Ojiro-kun really does have a bit of an advantage on me. He's taller and heavier. Plus he has been taking martial arts longer than me. So, this time it was Shinso who spoke up, gently shrugging out of Kirishima's grip and calmly stepping forwards. Aizu, you know that's not right. You've been doing intensive personal training with Kurokuma for a year now. And how about you run that term by Aizawa, or better yet Mike, before you decide if you're okay with it? The smaller teen winced, obviously trying to picture the reactions of the two pros. Hitoshi. A loud cough interrupted them before they could discuss the situation further. Now children. We've gotten a bit distracted it seems. How about we get started on our lesson and you can continue your discussions after class? As it were, Ojiro my boy, it couldn't hurt to go easy on little Midoriya, could it? Now that that's settled, let's go. All Might clapped his hands loudly, cutting off the protests of several of the teens. With some grumbles they all filtered back into their places. Izuku tried not to sigh as he settled into a balanced stance. His opponent was frowning fiercely, eyeing the smaller teen up and down, obviously trying to figure out a plan of attack. Probably also trying to figure out how to win without hurting the quirkless kid and making himself look bad. The small green teen felt a flash of irritation. He had won the sports festival. Why did everyone still doubt his abilities to fight? Was it because he used support items? He sighed. There really was no winning, was there? All Might called the start in his deep booming voice and Izuku launched himself forwards. If there was one lesson the Kurokumas had beat into his body, it was to never hesitate at the sight of a weakness. And Ojiro's hesitance was a truly glaring weakness. He spun into a kick to add a bit of extra power. Opponent had the size advantage after all, and felt a bit of fierce satisfaction at the oof the blonde let out as a small foot lodged itself in his side. The taller boy stumbled back a bit, trying to gain ground to regroup, but Izuku pressed onwards, not giving him room to regain his breath. His goal was to get in close to cramp the other's range. So he did his best to slip in past the extra length of Ojiro's legs, to use his size to its greatest ability and keep his partner off balance. He kicked again, letting his leg bounce off of a hurried block before swinging around and dropping into a sweep. He expected Ojiro to dodge. The other boy was well versed in martial arts after all. But instead he was surprised by his fellow student going sprawling. Once again though, missing an opening would have been a shame, so he jumped at his chance. Snagging an arm and his tail, he flipped Ojiro onto his belly and plopped down with all of his weight. He once again pulled an arm lock out of his repertoire, locking the elbow into a painful position with very little wiggle room, and leaning back to use his own weight to keep the other pinned. After a few seconds Ojiro tapped out and Izuku let him go, standing up easily and settling back into his stance, ready to go again. But instead of getting back into his own stance, his partner was just standing there, looking at him with a weird expression. Ojiro-san. At the hesitant question, he seemed to snap back out of whatever thought he was having and settled into a stance. Izuku chewed on his lip, wondering if he had done something wrong, but in the end he decided to continue their spar. This was his first heroics class after all. He really did want to make the best of it. So when the taller teen stepped forwards, he once again didn't hesitate, stepping in with a short uppercut. Ojiro managed to block and threw a punch of his own. The smaller boy didn't have to duck much to make it under the swing before popping up and landing a hit with his elbow up under the other's chin. And once again his opponent was down. Out cold this time. Izuku dropped to his knees, starting the basic first aid checks to make sure he hadn't caused too much damage. Ojiro-san. See, can you hear me? He gently tapped the other boy's breathing and pupils before tapping his cheek gently. Ojiro-san. What the F? The quiet question made the green-eyed boy jump and half spin around. The whole class had paused in their own matches and were staring him down, frozen in place. But then a loud laugh startled them all out of their daze. Shinso tried to cover his mouth to muffle the rest of his giggles, but he wasn't completely successful. Didium and Izu dropped him like a brick. Did he actually try to go easy on you? I didn't think he was that stupid. Izuku frowned at his friend. Titoshi. Not the tea time. Help me get him to our recovery girl. Again All Might, in a slightly delayed reaction, spoke up. No need for you to SUE him. We have Medibots waiting in their closet for a reason. Let's just get him on a stretcher and then, well, I guess you can, watch the other fights until time to SW. Why, sir? Quickly the students got their fallen fellow onto a stretcher and sent on his way, and Izuku did as he was told. Wandering around a bit and simply watching. That was until Kaminari called out to him, waving him towards his and Siro's mat. Hey Mido. I was wondering if you had any tips for me. I'm more used to sparring with you and Shinso. I feel like Siro's style is different. Green eyes sparked an interest. I'm sure. Siro is a more outside-styled fig fighter with his quirk. I'm sure that affects H's quirkless fighting too. Why don't you two show me why you were doing, and I'll see if I can't come you up with something. And so they did. The two taller boys sparred viciously for a minute or so, each giving and taking hits before their small green spectator called a halt and walked over to talk to Kaminari quietly, focusing his advice on the boy who had actually asked. After a nod of understanding, the match started back up. Only this time the electric blonde focused on shortening his own range while also dragging the other boy out of his own comfort zone. It was similar to the strategy Izuku himself had used against Ojiro. Except since Denki and Hanta were closer in height, Kaminari had to bring the fight to closer quarters by sticking to elbow and knee strikes while constantly pressing forwards, so Siro couldn't get back to his preferred range. Right before the 5 minutes were up, Kaminari managed to get a good hit straight into Siro's diaphragm, bringing the other boy to his knees as the air was knocked from his lungs. From there the blonde managed an effective pin, winning the match with a whoop and a good-natured congratulations from his opponent. All Might called for SW before hesitating and glancing at Midoriya. My boy, why don't you continue? Before he finished, he was interrupted by Shinso stepping forwards and slinging an arm around his friend's shoulders. Hey Izu, why don't you fight me and Ishido next? Who knows, 2 against 1 might actually give you a challenge. What? Shinso-kun, I don't think that's a bad idea. Shinso, my boy, I don't feel like that is a fair. Very few of their classmates were close enough to see the flash of irritation cross Izuku's freckled face at the objections. He spoke over the hubbub. Sure, Hitoshi. Sounds fun. A bright smile lit up his face and he quickly walked over to the mat his new opponents were set up on. The pink girl looked a little unsure but didn't object, settling into a slightly too wide stance. Before the boys could ready themselves, a consistently loud and progressively more annoying voice stopped them. Midoriya, my boy, I'm not sure if that's a good idea. What if you get hurt? Purple eyes met green and Hitoshi rolled his eyes in exasperation before turning to All Might. If you have a problem with Izuku, take it up with Aizawa. He approved his transfer into the heroics course because he knows Izu can wipe the floor with most of us no problem. Now are you going to keep interrupting class time with you quirkist bullshit, or are you going to let us actually get to work? The giant of a man sputtered but couldn't actually refute the point without making himself look bad, so with an admonishment to not go around calling people bad things, he let Shinso have his way. If only All Might would have known the massacre that was heading their way. Working together, the two hero students managed to win 1 out of 4 rounds during their allotted 5 minutes. Most of the class had been distracted with watching the small and slippery green teen slide past the defenses of the other two over and over, calling tips for how to counter the next time once they were on the floor. When it was time to establish, Kaminari called his friend over to go against him and Aoyama. That pairing was even more brutal since the two blondes had even less hand-to-hand training than Shinso and Ishido. After 2 quick wins, Izuku frowned and asked for a pause. Quickly he showed the other 2 boys a few moves he thought would be easy to work into their fighting styles. Remembering watching Kurokuma-sensei teach these moves to other students with similar builds, aka middling height and slim built for more long-distance attacks, even though he thought Kaminari's quirk would be fantastic for close combat. He had taught him a few similar things during their spars at the shop, but honestly both of the 2 blondes could use a personal teacher. He had them feel out the kicks and punches a few times, correcting stances and incorrect limb positioning as they did, then had them try the moves on him. He blocked and countered, showing them how to string the 3 moves together for greater effect. By that point it was time to SWH again, and when he turned to see if anyone else was willing to be his partners, he was surprised to once again have a small audience. Jairu stepped forwards with an interested look on her face. Hey, show me next. That combo looked easy enough. And so his next 5 minutes were dedicated to showing her and Sato a few punches and strikes, internally crowing at the thought that she had asked for his help. Not everyone wanted to spar with him in the end, but that was okay. They ended up scrapping All Might's lesson plan, ignoring the heroes' grumbling and pouting, and he sparred against the pairs that were willing, helping them practice the things he had shown them and feeling a warm sense of usefulness. The boys' changing room was noisy. The small greenette slipped to the stalls in the back, glad he only had to SWH out of his gym uniform instead of an elaborate costume. He made quick work of getting back into his uniform, cringing a bit at how sweaty he was but unwilling to use the showers while the other boys were in the room. He might trust Hitoshi not to make fun of the scars, but he didn't know the others well enough to guess their reactions. That and changing rooms in general just made him nervous. Only one exit and filled with potential bullies. Sure, he could theoretically fight back now, but old instincts and all. Once he was dressed, he left the room and waited in the hall, not really feeling comfortable standing amongst the hubbub and bustle. Slowly the other boys passed him by on 1s and 2s, heading off for dismissal in their homeroom. Todoroki stepped out, looking freshly showered, his hair perfectly parted even though it was damp. And instead of wandering off, he stepped up to the waiting greenette. Midoriya. Todoroki-san. Gee, good job today. The stoic teen nodded his acceptance to the praise, eyes glancing around. Waiting on Shinso. Yes. P probably Kaminari-kun too. He seems to like hanging out with Hitoshi. Green eyes sparkled a bit with the comment, the small boy glad 2 of his friends got along well. But all he got in return was a non-committal hum. Todoroki. Dual-toned eyes flickered to the door as they were waiting for stepped into the hall. I'll head back first then. With that the elemental wandered off, not really letting his new classmate stop him. Hitoshi sighed as he sidled up, drooping a bit more than usual. That's my fault, isn't it? He accepted my apology, but I guess it'll take a while to rebuild his trust. If I ever get it back at all. He frowned sadly, normal smirk nowhere to be seen as he sank into gloom. The walk back to the classroom was spent with the 2 shorter boys doing their best to cheer him up. Shinso draped an arm around Izuku as they walked, following Aizawa to meet up with their other foster dad in the teacher's lounge so they could go home. The shorter teen groaned at the added weight dramatically but allowed the comforting contact. The man in front of them grumbled to himself as he scribbled down a note in a file as he walked, apparently pissed that Midnight had let All Might teach alone. Hitoshi had immediately walked up to the underground hero as soon as dismissal was over and let his foster parent know what had happened during class, with both All Might and Mineta. A few of the other students who were still packing up chiming in with their own viewpoints. All of them ignored the blushing and placations of Midoriya as he tried to run damage control. After he had gotten the whole story out of the lot of them, the teacher had pulled a file folder out from the back of his podium and started filling out some sort of form, cursing quietly to himself as most of the kids rushed off to catch their trains or meet up with friends. He was still cursing and scribbling by the time they made it to the lounge. Skillfully and violently, sliding the door open with a kick. He walked straight for his desk without breaking stride. Shinso snorted at the display and headed for the coffee bar, figuring that whatever complaint Aizawa was filing would take long enough for him to get in at least one cup before they could leave. Izuku was about to follow him, thinking of all the coding he was going to have to slog through that night in order to catch up with his partner projects from the support course. But a hand on his shoulder stopped him. He flinched away a bit, but relaxed when he noticed that it was Yamada who had caught his attention. "Hey kiddo. I got a message from the precinct for ya. Do you want to hear it now or in the car?" The greenette felt his heart sink and his throat close up in fear. "Is it about Mom? Did something happen to her? Is she okay?" He resorted to signing, a note of panic in his gesturing hands. "Hey now. It's okay. Take a breath, kiddo. I won't say everything's okay because honestly I'm too angry, but your mother isn't hurt." That caused the teen to pause a moment, taking in the comment and the tight way the man in front of him was holding his shoulders. He folded in on himself a bit in uncertainty. Not really sure how to deal with an angry Yamada. Did I? He paused, taking a breath before relying on sign once more. "Did I do something wrong? Do the police need me to come in?" All at once the man seemed to relax, the tension running through his body melting, the tightness in his features shifting into an expression that looked more like concern. "No kiddo," he sighed. "The precinct contacted me to pass a message from Inko. She said that if you want anything from your apartment to come get it by tonight. That she just broke her lease and will be handing the key in tomorrow." And just like that, Izuku's world froze. She what? She was getting rid of the apartment. He felt his breath hitch a bit. Sure, it had been an empty and lonely place for a few years now, but he had spent his whole life there. It's where his parents brought him when they brought him home the day after his BRG. It's where he watched his first All Might cartoon. Where he spent countless afternoons learning how to write while sitting at the kitchen table. Mike, seeing his face, decided to change his approach. The man knelt down and gently took Izuku's hands. "Hey now, look, we have some options on what to do here, okay? First you decide if there is anything you want from there. And if there is, you can either go and pick it up with one or both of us, or you can write up a list and we can go get it and you and Shinso can go home. So just take a few minutes and figure out what you need, okay kiddo? Any way we swing this is okay. You just tell us what you need." With that he nudges the short teen the few steps to the side needed to get him to a chair. With a gentle press on the shoulder, Izuku is sitting and Mike stands to go make him a cup of tea. Strong decisions are best made over tea after all. A warning glare at Vlad where the man was standing by the open door to the office warns the other hero off of disturbing the kid currently slumped at his desk. He can do his paperwork once Midoriya is ready to move. Vlad moved towards the couches with a grumble and Yamada went back to making the best cup of matcha he could. He passed by his husband on his way back and made brief eye contact. A small nod let him know that Eraser had listened in and knew what was going on with their foster son, and that he was ready to do whatever Izuku decided needed doing. The steaming mug of tea was set gently on the top of the desk, melon pun on full display. Green eyes blinked up at him. "Why Yamada-san?" And of how the man hated that note of fear in his voice. Not fear of the voice hero, more likely fear of more rejection, fear of being abandoned again. "Ya kiddo. Would why you come WW with me? If why you aren't busy?" The blonde nodded, slowly reaching out to run calloused fingers through short green curls. "Of course I will. Let me tell Sho and we will take the car, okay?" The unassuming black sedan pulled up in front of his apartment block, backed up into the spot reserved for moving tenants. The green-haired teen in the passenger's seat dug through his battered yellow backpack for his key, praying to whoever would listen that it hadn't fallen out of the small hole in the corner that he had forgotten to sew back up when the last patch had ripped a few weeks ago. Eventually he found it, hidden amongst some loose screws in the front pocket, and he let out a sigh of relief before sliding it home into the lock. They opened the door to darkness, which was weird because Izuku always made sure the Genken light was on, so his mom must have turned it off whenever she was here last. He fumbled for the SWs as he toed off his sneakers, flipping it on and reaching for his worn green slippers. When he finally looked up, he had to take a second to pause. It was strange, almost all of the furniture was gone. She left the couch and the old rocking chair that had been in the corner since he was a baby. But she had taken the table and shelves. The pictures of her and his father were gone, but with a pang he realized she had left any picture with him hanging in its place on the walls. Yamada laid a hand on his shoulder, distracting him from the start of what probably would have been a spiral. "Okay, kiddo, how about I grab all of the pictures and you can head to your room with the boxes and start there?" The teen nodded quietly and took the stack of flat boxes they had stopped to grab from the store and the large roll of tape. He headed to the short hallway, hefting his awkward load. When he made it to his door, he propped the flat-packed boxes against the wall, figuring leaving them in the hall would be the best bet. He went ahead and made one up just to start with before opening the door to his room. A strangled sound left him when he took in the damage. About a second after he registered the mess, the smell of smoke and nitroglycerin hit his nose and he slumped. "Kachan!" He sighed, slumping a bit before turning around and heading to the kitchen. Luckily his mom had left most of the cleaning stuff and the trash bags under the sink. He grabbed the box of bags and headed back, unfurling one as he went. With a sigh he picked up the first casualty, a large flathead screwdriver. He grumbled a bit to himself when he realized it was one from the nice set he had bought himself as a reward for getting into UA. He had found he preferred the slight extra weight of wooden handles in his tools, so even though they were a bit on the pricier side, he had splurged for the occasion and the set had quickly become his favorite. Now, looking at the splintered handle, he just felt sad as he came to the realization that most of them probably didn't make it through his old friend's rampage. He huffed and continued to clean the area of flooring in front of the door, clearing it of the smashed remains of the tinkering project he had been working on when he couldn't sleep but was too tired to work on a real project. He didn't trust the cleaning of the room to whoever the apartment manager hired to deep clean once they were gone. Kachan's explosions left behind a lot of residues and they could be dangerous if mixed with certain common cleaning detergents. He didn't want to be responsible for someone getting sick. He knew they still had a bottle of the specialty cleaner under the sink in the bathroom. He would grab it and wipe down the surfaces before they left. He had just started carefully shifting the bag out into the hall, cursing the fact that he always bought the cheaper ones that were way too flimsy for this job, when Mike appeared from the living room. "Hey kiddo, do you have a specific box you want these?" He trailed off when he processed the mess that was before him. Lime green eyes widened considerably. "What happened in here?" The greenette sent him a rueful grin. "Lo, looks like some sort of explosion, right? Don't worry, I'll get it cleaned up super quickly and then we can head out." He moved to grab a fresh bag but was stopped by a gentle hand on his arm. "Was it Bakugo? Your families were close, right?" The teen slumped in defeat before giving a small nod. The hero hummed, taking a closer look around the room. "Most of this is tools and the like, right? You buy them all yourself?" Another nod and it was Yamada's turn to sigh. "If you can make a list, me and Sho can try and find replacements for you and no. I can't use that's way too expensive." "Kiddo." But the greenette was shaking his head furiously, and as much as the voice hero wanted to push the issue, another glance around him led him to the decision to put the issue on hold for a moment. Let's get this cleaned up and see what we can salvage, yeah." And so they do. It takes almost an hour just to sort through the floor and what was left of his setup on his desk and shelves. He managed to find a small handful of tools scattered around that had escaped the carnage, and a soldering iron that he could fix easily by rewiring it with a cord that wasn't half melted. But that was about it. He left Mike wiping the desk down while he went to pack up his clothes from the closet, only to sigh and go to the hallway to grab another trash bag. He heard the hero grumbling as he turned to look into the small closet, but neither really said anything, and Izuku started shoving the half-charred and slashed remains of his wardrobe into the bag to toss out. Luckily he didn't have that many clothes to begin with, so that part of the cleanup didn't take too long. He managed to save a pair of tights that only had a couple of small singe holes and an old Wild Pussycats t-shirt that was a bit small on him but would work as a sleep shirt. With a defeated slump, he tossed them into the single box that was sitting on the bed next to the small pile of picture frames and snagged the cleaner and rag to start scrubbing the chemicals off of the walls where the scorch marks were. It took another hour or so for them to call the room safe. The team glanced around one more time, making sure there was nothing else that he needed to snag or scrub down before he slid the frames into their own box and carried them out into the living room, leaving the door open to try and let the smell of smoke and heavy cleaner dissipate a bit. There wasn't much else left in the apartment for him to take. He had a couple of slightly ratty towels in the bathroom, as well as the shampoo Mia insisted he buy for his curls. He pulled the memory chips with the copies of old family videos and photos out of the drawer of the half-empty TV stand, and then found that his favorite mug, deep green enamel with a traditional koi fish design, was still in the cabinet in the kitchen. His whole life now fit in 2 duffel bags and 2 half-full moving boxes. That was just sad. He did one last walk through, making absolutely sure there was nothing else he wanted, before he scooped up one of the boxes. Yamada grabbed the other one and together they headed out. One last lingering glance was all Izuku allowed himself before he closed the door to his home for the last time. He could break down about all of this later, he decided, when he wouldn't have an audience. Shoyuta knew something was wrong as soon as his husband walked through the door. He stood up from where he had been reading through paperwork on the couch, intending to help carry boxes in from the car. But once the green problem child was through the door and kicking his shoes off, Hisashi was nudging the door closed and shaking his head with a frown. This of course caused the dark-haired man to frown as well. But after a short look from the man he was sworn to, he kept his mouth shut and sat back down, rereading the last paragraph of the report he was working through to make sure he knew what had happened. Lucky for him, he was patient and could wait for an explanation as to what had gone down while the 2 more bubbly personalities of the apartment were away. About 5 minutes later, he was rewarded with a lap full of lanky blonde. He gently ran a hand through his husband's slightly sweaty locks as he waited to see what would be said. When he finally found the words, Hisashi whispered them, obviously trying to keep Midoriya from overhearing if the boy had his aides turned up. They destroyed all of his stuff. The baby barely found anything worth keeping. The underground hero frowned, catching a concerning detail amongst the other concerning details. He rumbled quietly. A nod against his ear. Apparently Bakugo helped Inko move and took his anger out on, well, everything in Izuku's room. I'm surprised the whole room didn't catch fire, if I'm honest. Aizawa took a deep calming breath. But is it worth it to get the police involved? If not, what can we replace? His partner sat up with a frustrated groan, switching to signs so he wouldn't lose control of his quirk and alert their ward to the discussion. That's just it. I told him to make a list of all of the tools that were beyond saving and the kid freaked out on me. He doesn't want us to spend the money. I don't want to know how he would react to us suing either of them. Zashi, the kid has been practically taking care of himself for years on what I would guess was a very strict budget. I'm sure money is a touchy subject for him. We will just have to think up a way to get him some things without upsetting him too badly. Maybe text Hatsum-san and see if she has any ideas. He watched as his dumb, lovely, big mouth took a deep calming breath before knitting and pulling out his phone, sliding to sit on the couch properly so Shoyuta could get back to his work. With a gentle bump of his shoulder to remind the blonde that he was there for him, he dove back into his investigation of a drag ring. They would figure out how to help Izuku, things would pan out eventually. Hitoshi knocked on the door to Izuku's room, intending to offer his help unpacking. After about a minute of hearing his friend moving around with no signs of him coming to the door, he frowned. He knocked again and continued his wait, before realizing Izuku might not be able to hear him if he had taken out his hearing aids. With an exasperated huff aimed at himself, he stomped his foot a couple of times on the wooden flooring, sending some vibrations into the room that he hoped his friend could feel. After a pause, he heard footsteps approaching the door. It swung open to show his favorite green imp with a small armload of tools. "Hi Toshi. Sorry I took out my aids so they could charge." "It's okay, Izuku. I just came to see if you needed help getting unpacked." His friends suddenly looked sheepish and Hitoshi felt a bit of a sink in his gut. But I don't actually have much left to unpack. Purple hair shifted into his eyes a bit when he tilted his head in confusion. You just got back, right? There's no way you unpacked all of those tools I saw at your mom's that quickly. Izuku wasn't meeting his eyes. Yeah? I didn't really bring all of them with me. Shinso is about to ask why, confused when he knew how strong Izuku had worked to get those tools. But they're both distracted when a yowling and writhing mass of orange and gray streaked from the end of the hall and through the open door, almost knocking the purple-eyed boy over on their way past. Yuichi. Norris. Stop ambushing the other cats, you butt. With that he lurches into the room and scoops the fluffy gray cloud up from where he had cornered a smaller orange cat under the desk. The furry terror immediately turned into a poof of purrs, going boneless draped over his arm as the other cat trotted free of his hidey spot and went to sniff Midoriya's toes. The other boy giggled and plopped down to the floor in order to better greet the kitty. He looked up and signed a short question asking for their names. With a sigh, Hitoshi pointed to the sleek orange-furred yellow-eyed cat that was pacing circles in Izuku's lap. That one is Cheez-It. And this MSTR of guerrilla warfare goes by Upchuck Norris. Don't let him near your shoes. How many have you met now? 4, I think. Spooky and Rookie for sure. And now these two. How weird, I would have thought more of them would have sought you out by now unless… Do you sleep with your door closed? When he nodded, his friend sighed. That explains it, Baroness, Lucky and Chewy prefer cuddles in bed. I'm not sure why the last key hasn't shown up yet though. Aizawa has 3 black cats, Spooky, Kooky and Rookie. He calls them the keys for short. The green-haired boy bounced a little in place, careful not to dislodge the feline puddle in his lap. That's so cute. Hitoshi laughs. Don't let Aizawa hear you say that. But now that I know you haven't met the other fuzzballs, we are totally going on a scavenger hunt. Baroness was on my bed a minute ago, so she should be the first stop. What followed was an hour of hunting down the 8 furry residents of the apartment, Shinso making sure Izuku knew which black cat was which, pointing out the different colored eyes and the fact that Spooky was still at the end of his kitten stage. They bowed to Baroness from where she loafed on her bed throne, staring down at them with her purple eyes. Lucky and Chewy were the last they found. Well, it was more like Chewy finding them. The blonde tabby made himself known by dashing out and biting Hitoshi's toes before running back into his hiding spot under the couch. When the taller teen had knelt to snag him and introduce him to the newcomer, he also found a set of bright green eyes. Lucky was coaxed out gently and Izuku was instantly in love with the sweet calico. Neither of them noticed the blonde hero standing by the entrance to the kitchen watching them smother the fur babies with affection with a soft smile on his face. He eventually did have to explain to Hitoshi why he didn't bring most of his strong-earned tools with him. To say his friend was livid would have been an understatement. It took an hour of repeating why hunting Bakugo down was a bad idea, as well as begging him to show him the new cat villager that had moved into his town on Animal Crossing, before the taller teen finally relaxed. The 2 teens sat cuddled up on Hitoshi's bed, Baroness taking pride of place on the best pillow, and delved into the world of cute animals and relaxing music. Izuku forced thoughts of his mom and oldest friend from his mind, trying to stay in the comfortable moment. That's where Yamada found them a couple of hours later, peering in through the open door to let them know dinner was ready. Shinso hummed an acknowledgement and saved his game, prompting his friend to sit up with a stifled yawn, digging his second hearing aid out of his pocket and sliding it into its place in the ear that had been settled against Hitoshi's shoulder. The 2 boys staggered ungracefully to their feet and followed the blonde down to the table, settling in as Aizawa finished setting cups of tea in their places. The meal, simple noodles with a hearty veggie-rich broth, passed easily. Conversations flowing about school work and hectic schedules, about the cats and stories of how they came to live in the apartment. Simple, easy things. Izuku did his best not to compare dinners in this household with the dinners of an empty apartment. That night after the boys were in bed, Hisashi and Shoyuta snuck into the training room, measuring tape and the extra boxes from earlier in hand. They didn't really need most of the old training equipment after all. As quietly as possible, things were sorted. What was being kept placed onto a single shelving unit that they had pulled into the corner of the training room proper. Everything else going into boxes to be dealt with in the morning. Once they were done, Shoyuta pressed a embrace to his husband's temple before heading out on patrol. Yamada kept working, measuring walls and sketching out ideas on an old legal pad. Their contractors had worked miracles with his rambling scribbles when they had customized their home the first time. He had no doubt they would be able to fix this space just as nicely. He also pondered ideas for making the living room a bit more comfortable. It seemed to be the favored napping spot of one purple insomniac after all. Maybe a hammock. He would ask for opinions tomorrow when he called. Never let it be said he didn't see to the needs of any child under his care. Neither Izuku nor Hitoshi are sure how they ended up at the mall with Yamada. It was just after schools let out, so the place was packed and both teens could immediately list several other places they would rather be. Especially with their internships starting the next day. But the eccentric pro insisted, bubbling along brightly as he dragged his two reluctant shadows around gently. At first they assumed they were here for something the man needed. That delusion died in the first store, when Yamada immediately walked up to a rack of sweaters and flipped through sizes before tugging out two matching cable knits in pastel green and purple. The two students shared twin looks of dawning horror. The next 3 hours are spent wrestling clothing away from their foster dad. He fights them every step of the way, even more stubborn than they ever thought he could be. Eventually the two boys start flagging and Yamada slowly fills up bags with items he managed to get them to admit to liking. Izuku ended up with several fluffy sweaters that were a couple sizes too large, and compression shirts far nicer than his regular ones, and several packs of t-shirts in a variety of colors that he was as yet unaware of. He hadn't yet let the man buy any pants, but apparently he wouldn't be able to get out of it because the next store had the best denim. Hitoshi hadn't done as well as his friend. His bags were full of hoodies and graphic tees. Not to mention the 3 pairs of shoes he couldn't get the man to bargain on. He almost wished he had a similar excuse to Izuku when it came to shoes. When the green-haired gremlin told Yamada about his weird feet, the man had looked heartbroken that he couldn't pick out shoes for him as well. Both boys groaned in perfect synchronization as they were dragged into yet another store. This is the last clothing store, I swear. The sooner the two of you each choose 3 pairs of pants and at least 1 jacket, the sooner we can move on. Green and purple eyes meet, resignation mirrored and compounding when the other also seemed completely done with the situation. With a sigh, Hitoshi stepped forwards towards a display of artfully ripped jeans. After a minute or two more of standing defiantly in the doorway, Izuku gave in as well and started meandering through the store. After browsing through a display of cargo shorts and comfortable-looking jeans, a rack of jackets caught his eye. He tossed a couple of pairs of bottoms over his arm to try on before heading over to look closer. There were several different cuts and finishes, but everything on the rack was made from denim. The short teen found himself drawn to a black one. It looked like the cross grain was done in a deep ruby thread. The jacket was distressed in places, showing the slight pop of color through the black. He loved it. Unfortunately, Yamada chose that moment to sneak up from behind and snag the jacket. He gave it a look over with a grin. Fantastic choice, kiddo. Try this on really quick so we know it's the right size. He was handed the now traitorous article back with a flourish. The teen grumbled but handed over his burden of bags and pants in order to slip the jacket on over his school button-up. He was spun to look at himself in a mirror hanging on the wall by the changing rooms. Unfortunately, he actually really liked the DMN jacket. Curse his affinity for red things. Hey Yamada, Hitoshi stepped out of the changing room only to cut off when he saw Izuku standing so close. The shorter green teen immediately felt his face light up when he caught sight of what his friend had tried on. The rips in the jeans went almost all the way up his legs, showing off pale skin and just peeking the edges of the boy's purple boxer briefs. Oh nice. Those look rockin', lil one. Do they fit okay? I'm not sure they really look all that good though. And well, Izuku couldn't let that note of doubt stand. Yul look geet Hitoshi. He did his best to send a reassuring smile even as he refused to look at the other boy's legs again. Long fingers, long legs, he wondered what else was long. Bad Izuku. Thanks. I really like that jacket, Izu. It looks cool with your shoes. The green teen stuttered out a thank you of his own before retreating back into the racks so he could implode in peace. He never once dreamed he would have such dirty thoughts about his friend. He knew Hitoshi was attractive, with his sharp jaw and smooth voice, but to think something like that. He must be hanging out with Kaminari too much. Speak of the devil. Mido, what are you doing here? The small boy let out an embarrassing eep before spinning around to find an electric blonde making a beeline for him. He did his best to pray his blush away before the other teen got too close, but he wasn't sure it worked too well. Hi Kaminari. We were looking for clothes. Well cool. I came to browse their accessories. This shop is the coolest. You must have great tastes. The blonde wiggled his eyebrows and looked the smaller boy up and down. That jacket really shows off your shoulders and waist, Mido. Great taste. And now he was sure the blush was back. Thanks. Anytime. You know I love complimenting attractive people. Green eyes blinked at him blankly as the comment sunk in. Then shouldn't you compliment yourself more? The two teens paused a second before what they had both said hit them, and then they were both blushing messes. After a second, Kaminari saw Hitoshi off to the side, refolding and putting away his rejected clothing, and made an excuse to walk over his way. Izuku all but dashed to the changing room himself now that it was open. Once in privacy, he buried his face in his hands, groaning at his stupidity and praying he hadn't just made things awkward between himself and his friend. After a few minutes, in which he managed to mostly hide his flush under his freckles, he started trying on the pants Yamada had left on the bench for him. The sneaky bastard had added a few of his own pics to the pile. He stared at himself in the mirror once. He realized what his foster father had tricked him into. Tight faux Elticher pants laced up the side from ankle to hip. He knew he made some sort of noise. Apparently the universe hated him because it seemed like Mike had been listening for it. There was a knock on the door and then the man was harassing him to come out so he could see. No way. Aw come on kiddo. That can't be that bad. Wait, did you try the Elticher or the corduroy on first? 'Cause if corduroy doesn't fit Jewist, so it looks awful. Izuku all but kicked the door open, throwing the green corduroy bell-bottoms at the man's face. But just why? He heard a choking sound from off to the side and foes, slowly turning to face his two friends who were staring at him in shock, obviously focused on the tight Eltar and revealing lacing monstrosity currently encasing his legs. This time the teen heard the noise he made. It was somewhere between a chipmunk and a dying whale. Within a second he was back in the changing room and doing his best to rip the two tight pants away from his person. When he was free, he launched them over the door in the direction of where Mike had stood. Judging by the indignant squawk, he had yet to move. He took his time from there, refusing to come out to show any of them anything else he tried on. Carefully rehanging and folding everything before he sorted out the keeps and the putbacks. It was a full 20 minutes before he was able to feel safe showing his face again. When he cracked the door, he was relieved to see that none of the others were waiting for him. He quietly started back around the shop, putting away the things he didn't want to get. When he was done, he took a breath before looking over to where he had seen Yamada perusing the wall of accessories with Kaminari. He meandered over and cleared his throat. Kiddo, you find some things you like? The green-haired teen nodded, quietly holding up his small selection of jeans and shorts. Alrighty. After we check out, there were a couple more stops we needed to make. No more clothes though. Let's grab Shinso and head up to the front. With that, the man snagged the confusing array of buckles and straps Kaminari had been looking at and pranced off, whistling smugly to himself. Golden eyes followed the man's escape in confusion, but Midoriya just shrugged in resignation when his friend tried to ask. By the time they caught up and Izuku placed his items on the counter, Shinso's stuff was already scanned and bagged. The green teen is suddenly reminded that he never took off the jacket when Yamada grinned at him and asked for the tag. The small teen flushed yet again and yanked it from the sleeve, handing it to the cashier with a stuttered apology. She just shrugged it off and shoved Kaminari's new whatever into a separate bag. They left the store with a bit of banter, the slight tension loosening quickly as the teens were dragged around by their excitable chaperone. The next stop was apparently a home goods store. Hizashi grabbed a basket and made a break for the bathroom section, telling the boys on his way past that they needed to grab at least 5 things to decorate their rooms with. With rolled eyes, Hitoshi let an excited Kaminari drag him over to a section of lava lamps, exclaiming that he would help them find the coolest things. Izuku just sighed and grabbed a basket of their own before following the other two. They ended up with a lava lamp for Hitoshi and a small desk sitting neon light shaped like a cactus for Izuku. From there, Kaminari went a little wild. Both boys found themselves forced to choose small area rugs and large bedding sets. Any time they tried to refuse, their energetic friend would look sad, and well, neither of them could stand making the perpetually bright boy sad. Posters that neither of them chose ended up in the basket, as well as a couple of throw pillows and plushies. Apparently, Kaminari was taking cues off of their bedding selection and just finding things that he thought would match. That was when Izuku caught sight of the hero-themed decor. And well, he couldn't help himself. The fat gum cushion looked like the best, most squishable thing ever. Who cared that it was almost as big as he was? If he had to pick something, he was picking that. He ignored Hitoshi's snickers as he started trying to balance the large stuffy over the top of the already overfilled basket. He outright laughed when Kaminari stepped forwards to try and help, only to send several pillows to the floor. After a few more seconds of struggle, the electric blonde skittered off and came back with a second basket, plopping fat gum and the pillows into it with a triumphant grin, before promptly racing off towards a shelf full of smell-good things. With a sigh, the other two boys grabbed the buggies and followed. After a little bit, they all ended up flagging, tired from a long day of school and now hours of shopping. Luckily, that was when Yamada came back to find them. He had his own basket full of things, and was quick to gush over their mounds of pillows, ushering them towards checkout. They got distracted on the way by an impulse display near the counter. Little pins with pride colors of every type. Mike squealed and grabbed a rainbow 1-in-1 with pink, blue, and yellow stripes. He then turned to the boys and gestured excitedly for them to snag any they wanted. Kaminari bounced in place, excitedly grabbing one that was blue, purple, and pink, and one that had those colors but with black and white spaced between. Hitoshi ginned at the other teen and grabbed a rainbow one for himself before looking at Izuku to see if he saw one he wanted. But instead of snagging a pin, freckled hands wrung together nervously. I don't. Hey kiddo, it's okay if you don't want one. I just thought they would be fun. The man smiled brightly, trying to keep his charge calm. But it faded a bit when his comment only seemed to stress Izuku out more. No. I'm not against them. But I don't know what any of the colors mean. Kaminari bounced over to his smaller friend and pulled the boy closer to the display. That's no problem. I have most of the more common flags memorized. Do you know what your preferences are? Like a you buy like me? I looked it up a long time ago and I think the one I liked most was pansexual. Like I don't really care what people are as long as we like each other. Yamada perked up at that. Oh cool. We match. He held up the pink, yellow, and blue pin. Hitoshi dug another one out of the bin for Izuku before pausing and snagging another one, looking at it curiously. Blue, red, and black stripes behind a yellow infinity symbol twinned around a heart. I haven't seen this one before. Kaminari hummed cheerfully. That one's a bit more rare. It means polyamorous. There's also a version with the pi sign instead of the heart, but I think this one is nicer. It was Hitoshi's turn to look confused. What now? Polyamorous. Polyamory is when someone loves more than one person at once. Relationships with multiple partners are called polycules. Correct. Purple eyes stared down at the badge held in a pale hand as a look of dawning realization came over Shinso's face. He looked a bit overwhelmed as he set the pin back gently before handing the other button to Izuku. After a second, he cleared his throat and looked at Mike. Noting the weird look the man was giving the three of them, he raised a pointed eyebrow. Aren't we going to be late for dinner at this rate? That got them moving at least, but not before Yamada had dug through the bin for a handful more buttons for his friends. In the end, they were really lucky that Kaminari had joined them. There was no way they would have been able to get everything out to the car otherwise. As it was, Izuku tripped over his feet several times as he struggled with his arms full of bags and giant plushie. Mike insisted on driving the other blonde home, praising him profusely for his wrangling of the other two boys in home goods, and chattering about music and Denki's favorite bands the whole way there. The bubbly teen hopped from the car, dragging his own small bag with him, and chirped out a cheery goodbye before skipping towards his building, unknowing of the two matching fond gazes that watched as he went. It wasn't long before they were dragging things into the elevator of their own apartment building, struggling under the sheer amount of bags. They dumped everything into the floor of the living room as soon as they made it through the door, completely lured in by the smell of takeout coming from the kitchen. The boys all but collapsed at the table, ignoring teasing remarks from Eraser where the man was standing at the counter unpacking the food. It was Katsudan. Izuku felt a weird fluttering in his belly, suddenly feeling his hunger dissipate. He managed a few bites of rice, but the first taste of the cutlets sealed his fate. Quietly he excused himself, packing his food back up in the container and setting in the fridge before going to the living room to sort the bags. He started carting Hitoshi's things upstairs first, figuring the other boy could get started on setting up his room and packing anything new he wanted for the coming week as soon as he was done eating. With a grunt he managed to get most of the bags lifted, with the rolled-up area rug balanced under one arm. The stairs were a good challenge. The burn in his calves and thighs distracted him from the still-present ache in his gut. He huffed as he gently settled the bags in the floor by the other boy's bed. He turned to go back for his own things only to be startled by the appearance of a pale purple apparition. GG's. Hitoshi. Don't do that. Sorry Izu. Didn't mean to. I just came up to see what's going on with you. Green eyes slid away from his friend, suddenly finding the tag on the back of the rug very interesting. And nothing. Izuku. Shinso's voice was stern, but also kind, understanding. And Midoriya felt his resistance crumble. Katsudan is her favorite meal. She always made it any time anything good happened. And I couldn't handle it, not tea today. A hand settled on his shoulder before drawing him into a hug, long arms wrapped around him securely. Thank you for telling me. Now, how about we help each other unpack all of this SHT so we can be done with it? With a giggle Izuku agreed and they got to work. It was nearly an hour later when the small team pulled out an offensive article of Altucher with a squawk and Yamada had to run an intervention to make sure the expensive pants weren't burned. Izuku gave Hitoshi and Kaminari one last hug before he darted off to meet his train, following Ida to the line heading for Hosu. Aida-kun. Wait up. The tall, broad-shouldered teen paused, looking back to see who made the request. Midoriya caught up and looked up at him with a shy smile. I thought that since we were heading in the same direction and maybe we could ride together. Of course Midoriya-kun. Came the stiff response, before Ida spun back towards their train and walked off stiffly. The shorter boy hurried to keep up, chatting nervously at his new classmate. They managed to find a bench on the bullet train, sitting across from a businessman and a PRGNT woman who were dutifully ignoring each other as they shared their own bench. The boys settled their duffel and suitcase in the overhead rack, but kept the cases with their costumes with them, settling them on the ground between their feet protectively. The hour ride was filled with Izuku's nervous rambling. His travel companion's broody silence only served to make his anxiety worse and thus his rambling more obnoxious. He sweated from the tension. His past encounters with the other boy had given the impression of a loud but nice boy who respected rules. But maybe he had gotten the wrong idea about Ida. Or maybe the speedster was just in a bad mood. Eventually, though, they made it to Izuku's stop and the small teen made his retreat with a polite goodbye. As the train pulled off to head deeper into the city, freckled hands dug a cracked phone from the battered yellow backpack Izuku had slung over the opposite shoulder from his duffel bag. He pulled up a map with the location of his destination that he had pinned the night before. With an excited grin he hurried off to meet up with Power Loader. The Pro Hero Agency was about a 10-minute walk from the train station. When he found the building he looked up at the modern facade in curiosity. It was done up with lots of glass, all tinted so that no one could see in. He bet the inside got a lot of nice lighting during the day though. In between the large panes the metal framing glinted a metallic yellow, showing Power Loader's color preference. The freckled boy grinned before hurrying towards the large double doors. They opened into a simple lobby. Everything was concrete, the floor, the pillars to the vaulted ceiling, the front desk, and the benches in the waiting area. Though all of the seating had comfortable-looking cushions in black and yellow. And what wasn't concrete was the same metallic yellow. It looked industrial but tasteful. Like the person who owned the building had money, but knew better than to spend it on prissy decorations. Down to earth in a way that Izuku knew power loader preferred. He scampered up to the front desk, standing nervously for a moment as he waited for the receptionist to look up from his computer screen. The young man seemed to be wearing some sort of mechanic's uniform in a dark gray, his purple-black hair pulled into a high bun to keep it out of the way. When he seemed to sense Izuku's presence, he looked up sharply, seeming a bit startled. "Sorry, I was in the zone. These calculations won't finish themselves after all." He chuckles brightly, solid silver eyes reflecting an image of the room. "How can I help you today?" Izuku tamped down on the urge to ask about his obvious quirk mutation, smiling shyly as he replied, Hi, I'm H here for an internship. And my name is Midoriya Izuku, hero name Doryoku." This piqued the receptionist's interest. "You're one of the students PL kept talking about." "I'm Kagami Yu, an apprentice mechanic here at Power Corporation." "Oh, Sensei talked about us?" "Yeah. He always brags about the kids at UA that he plans on scouting once they graduate. He was sad when you transferred to the hero course since it meant you probably wouldn't want a job here once you get your diploma. He was also frustrated that the other one, Hatsum Right, wouldn't be likely to come here either since her mom already has a shop of good repute and all." "Oh, I didn't." Kagami snickered. "Chill, bud. PL is always like that when he finds raw talent. Don't stress over it. Now," he continued with a slap to the desk in front of him, "let's get you set up in your space for the week and then I'll give you the tour. PL is running behind because he got called in to help with a review in the next town over, but he should get back before dinner." The mechanic snagged the phone receiver beside him and hit a button. "Oh, Michael. Tag you're it." He laughed at the grumbles from the other end of the line and turned to a door situated across the room, waiting until it opened to stand and walk around the desk towards the elevators. Another young man huffed and plopped down in the chair with a groan. You called out a teasing comment as he pushed the button to call the lift. "Chomite, you'll get those orders done soon enough." With a ding, Izuku was bundled into the elevator. His guide bounced in behind him. "Poor guy," he confided. "We apprentices have to take turns with desk duty and he always seems to draw the short straw, getting called over every time he starts getting somewhere with his assignments. Don't worry though, he's a mathematical genius. We'll probably have the intensity of the lasers we need figured out by the time I get back." Izuku did his best not to bounce on his toes. Jumping in an elevator is rude, and forced down the questions about what they needed lasers for. Lucky for him, the doors slid open before he broke and his curiosity got the best of him. He followed the silver-eyed engineer into a hallway with only 2 doors. "All right, floor 6, the dorms, men on the right, women on the left. If you need a private room let us know, but those are usually reserved for the fancy guests." Izuku shook his head shyly. I can deal with whatever." "Cool. Men's okay." At his nod, the teen was led to the door on the right, which opened into a large room filled with bunks. The lights were on low, a few people were scattered about, most snoring loudly and absolutely covered in grease, oil, and other cast-offs from machinery. Engineers who've foregone sleep for at least a day. Came the whispered explanation as Kagami made his way through the bunks to a door on the opposite wall from the entrance. It led into a locker room of some sort with an empty doorway on the right showing toilets and its mirror on the left leading to showers. Kagami hummed as he scanned the bays of lockers for a free one. Here we go." He opened a door and motioned for Izuku to stow his things. The freckled teen did with a shy smile, only keeping his backpack on him. The man grinned cheerfully and pulled a lock from his pocket. "The code for this is March 14th, 26. Got that? PL keeps the spare in the desk for guests who don't get a fancy room, so make sure you bring it down to the front desk again before you go home." "Yes, sir." The dark-haired man visibly cringed. "Please, for the love of God, do not call me sir. Kagami or you okay? No suffixes either, most of the other people here will tell you the same. You'll find that most of the types in the support industry don't have the patience for that kind of thing. Personally, I grew up with a strong but for a father, so the word sir makes me want a GG. Before Izuku could fumble for an apology, Kagami was already shrugging off his dour look and plastering on his bright smile. Anyways, just don't be surprised if things here are a lot more lax in manners than you are used to. The support industry is infamous for rude engineers and designers. The in-joke is that the ruder they are, the better they are at their job. With a cheerful bounce, he once again led the teen out into the larger room, pointing to a large bin and several shelves full of bedding. He explained that every night he was to grab sheets and things for whatever bunk was open, and every morning he was responsible for stripping his bed and tossing the used things into the bin for the laundry to take care of. When Izuku asked about the wastefulness, it was waved off. Look kid, we can't have assigned bunks, and between the sheer number of people who work here and the weird sleep schedules of most of the brainy types, a rotation would never work. This is the best system anyone could come up with. Plus it opened up extra jobs for people in the area who needed them. The teen hummed and nodded, giving in to the logic. He honestly didn't think he would be sleeping enough this week to even care much anyways. They moved on, heading back to the elevator. His guide explained the floors above while they headed down. Floors 7 and 8 were hotel-style guest rooms, set aside for clients and any heroes who protested the communal spaces of floor 6. The top floor was Power Loader's personal office and design studio. Floor 2 to 5 was all offices, everything from advertising to order sorting was done there. The first floor was the lobby and the cafeteria, as well as a giant loading bay behind the building. But the underground was what Izuku really wanted to see. B1 was essentially storage for finished product. It had a huge industrial lift near the sloped exit to the loading bay so that they could bring up supplies and projects up and down to the different studio levels with ease. B2, B5 were the mechanic studios, each floor divided into 4 rooms, each assigned to a team and their individual projects. B6, B7 was the aesthetics department, filled to the brim with fabrics and paint. It was the job of the teams there to sew and style everything a hero could need for their suits. B8 was the design studio. This was where they started the tour. It was one big open room filled with bean bags, couches, tables, and baskets of sensory objects. The wall near the door was covered in shelving labeled with names, each name marking a thin slot. Kagami walked to the shelf and pulled a tablet out of a slot named Guest 4. He quickly powered it on and handed it to Izuku. Create a login really quick, I'll set you up with authorization codes after. This tablet will stay with you the entire time you're working, do not let it out of your sight. And always secure it when you're done for the day. Since you're a hero, that means you can slip it into one of the safes that are on each floor, but try not to do that if you can because getting them out requires a higher clearance than most people have and it can be annoying. The teen nodded, short green curls bouncing with the movement before he quickly set up a login, memorizing it quickly so there would be no embarrassing forgetfulness later. It only took a few more minutes for his account to be granted access to all base-level programs and information. Once he was all set up, Kagami put 2 fingers to his mouth and whistled, making the teen beside him jump in surprise at the loud sound. Listen up. This is PL's intern for the week. Midoriya, these guys are some of the engineers and designers. He pointed to each of them in order of left to right, giving their last name and what department they worked in. Yamaha, chemistry; Rigoku, development; Tashiha, art; Mikiko, art; Wadashi, experimental physics, and so on. And that set the mood for the rest of the tour. In each lab they entered, he was introduced and inundated with names. In the end, he resorted to using his tablet, scribbling down a distinguishing feature, name, and department as quickly as he could. Then Kagami took a deep breath and led his charge back above ground and into the PR department, suffering a 20-minute lecture on Twitter etiquette and not cussing out idiots in his public account. While the man was getting reamed by a tiny woman in a pencil skirt, the hero student was passed around by the others in the office, each of them introducing themselves and asking him about any public image plans he might have. This dissolved into an enthusiastic discussion circle as Izuku explained that he was planning to base most of his image off of his support items. The mildly intimidating suited business people then did their best to completely figure out a life plan for him in the 10 minutes it took before Kagami managed to break away and drag Izuku back into the hall. There was a ding from the tablet the dark-haired man had in a case strapped to the back of his belt. With a sigh, he pulled it out to check the message. That was Mike. He says PL is back and wants to meet in the cafeteria. I'm starving. The freckled boy snickered a bit at the antics of this more matured person as he was led to the elevator to go meet with his supervisor. The small mess hall buzzed with quiet conversations as they slipped in through the door. It was a large room with 2 long tables that went from the serving window to the windows that overlooked the loading bay. The tables weren't filled, but there were clumps of people sitting up and down their lengths, talking amicably. He noted several tablets being waved around, and watched as a stylus was used to beam someone with an opposing opinion in the side of the head for being insufferable. The young teen felt himself relaxing a bit. This honestly just felt like lunchtime with the support students. A waved hand caught the attention of his guide. There he is. All right, Midoriya, let's get some food and then see how PL wants to play things this week. He stormed towards the service window, chatting amicably with the line cooks at the side station. She giggled and served both of them a second cookie. When they both had their trays, they walked over to the man who had waved earlier. Power Loader looked weird out of his costume. He knew he had seen him in business casual once before during the entrance exam, but it was different somehow now that he knew who he was. The hero was in some tailored slacks, and the white shirt was perfectly clean. But it looked like the man had untucked it and pulled his tie free at the earliest opportunity. Which honestly was fair. Izuku found himself doing the same often enough once school let out for the day. Midoriya. He greeted with his normal kind smile. Did you get the tour? When his student nodded confirmation, he continued. Good. That means you can join Hikari's team this evening. They're having trouble with a bit of code, and I think a fresh set of eyes might be just the thing. Just know that we have a patrol scheduled from 2 to 5 a.m., so make sure you get some sleep and some food beforehand. Isn't that a weird TI time for a patrol? The pro snorted. I have 3 jobs. All of my patrols are at weird times. I schedule hero work, consultations, and studio time around UA, so early morning patrols are normal. The boy nodded thoughtfully and took a bite of his natto. They made small talk as they ate, multiple people coming over to chat with Power Loader, usually about one project or another. Izuku listened in, amazed at how much of the technical jargon he actually understood. It was weird to think that a little over a year ago he wouldn't have understood half as much. When they were done eating, the 3 of them stood and carried their trays over to the cleaning receptacle, which was on brand with a major support company, super high tech. They slid the tray in on one side and the machine buzzed and whooshed for a few seconds before the tray was spit out of the other side, being snagged and stacked neatly by a dexterous robot arm. Izuku buzzed with questions but was pulled away before he could completely lose control of himself. Once they were back out the door and heading through the short hall to the lobby, Maijima turned towards Kagami. You still have calculations due, Dreamweaver? The younger man nodded. Unfortunately, boss, I was about 3/4 teachers of the way done when I got pulled from the desk. Power Loader nodded with a grin. Figured as much. Thanks for taking the kid under your wing for the afternoon. Tell the dragon I said to give you an extension. Kagami waved a hand in dismissal. It was no trouble. It's always fun to see what kind of talent catches your IPL. And I'm probably going to be done with that assignment before morning. There's no need, especially if Mike decides to jump in order to make me sleep. The pro snorted. Both of you boys probably need to sleep. But you do, just make sure not to pass out in the hall again, okay? The apprentice engineer saluted with a smirk before wandering off towards the front desk, waving to Izuku as he passed, already sliding his tablet from its holster. Power Loader ushered the team to the elevator before he could think to properly thank his guide. He resolved to do it at some point in the week as the doors closed behind them. Instead, he turned to his mentor and asked the most pressing question at the moment. Dr. Dreamweaver? The man beside him shot him a grin. This industry is super informal. And it's kind of a rite of passage to be given a nickname at some point. Kagami is a bit of an odd example though. Usually it takes another year or 2 before you make enough of a name for yourself to earn one. But his quirk made a bit of a splash when he decided he wanted to apply it this way. His Q quirk? The green-haired teen said excitedly, looking up at his teacher with puppy dog eyes, right as the elevator dinged and the door slid open. Guess you'll have to ask him later, kid. Now come on, I've got some computer techs who need help. Izuku was dropped off in the lab with an assigned technician, the man told in no uncertain terms to keep an eye on him. And then the pro disappeared back the way they came. The teen was sat down on a comfortable couch in the corner and the tech shot him the pertinent code file with a small skeptical frown. We've been debugging this for weeks. It was written by another company and then brought to us because the tech kept glitching out. We've managed to straighten out most of the issues with the actual gear itself, but for some reason the output keeps randomly spiking and we can't figure out why. But anyways, don't stress yourself out too much over this, kid. We will get it eventually, so just, I don't know, take the opportunity to look over the code for real hero gear. Yes. I'll be over there if you need me. And so he was left alone in a quiet corner with pages and pages worth of coding to read through. He opened the file with a grin, excited to get to work doing what he did best. Fixing the little things that needed to be fixed. Except, within a few minutes of reading the first line, he realized something rather unfortunate. The code was formatted incorrectly. If the support gear was supposed to do what he thought the code was saying, then he would have to completely rewrite it to make it work properly. He sighed and rolled his shoulders. Reaching into the backpack he had sat at his feet, he pulled out a portable keyboard and hooked it up to his tablet. Looked like he might have to skip that nap after all. Izuku was glad he knew how to multitask. He was chugging a black coffee he had snagged from the pot in the hall between labs on his way to the elevator, at the same time as he laced up his boots one-handed the way May had shown him last week. Tiredly reveling in the feeling of the comfortable footwear. He checked himself over in the mirror of the changing room, snapping a quick picture to send to his friends. He hoped the peace sign helped hide his eye bags a bit. With that and one last check to make sure all of the gear was in the correct pockets, he dashed through the doorway, being quiet not to wake any of the staff who happened to be sleeping in the large bunk room on his way through. He made it down to the lobby, sharing his elevator ride with a couple of half-asleep PR agents. Power Loader was waiting for him by the desk, chatting with a jittery Mike who was gesturing wildly with the coffee cup in his hand. I'm just saying PL. The dumbass used E equals HF instead of E equals HC lambda and then totally did the rest of the equation wrong. The young American groaned and got up to pace in agitation. The worst part is I told him the easiest way to do it. Good. Please don't make me work with the Sean group again. I won't be able to stop myself from murder PL, I swear I won't. The older man laughed. Relax, Mike. Our contract with them ends next month and I won't be renewing it after all of the issues they've caused over the last year. Midoriya. Right on time. We need to get going. Mike, write up a formal complaint after you've gotten some sleep, okay? I'll add it to the file. Izuku watched in bemusement as the young engineer flopped back into the chair, spilling a healthy splash of coffee onto the floor. Yes, sir. I'll have it in by tomorrow afternoon. Call in your replacement and go take a nap, Green. The younger man rolled his eyes at the order but obeyed, pressing the button on the phone to call in whoever was sitting in the small connected lounge. With his employee banished to bed, Power Loader turned his full attention to his mentee. All right, Midoriya. Let's get going. He led the small teen out onto the street, telling him the frequency to turn his hearing aids to connect with this area's hero comms. And then giving him a quick rundown on their planned path for this patrol. And with that and in order to keep close, they headed out into the early morning chill. As they walked along their path, checking in with a handler back at the agency every 15 minutes, Power Loader gave his shadow a rundown on things to look for when doing night patrols. Jumping on any examples they saw, like a pickpocket outside a busy bar, or a drag deal that was going down in a dark alley. The pickpocket they let go with a stern word and a returned wallet. But the captured dealer and buyer required a police pickup. Power Loader let Izuku make the call, after telling him what to say. They waited at the mouth of the alley for the cops to pull up and Power Loader went over protocol and what forms would need to be filled out once they got back to the agency. The standard police car pulled up to them quietly and parked, two uniformed officers stepping out with a wave to the hero. Hey Loader. How's your night going? The red-haired man gave them a friendly nod. It's been going pretty good so far. It's the kids' first patrol, so we're hoping for a quiet run. This comment of course brought attention to the short figure standing beside the pro-hero. Izuku lowered his hood and waved shyly. A student from UA then. Maijima nodded. This is Dorioku. Kid, these two are officers Yukino and Shiheya. The teen gave a polite bow and returned their short traditional greeting. The rest of that interaction finished up quickly, and Izuku was soon raising his hood and making sure his mask was pulled up over his mouth. He forewent the goggles, leaving them nestled in amongst his curls. He made a note to add night vision of some sort to them soon. As they wandered the streets, he made several mental notes on things he could add to his costume for night patrols. This week was already proving to me fruitful. Izuku groaned as the buzz of his phone, set to vibrate, woke him from his nap. He huffed and forced himself from the bunk he had claimed as his after his shower when they got off of patrol. Power Loader has sent him to rest up, apparently heading to his own bed that was hidden up in his private workroom. But Izuku didn't want to waste a single second of his week. So a 2-hour nap and a CRP ton of coffee it was. Besides, he had a SHT load of code that needed his tender loving care just waiting for him down on level B8. With a sigh, he forced himself up and out of bed, gathering up the sheets and pillow he had used and tossing them in the laundry bins. Yawning, he made his way over to the lockers, snagging some pants and a dark green flannel to toss over the t-shirt and boxers he had worn to sleep in. He flopped down onto a bench to tug on his usual beat-up red sneakers. He checked his phone battery and grabbed his charger to throw into his backpack before heading for the elevator. A quick stop in the cafeteria got him a curry bread that he scarfed quickly, finishing the last bite as he stepped out into the hall heading towards the main design studio. It was just as quietly busy as it was the afternoon before. Around 10 people just spread out amongst the varied seating, all of them tapping away at their tablets. Some chatted quietly as they worked through one issue or another. Some doodling with fancy-looking stylus, and one has some sort of wild hologram keyboard that Izuku was dying to ask about. Instead, he set up shop in a corner filled with large beanbags. He took a gulp of the first coffee of the day and hooked up his keyboard, setting it on one knee as he balanced the tablet on the other. With a deep breath, he dove in, the code swallowing him whole. Power Loader eventually came down to find him. Izuku was standing by the coffee pot, guzzling his 10th cup when he was startled out of his head by a tap on his shoulder. "Please tell me you've had something to eat today." The freckled boy turned to the pro with a slightly dazed grin. "I had a sea curry bun for breakfast." "Midoriya, it's 2 p.m. The teen frowned and checked the clock on his tablet. Oh. He didn't protest when his teacher placed a gentle hand on his shoulder and steered him towards the hall, grabbing his backpack and keyboard on the way. When they got to the door, he paused and the very overworked pro-hero sighed and turned towards the other people in the studio. Raising his voice to get their attention, he ordered, "Everyone who hasn't eaten in the last 4 hours needs to take a break, or else I'll do another building-wide 1-hour shutdown on the tablets. Don't try me." This caused a mad scramble as several people quickly started packing up their things. Izuku wondered what happened to make Power Loader shut everyone out of their tablets last time. They made their way up to the cafeteria, comfortable conversations about their patrol that morning and the one they had planned for the same time the next day flowing easily between them. They snagged their trays, pausing their dialogue to focus on snagging what they wanted from the serving line. It was apparently pizza day, which Izuku was very interested in. Pizza sounded fantastic to his empty stomach. They settled in at the empty end of a table and the pro-hero turns to the small green teen with a smile as said teen starts scarfing his food. "Slow down, kid, it's not going anywhere." The comment gains him a sheepish look, though Izuku does slow down enough to be in less danger of choking. So, Power Loader started as he took a bite of his own food. "How is that code looking? You find the issue my texts keep missing yet?" He got a distracted nod in reply as his mentee finished chewing. "I'm almost done rewriting it. Give me another hour or so and wait. Rewriting? Why are you rewriting the code?" Green eyes blinked up in confusion at his tone. Because it wasn't formatted COR correctly? There was a brief moment of silence as the redhead processed the meaning of that sentence. Before he could react, though, more trays were being set down on the table across from them. Kagami and Green sitting down with quick greetings. "Boss man, how fares your kingdom today?" Both apprentice engineers looked alarmed as Power Loader groaned and slammed a hand to his forehead, sliding it down to pinch the bridge of his nose and letting out a soft curse. 2 weeks. How did a team of 10 people take 2 weeks to realize the code was completely wrong? Worse, they didn't even realize it themselves. A kid had to tell them. Yeah. I don't think they can know. I just started fixing it. I think I forgot to say anything. There was a pause once more. Power Loader said, a decision in his tone. Midoriya, finish your food, we will go talk to Team Gamma after, okay? He received a cautious nod from the teen and the two of them got back to eating, ignoring the confused looks from the other two. When they finished eating and stood to clean their trays, Kagami and Green followed quietly. The small teen could sense their curiosity, but was too nervous over this new development to voice his observation. Power Loader looked like a man on a mission and Izuku could only pray that he didn't F up too badly by not following protocol by informing his team leader of his discovery and project. He was far too used to working alone or with one other student. And now his inexperience might have gotten him into trouble. Luckily, the two apprentices didn't follow them further than the elevator, getting out on their own floor with cautious nods of farewell. Izuku was grateful he wouldn't have any extra witnesses to what he was sure would be an embarrassing conversation. They made their way to the small computer lab, entering to find the members of Team Gamma scattered around at their consoles and tapping away at tablets. Hikari and Naosumo, a word. Power Loader asked calmly, leading the two techs and his student out into the hall. When they got there, the red-headed pro looked the team leader in the eyes and asked, "Want to tell me why you've wasted 2 weeks on something that could have taken your team a couple of days?" "Excuse me. What are you talking about, boss?" "Midoriya, would you bring up the files of the old code and your new one for me, please?" The small teen scrambled to comply, doing his best to hide how strong his hands were shaking at his uncertainty in this situation. He handed his tablet over to his teacher quietly, avoiding eye contact with any of the three men. Power Loader turned so that Hikari could see the screen over his shoulder. After a moment of scanning through the code, the stocky hero sighed and pointing out the first formatting issue. And then the second. And the third. Instead of continuing, he flipped to the file of Izuku's code in process. Just silently scrolling through, letting the fixed format speak for itself. Teach, the lead tech cursed quietly. What happened? The teen listened quietly as the tech did his best to excuse the fact that they had been trying to fix broken code that would never work for what they needed it for. He'd just been so busy with helping Beta with their finicky project. "I thought my team could handle it." "Hikari, you know our company turnaround on simple codes like this is a week at most. When it hit our usual deadline, did you not think that you might need to take a look?" The man was fidgeting now, obviously stressed and embarrassed. No, I didn't really think about it." Power Loader sighed and rubbed at his forehead. "Why not?" "Because I was focused on that jet fluctuator. Because you were distracted by a project not assigned to you or your team. Hikari, I assigned you as team leader so you could keep these guys on track. And now here I am finding out you pretty much abandoned them so you could go do something more fun." Izuku winced at the harsh assessment. Feeling awkward and out of place, he wanted nothing more than to slink away with his tablet and find a quiet spot to sit and finish that code. "Okay, look," the hero continued, "let's put this on hold for now. I'll figure out what to do here in a minute. First, I need to ask why Naosumo couldn't check in on the first-year high school student I placed in his care." Dull blue eyes turned to the other computer tech with a hint of danger in their depths. Unfortunately, the man didn't catch the warning. "Oh, come on. He's just a kid. I didn't think he would catch anything important, so I just set him up to look at the code for a bit and let him be. This kid just found the problem within 5 minutes, and you couldn't find it within 2 weeks. Not only that, but we will be using his rewritten code going forwards because I am 100% sure it will work as desired." Izuku squeaked at that, surprised at the sideways compliment. But Naosumo looked unconvinced. "You're going to let a code written by a high schooler go out under the company name?" Power Loader huffed in exasperation. "Are you kidding? This kid obviously knows more about codes than your entire team together. I'm disappointed that I hired 10 Hulk professionals who can't even do better than a half-trained high schooler." At that, the other man snapped his head back in offense, drawing himself up to his full height, which was much taller than his shorter boss. But the hero was unfazed by the intimidation. It makes me wonder whether or not I need to look into some transfers. Naosumo frowned darkly. It was one mistake. You wouldn't fire all of us over one mistake. Power Loader sighed, running a hand through his hair. Oh. Not over one mistake, not if you are willing to learn from said mistake. But I might be willing to demote you all until you go through some refresher courses to prove you can actually do the job. There was an incredulous silence before both men started denying the need for such measures. But the pro just stood there, letting the waves of desperation and anger crash around him until they tired themselves out a bit. Tell you what, I'll think about it. All 10 of you will write up what has happened over the last 2 weeks in individual reports, and I will read over them and see what has and hasn't been getting done. Team Delta and Team Tango, and take on the rest of your projects until I make a decision on what we need to do. After you submit your report, go home. Tell the others. With that dismissal, Power Loader signaled for Izuku to follow as he headed back to the elevator. The teens scampered after him. They ended up back in the design studio, and the hero made his way over to the coffee pot. Grab yourself some fuel, kid. We are going to finish that code and then look through those other projects to see how I should divide them between the other teams. It's going to be a long afternoon. Once they had their coffees, they set up shop at one of the tables, Power Loader showing the small greenette how to hook his tablet up to the built-in hologram display. He chuckled and explained the tech as Izuku geeked out at how seamless the controls felt. The rest of the afternoon was spent looking over things with his mentor, finishing the last little bit of his self-assigned project and then finishing off a couple of other projects he pulled from amongst the Team Gamma files. They were almost finished anyway, so it only took him a couple of hours to go in and read through them and then get them out of the way while the hero sorted through everything else. Izuku could honestly say by the time he was dragged away to dinner that he had actually had fun. The next 2 days were filled with patrols, projects, protocols, and an unfortunate introduction to paperwork. Who knew being a pro hero meant filing so many reports? And then Power Loader switched up their schedule a bit, letting him know that the only available patrol slot for that day was the 4 to 8 p.m. time. Not that it really mattered much to the teen. His sleep schedule was just as erratic as it always was, so as long as he napped at some point that day, he knew he would be fine. That morning he was assigned to sit at the front desk with Kagami and work through some complicated calculations needed for the mechanical department. Apparently they needed to figure out what would theoretically be the best material to build the new engine from before they started in on the project the engineers had designed. This was the last step before a prototype could be built, and Izuku was fascinated by the math of figuring out which alloys were most likely to fail under the theoretical stress the machine would be putting them under. While they worked, they chatted. The dark-haired man, as amicable and friendly as ever, freely explained his quirk. Apparently his father had named it Mirror of Erist when it developed. And wasn't the engineer shocked that the young teen caught the reference to the pre-quirk series, nerding out for a minute before focusing in on what the quirk could do. If Kagami focused and had some sort of skin contact with a person, he could see whatever that person desired most at that moment. So, in an effort to make everyone's job easier, he often used it with clients who were coming in for support items but were unsure of how to request what they needed. The apprentice would ask a series of questions to focus their mind on exactly what they were trying to request and then use his quirk to get some insight. To say Izuku geeked out over how useful said quirk was would be an understatement. He got distracted from what he should have been working on and instead ended up with 4 whole pages of notes in his personal notebook with his mad ramblings scrawled haphazardly across. Eventually his new friend got him back on track, just to have to temporarily leave the teen at the desk as he escorted a visitor up to check in with the PR team. The teen hummed quietly to himself as he settled in to work through theoreticals involving the pros and cons of jet fuel. He was halfway through figuring out the amount of A needed to melt B when there was a knock on the desk in front of him. The green-haired boy jumped with a quiet yelp and looked up into the disapproving eyes of a severe-looking woman in a suit. "Excuse me. Can you point me to Mijima's office or not? Can I get a N name, please?" "Why would you need my name?" The venom in her voice made him want to shrink away, but he knew he needed to hold firm. The public were not allowed into any part of the agency without some sort of appointment. "I need to check your appointment, She huffed in irritation. "I have an appointment with Mijima at noon." If you make me late, I swear. She let the threat hang for a minute and Izuku shifted in discomfort. Dutifully, he pulled up his teacher's schedule for the day. His noon slot was filled with the name Mr. Johnson. He frowned and looked back at the person in front of him. He didn't want to incorrectly assume someone's gender, but this particular person didn't look like they would prefer the masculine pronouns. Maybe it was a typo. What did you say your name was, AG, again? He wondered if her bun was giving her a headache with how tight it was. Monica Takashi. Now, are you going to tell me where to go or not? Izuku felt the BLD drain from his face when the name didn't match. I'm sorry, ma'am B, but there must be some sort of mistake. Quickly, he typed her last name into a search and scanned to find out when she was supposed to meet with Majima-sensei. Oh, it says your A appointment W is last Monday. At TH3. And that you missed it. The sigh she let out was as sarcastic as it was patronizing. Look, I had an appointment. I need to get this order filled tonight. So let me in so I can go talk to the support technician. Izuku's head reared back a bit at her using that title for his teacher. She could speak down to him all she wanted to. He was used to that. But Majima was more than just a support technician. He was a legend in both the hero and support industries. And he was the head of this entire agency. For her to speak of him so dismissively was more than just rude. He opened his mouth to retort. He had no idea what he would say, but he couldn't just let this rude lady insult his mentor. The mentor who had been so kind to him since their very first meeting. Luckily for him, though, they were interrupted before he could stick his foot in his mouth. Hey kiddo. Thanks for holding down the fort for me. Everything going okay? The small greenette breathed a sigh of relief at Kagami's voice. Unfortunately, the lady before them was not as happy. I knew this child was too young to be working here. It was really unprofessional to leave a useless kid to take care of customers like this. Hey now, the dark-haired man started, frown slowly overtaking his face. He is perfectly capable of running the desk. Honestly, his brain is wasted on menial work like this, but as an intern he gets the dubious joy of grunt work. Intern or not, he won't let me in for my appointment. It's already almost noon and he is going to make me late. She was obviously ramping up into the next gear, just judging by the tone of her voice. But before she could really tear into them, they were interrupted by a cough. A man stood behind Monica, looking at them apologetically. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I'm here for an appointment. My name is Take Johnson. Izuku jumped up from his chair. Yes sir. Just one moment and we will escort you up. I just need to explain to Mrs. Takashi that she never rescheduled her appointment. As the lady started practically screeching that she did have an appointment, Kagami stepped in. He gently pressed on the intern's shoulder, nudging him towards the elevator. But now that I know what's going on, I've got this. Please show Mr. Johnson where to go. The teen almost immediately relaxed and nodded before waving for the startled and confused customer to follow him. It might be a bit cowardly of him, but he would gratefully let the older male take the heat. He breathed a sigh of relief when the elevator doors slid closed, shielding them from the demon in the lobby. Mr. Johnson shot him a bemused look but didn't say anything about the scene he had borne witness to. Izuku decided to head off any more awkward encounters with the client by asking polite questions about what he was there for that day. Apparently, he was the gear manager for a small hero agency near Narahata. He was there to place orders for updates and to see whether or not a new sedative pellet could be developed to work better when activated with a specific hero's quirk. To say the teen was fascinated by the proposed chemistry problem was an understatement. Unfortunately, one thing he had learned well since the start of his internship was that the bureaucratic types did not like parting with information about the heroes they worked for unless someone they trusted could vouch for you. He understood the need for secrecy, he did. But it was hella annoying when all he wanted to do was tear the quirk apart and design the best gear to work around it. So alas, he was stuck asking surface-level questions as they finished the ride to the top floor. With its customary cheerful ding, the door slid open and the small boy led his charge out into the small lobby/office space where Majima's personal assistant was typically stationed. The man wasn't there at the moment, probably running orders down or putting out a fire somewhere. Usually he was supposed to leave clients in the assistant's capable hands, But since he wasn't here, it was his job to let his teacher know that his 12 o'clock was there. He walked across the small antechamber to rap loudly against the open doorway into Mijima's office. "Sensei?" When he get an acknowledging hum from inside, he waved Mr. Johnson forwards. "Your appointment is here. Mr. Johnson from the Nightwing Agency. He has an interesting idea to go over." Once the pro had emerged from under an engine block and wiped most of the grease from his arms and hands, Izuku settled the two of them at the desk by the windows, taking tea requests and scampering around to get the meeting set up properly. As he settled steaming cups on the desk, the two men had just started delving into the basic premise for the new sedative. The young teen tried not to jump when his mentor turned towards him with an expectant look. "Thoughts?" Izuku beamed at the acknowledgement, freckles crinkling with his excitement at being asked for an opinion in front of a customer. "Well, from what I can tell of the quirk, I think starting W with a base of nitrous oxide. Why you would have to t-test to see how the quirk reacts, but by my goo guess it should make the pellets easier to AC activate with the proposed heat." Mijima hummed in acknowledgement, scribbling a quick note down on a legal pad before shoving the folders Mr. Johnson had brought in towards him. "Sit and have a glance through those, first impressions only. I'm sure our friend here doesn't want to be stuck here all day." And that was how the next hour went, Izuku and his teacher tossing thoughts back and forth, getting preliminary ideas down on paper as the rather lost client sat quietly and let them do their thing. It wasn't until Mr. Johnson left that Izuku remembered the predicament that he had left Kagami in. When Mijima-sensei asked if he wanted to go to lunch, the teen sheepishly asked if they could check in on the apprentice engineer first. On their way down, he tugged at his short green curls and explained what had happened. The pro frowned and made a note on his tablet. They got to the front desk quickly and found an exhausted-looking Kagami flopped onto the surface. He groaned as he looked up at his boss and the intern, eyes flashing in the light from the windows. "Are we sure we have to allow Karens to breed?" Power Loader snorted in amusement. "I'm suddenly glad she missed her appointment last week. Come on, Dreamweaver, call in your backup, you deserve a break." With another tired sigh, the younger man did as ordered, snagging the phone and calling in a PR apprentice from the small side break room to come cover the desk. The three of them made their way to the cafeteria with amicable ribbing and joking around. Mama teasingly dragging the whole story of what happened with Mrs. Takashi, discreetly making some more notes as the younger man ranted. Izuku took a peek over his shoulder when his mentor wasn't looking and smiled when he saw that the lead hero of the agency had made note to talk to the company the woman had come to represent. He hoped they reprimanded her. The evening started out so normal. It felt a bit weird going out for patrol while the sun was still out. He had gotten used to the graveyard shift over the last few days. But with the light came a whole slew of new experiences. People were still out and about, kids heading home from school, people getting off from work, everyone heading home and looking forward to unwinding after a long day. And without the rush of needing to be somewhere, it seemed like many of them were keen on getting a photo with or an autograph from the pro heroes patrolling their streets. For such a normally calm and quiet man, Power Loader handled all of the attention with grace, smiling where appropriate and answering questions with vague but satisfactory replies. The teen found his fingers twitching, wishing for a notebook to take notes in. He made it all look so easy. The young hero in training found attention a lot harder to field. Every time he was noticed by the civilians around his mentor, he felt himself die a little inside. Eventually, he ended up pulling his hood all the way up and used his mask and goggles to cover his face. It was a lot easier to blend in that way. And even when he was acknowledged, the barrier helped him keep calm and kept his stuttering to a minimum. He did, however, catch a couple of teasing smirks from his teacher at his stilted answers, which was just rude. It was as they were snagging dinner from a street vendor that everything went to SHT. A distant explosion rumbled through the air, quickly followed by screams of terrified people. Power Loader instantly had his hand to his earpiece, sifting through incoming reports of what was happening even as he bolted for the scene. Izuku scampered after him, fiddling with his own hearing aids in order to figure out what was going on. He almost froze in place when a description of the villain that was attacking came over the line. Black skin, exposed brain, and mindlessly destructive. He quickly called in with his information, doing his best to sound calm over the radio. ignoring the fact that it was his first time to use it in an actual situation where other heroes would hear him. That sounds like a gnome. A genetically engineered monster made by the League of Villains. They are made to have multiple quirks, so be cautious. He received confirmation of his information reaching the heroes on site, everyone too busy to ask who the newbie was. But just as they reached the edge of the destruction zone, more calls of alarm came over the comms. 2 more Nomu had just been sighted. Power Loader had a very colorful vocabulary when he was stressed. The greenette caught 2 or 3 very creative uses of the word F that he noted down to repeat to Hitoshi later. It didn't take much effort to find the closest of the monsters. All they had to do was run against the crowd and follow the sounds of fighting. When they caught their first glance of the thing, Izuku almost felt like he had been transported back in time to the UA. The phantom feeling of broken ribs and BLD on his hands immediately made him nauseous. He did his best to push it away as he and his mentor looked for a good way to jump into the fight. It was then that he heard something that made his stomach drop into the underworld. Tenya, where did you go? The green teen spun to face the speaker. It was Manuel. Izuku vaguely remembered that he was the hero Ida was interning with that week. But why would Ida run off in the middle of a major villain attack? Unless he saw something more important to take care of, like a civilian in danger, or... His breath hitched as he realized what had seemed so wrong to him every time he had thought about the other boy recently. Quickly he toggled his hearing aids to talk to Power Loader only. We have a problem. He started as he sprinted away from the main fight. Tenya has gone MIA. I think he is after the hero killer. There are enough heroes to deal with the Nomu as long as you aim for the brain. But Tenya needs backup ASAP, so I'm going after him. There was a few tense seconds of silence. He could fill in the blanks though with some of the language he had heard the man use earlier. But eventually the pro had to admit the logic in splitting up in this situation. Fine. You have permission to use your gear in defense of yourself and others. Do not engage if not absolutely necessary. And call in a location if you find Stain. Stay safe, kid. Yamada will kill me if you get hurt. Roger. With that he toggled back over to the other frequency, trying to figure out where the streets would be far enough out of the way for the villain to be comfortable going about his filthy work. He ran through everything he had heard about the hero killer over the past few months. The bits he had pulled from the hero news and the more detailed account he had gotten as part of a cautionary debrief from Majima before their first partal. Stain liked to stick to dark, mostly abandoned alleyways and side streets. Places where he could surprise his target. As he looked around as quickly as possible, scanning every dark nook and cranny that he could. The further he went, the more he fell into the sinking pit of fear. At this rate he would be too late. He had to do something else, but what? After a moment's thought he slowed into a jog and switched his hearing aids over from the radio frequency. He needed to be able to hear without all of the chatter distracting him. Once the only sounds of the fight were those faint from his distance, he turned the volume up. He gritted his teeth as any little noise was suddenly amplified to be almost painful, but forced himself to not get distracted, concentrating. He knew Stain used bladed weapons. Metal most likely. So he strained to hear any faint sound tinged with a grating ring. Nothing. Just distant shouts and explosions, nothing. Just his feet pounding on the concrete like a bass drum. Nothing. Nothing. The metal on metal. And then metal crashing to the ground. His heart leapt into his throat at the second sound and he forced himself to run faster than ever before in the direction he had heard it from, gasping out a prayer that he wasn't too late. That he hadn't just listened to Ida's death. He switched back over to the comms and gave his mentor an update on where he was, trying to keep his voice down as he did so he wouldn't lose any advantage he might have against the literal serial killer he was tracking. Majima sounded panicked when he responded with an affirmative and begged him to do his best to avoid fighting until backup could arrive. Another hero started asking questions about what he meant when he said he had found the hero killer, but the teen ignored him in favor of slowing down and peering into the alleyway he was approaching. He could hear angry voices. The fact that there was more than one gave him hope for his classmate. As he slowly inched his way forwards, he unhooked his Kaya Ketsushoge, easing the cord free from its loops around his CST and shoulder. That fragile hope for Ida's safety was quickly shattered when he got his first look at the situation. His classmate was on the ground, monologuing angrily as a blade was dramatically raised into a killing strike. The greenette sent up a silent apology to his mentor as he swung his weapon, stepping free of his hiding spot in order to get a good angle. The weighted end wrapped around the center of the chipped sword snugly, and with a sharp tug the team managed to rip it free of the hero killer's unprepared grip. He swung the new weight wide, letting it swing behind him. The cord unwrapped itself as it went and sent the blade sailing into the night, well away from their little patch of alleyway. He was moving forwards as it rang out against the concrete, stopping Stain's freshly pulled second sword with the green blade of his own weapon. "What's this?" the murdered asked, no real concern in his tone. "Another child playing hero." Izuku grimaced behind his mask, twisting his wrist to disengage the blade and swing a short length of weighted cord in order to force his opponent back a bit. Even from what little he had seen, the small team could tell the man before him was ridiculously agile. The way he moved was odd, reminiscent of a lizard or a monkey. Smooth but as if his joints were placed slightly off. That was going to cause him problems if they really had to fight. He was distracted from his attempt to come up with a plan of attack when the teen on the ground demanded that he leave. Green eyes blinked out from behind his goggles in bemusement. "Why you want me to leave? While you're on the ground at the mercy of a murderer. It is my duty to avenge my brother. I must do this on my own." The small greenette settled into a more stable stance. "Not heroic at all. But whatever, I guess. Not like I can't control your life. And anyways, you gonna stand up or?" He winced at how snarky he sounded, but he felt like in that situation it was fair to blame it on stress and hanging out with Hitoshi too much. "I can't. I think his quirk has paralyzed me." "Oh my gods. You really wanted me to leave you helpless in the hands of the hero killer?" Ida huffed and set off on another self-righteous tirade. But now Izuku had fully decided to not listen to anything the other boy said. He was clearly out of his mind with grief. He met the red eyes of the hero killer. The man was looking at him with a curious glint in his eye. You're different from him, aren't you? Your first instinct was to protect, was it not? Interesting. But your friend has proven himself unworthy and thus he must die. Step aside and I will let you go." A quick mind puzzled over the words for half a second, his instincts screaming at him to attack first, control the pace. But his brain was screaming stall, and by the time needed for help to get there, stall so they could be safer. So instead of stepping forward like he itched to do, he took a deep breath and did his best to speak without a stutter. He proved himself unworthy. He is a grieving child. How is he unworthy? He claims to be a hero but aims for personal revenge. His thoughts are impure and his actions reflect selfishness. If I don't call him now, he will bleed even more poison into the broken system our society deems heroic. Red eyes gleamed in the faint street lights and Izuku did his best not to acknowledge the madness there. He was afraid enough as it was. He's just a kid. He has room to grow. Isn't it better to foster the new generation instead of cutting them down in useless bloodshed? He scooted half a step backwards, purposefully bumping a still ranting Ida with his heel in an effort to get him to shut up. "No. We must bleed out the poison. Society is to be better. We need only the heroes who are like All Might to stand among the ranks. Everyone else will be weeded out by my blade." Green eyes stared into red in shocked incredulity. "All Might?" He parroted, a note of hysteria in his voice. "All Might is your standard. All Might is a quirkist, ableist, liar. He doesn't follow protocol, he doesn't know how to do anything but throw a punch and spout bullshit at the cameras. If you want a perfectly selfless hero, why not raise up an underground? The real people in this industry who are there for the sole purpose of helping. Not for flashy TV specials and mountains of merch." The silence after his little tirade was thick. There was a pun about cutting in there somewhere, he was sure, but he was too busy holding his breath. Realizing that he had yelled at a fanatic and called his idol out on his faults. Izuku really wished he wasn't so stupid sometimes. And then the tension snapped. But instead of launching into an attack like Izuku assumed, Stain instead tilted his head consideringly. You said he was quirkest and ableist. But I have watched all of his appearances for years and he is nothing if not encouraging to everyone. Izuku shuddered a bit, his own old hero worship echoed back to him in those words. But he knew he had to take the chance to keep the man talking. When I was in middle school he saved me from a villain. I took the chance to ask if someone like me, deaf and quirkless, could be a hero. He crushed my dreams. Crushed them and left me there to cough sludge out of my lungs. I was lucky I had people nearby I could turn to so I didn't end up dead that night. The worst part? He doesn't even remember me. He has no clue that I'm that same boy he hurt so badly. And yet, he continues to discriminate against me every time we meet. All Might be a hero, but he is not the perfect number one you paint him to be. Because he is no hero to me. He heard a choked noise from behind him, but he was still doing his best to ignore Ida. He was too focused on the man in front of him. The killer waiting to take a life. After a few seconds Stain hummed, a quiet and considering sound. Something to think about later I suppose. But I still need to kill that boy and the other false hero. Both of them need to face judgment tonight. Move aside. The hooded teen shook his head, settling more firmly into a stance once again, blade up and cord looped loosely around his hand. I can't let you do that. The murderer chuckled softly. A hero indeed. Fine then. I'll get you out of the way first. And with that the fight was on.